The boy used the simplest sword drawing slash, yet shocked the professor present, because this was strength the student shouldn't possess. Although it seemed Lanin only swung once, in reality, it was 3 strikes. He deliberately slowed down the final cut to ensure the professors could see clearly. It was precisely this action that enraged Nabris. While Lanin said expressionlessly, "Teacher, you frighten me," Nabris asked, "Who taught you that sword technique?" Lanin replied in confusion, "What are you talking about? Nobody taught me so." Nabris changed her question. "Did you see my movements just now?" Lanin said yes. "I did your remarkable," drew the sword, and made 3 cuts in an extremely brief moment. Nibiru's calmed down a bit and said yes. "Just like what you demonstrated." Then she abruptly changed her tone. "You arrogant brat. You deliberately slowed down the final cut to make sure we could see it clearly. Didn't you?" Lona was stunned. The reason he slowed the 3rd cut was to reduce the power to avoid harming his own body, not because he looked down on the professor, but facing the angry Nabaros before him. His explanation seemed utterly feeble, but the principal remained silent, only awkwardly averting his gaze, while the other 2 were dumbfounded, saying as professors, "Shouldn't we have noticed something?" A moment later, Nibiru sheathed her sword and slowly returned to her seat. She said, "I will teach you personally from now on." After returning to her seat, her emotions remained unsettled. The principal beside looked at the angry Nibiru and carefully pondered her words. Teach personally, the principal understood. Nabris had already accepted this child as her disciple. He turned to Lone and said, "You've passed, but we still need to ask you one question. Why did you come to the Phillips Royal Academy?" After hearing this, Lanin lowered his head. Memories began to surface in his mind. The boy had used all his strength to kill what he believed was the most powerful 4-winged giant, thinking everything would be over. But unexpectedly, an even more powerful 8-winged giant appeared in the sky. 4 wings weren't the giant's limit. After all, 8 wings were. At that moment, the boy was prepared to fight to the death. But another surviving woman disagreed with his approach. Instead, she strangely gave the boy a kiss. It turned out that 2.5 years earlier, 3 giants suddenly invaded the empire, destroying more than half of its territory. In a short time, only when Lanin's army joined the battle were they barely able to hold the giants back. But they paid a heavy price. The entire army was virtually annihilated, leaving only a severely wounded Lanin. He looked at the battlefield with slight sadness, but just then a voice sounded. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a strong human." Turning his head, Lanin discovered the voice came from the dead giant. Angrily, he stepped on its face and said, "Half the empire has become a graveyard because of you. Why aren't you dead yet? Want to know how your 2 friends died? One was roasted by a red dragon. One was permanently sealed by a magician. Understand now, you damned creature." He had hoped these words would anger the giant, but it replied indifferently. "The children of the stars share senses. I know how they died, but we'll be back soon. And there are no humans as strong as you left on Earth." As soon as it finished speaking, Lanin cut off its head with 1 slash, saying, "Just die already. Stop talking nonsense after doing all this." Lanin walked along the battlefield, only stopping when he saw the body of his old friend. Then he knelt down and said, "Why didn't you run when I told you to? Why be so foolish, sacrificing your life for so-called discipline?" While Lanin was immersed in grief, he thought he heard a cry for help, dragging his wounded body. He followed the sound. It was the great commander Andershan. She was still alive. Lanin felt a bit of comfort. But looking closely, the great commander's situation didn't seem promising. Either she had lost an arm, yet she seemed not to care at all. Instead, she was concerned about whether the giant was dead. Lanin said yes. "I killed it myself," after hearing the answer. She seemed relieved. Tears fell involuntarily. "Thank you." Lanin took the opportunity to make a request. "Since you are so grateful, could you give these soldiers a proper burial? Because previously, soldiers' bodies were simply discarded. But now that everything was over, it was time to properly handle these matters." After speaking, Lanin began coughing violently, looking at the blood on his hand. He told the great commander he could die at any moment. Anderson asked him if you could live. What would you want to do? A glimmer of light appeared in Lonen's eyes. He said I would probably go study at an academy. That was my dead sister's wish. But there's no hope for any of that now. Anderson angrily shouted at him. Don't talk like that. The rescue team will be here soon. But just then the sky suddenly cleared. A ray of dawn light shone down. But the two stared with terrified eyes. Because an 8-winged giant appeared in the sky, along with countless followers. At that moment, Anderson fell into deep despair. She said, I've saved this world 3 times. This time, there's truly no way out. But Lonen drew his sword beside her with determination. He shouted at her great commander comrade. What are you doing quickly? Use your psychic power to throw me up there. My sword can't reach them. I'll teach these bastards a lesson. Anderson was stunned. He still wanted to fight in this situation. What a determined fellow. Then she kissed him and spat a pearl into his mouth. Anderson said, this is a pearl. That can reverse time 4 times. I've used it 3 times already. It's how I climb from being a tailor to becoming the great commander. I'll give the last use to you. And when you see me again, please convince me to become a tailor. As she finished speaking, a flash of light appeared. When he opened his eyes again, Lonen had returned to his village from 10 years ago, looking at the familiar scene before him. He was stunned. Am I dreaming? He said, then he banged his head against a nearby tree, hoping to wake up soon after. Lonen accepted reality. The great commander's ambition was truly grand, expecting him alone to fight the giants. What could he do after thinking for a moment? Lonen had an idea. He picked up a tree branch and ran toward the village entrance. But on the way, a group of bullies caught Lonen's attention. They had hung a boy upside down. Looking closely, they hadn't used ropes. It was magic. Lonen couldn't believe it. To find such rare, telekinetic magic in this rural village, the yellow-haired leader viciously demanded money from a boy. The boy said, I gave all the money to my mother for medicine. I don't have any now. The yellow-haired boy was furious and immediately ordered the girl to use magic to hang him higher, but kind-hearted Assam was unwilling. The atmosphere became tense. At that moment, Lonen hit Assam on the head with a stick and said, stop. You'll kill him. The boy fell down on the other side. Meanwhile, the angry yellow-haired boy became even more furious. He said, what are you doing? She stops just because you tell her to. But Lonen grabbed Assam and said, never mind him. Tell me where you learned your magic. Assam said, from magic book I bought at store. Lonen was stunned. She was this skilled with just a cheap magic book. Lonen's instinct told him, this person could definitely be useful in the future. Giant war. But just then he heard the sound of a sword being drawn. Lonen turned his head. The yellow-haired boy had charged at Lonen with a sword, saying, how dare you ignore me? Although the yellow-haired boy was physically strong, his sword stance was incorrect. Lonen saw through it at a glance and dodged sideways. Having dodged so easily, the yellow-haired boy felt anxious, but still pretended to be calm and said, you're really lucky. Lonen went along with it and said, yes, I'm having good luck today. Seeing Lonen not fighting back, the yellow-haired boy became more aggressive. He said, kneel down and beg, and I might forgive you, but I'll still cut off one of your arms. Of course. I'll take good care of your sister every time I see her. Nice figure. I want to. Before he could finish, one of the yellow-haired boy's ears was cut off. Lonen was furious. His sister was his only weakness, and he wouldn't allow anyone to defile her. This scene frightened all the other bullies. He had managed to use a tree branch like a sword. Seeing this, Lonen took the opportunity to make them return the money to the boy. The bullies didn't dare refuse. They gave all the stolen money back to the boy, then fled. Meanwhile, Lonen made an arrangement with Assam. They would meet at this spot at 2 a.m. 4 days later, because they had something very important to do. After giving these instructions, Lonen hurried home but hesitated at the door. Many questions troubled him. Should I apologize for leaving without saying goodbye? Should I tell her how much I missed her? Should I ask if she's been well? But when he finally saw his sister, Lonen only said, I'm back, and brought his sister's favorite flowers. His sister was overjoyed when she received them. She said, I never expected to receive flowers. For my cold brother, is there enough food? You want me to add more? Looking at the 13 dishes and soup before him, Lanin was dumbfounded and quickly waved his hands in refusal. Then, changing the subject, he asked how old his sister was. His sister said, "I'm 22 this year." That meant there were still 10 years before the giants invaded. His sister asked, "Why do you ask?" She hurriedly came over to feel his forehead and said, "You don't seem to have a fever." Lanin grabbed his sister's hand, then said, "No, I was thinking I'm going to go study at an academy." Hearing this, his sister was overjoyed. Then she jumped to the side and rummaged through boxes and drawers. Soon after, she brought out a bucket. It was filled with gold coins. Lanin couldn't believe it. He said, "How did you get all this?" Sister put her hands on her hips and said, "I saved for 2.5 years, waiting for you to say this." But Lanin told her this is far from enough, because Lanin wanted to attend the world's top institution, Philip's Royal Academy. They had the most outstanding professors, the wealthiest financial support. Moreover, the academy had produced 3 world-class talents: Great Commander Anderson, Sword Saint Culefin, and the Witch. So to defeat the giants, this was Lanin's only choice. For days later, Lanin went to the arranged meeting place with Assam. The first thing Lanin did was put down his backpack and said, "Come on, control me. Use telekinesis to lift me as high as possible." Lanin wanted to test her magic power level, but Assam was reluctant. She said, "I can't do something so dangerous." Lanin said, "It's fine. I bought insurance." Hearing this, Assam's heart was finally at ease. Osam began reciting a spell. As the magic activated, it was as if an invisible hand lifted Lanin high up. The height was even greater than Lanin had imagined, although it lacked stability. Telekinesis was essential for fighting flying giants. This kind of magic was extremely rare. Lanin raised the corner of his mouth with satisfaction and thought, "She's mine." Meanwhile, Assam began to tremble. She said, "Can I put you down now?" But in the next second, Lanin took up his sword and swung it to cut through the magic. Then landed safely. Assam exclaimed in shock, "What did you do, cut through magic?" Lanin just punched her and said nothing. Just an acrobatic performance. Actually, this question had troubled Lanin for a long time. He didn't know why his sword was so special. Not only could it cut through magic, but it could even kill giants. But these things could be researched slowly. Now, there was something more important to do. Then Lanin threw the bag to Assam and said, "Let's go, we must finish before the moon disappears. After we do this, we can become students at Philip's Academy." Assam was astonished. "Did I hear right?" "Philip's, that's a place that only accepts elites. You have powerful swordsmanship to support you, but I'm just useless. I probably can't go right." Lanin said, "I know, although you're stupid, timid, and cry a lot, but that's okay. You can start changing now. Otherwise, you'll just waste your life, idling around like those thugs." Hearing this, Assam's face turned red. It was the first time someone had shown such concern for her future, so she quickly agreed, while Lanin revealed a mischievous smile. His plan had succeeded. Soon after, they arrived at the goblins' dwelling place. Although they were all asleep now, it was still extremely dangerous. Lanin's target was the treasure chest the goblins had collected. Lanin said, "Let's begin. Use telekinesis to borrow all of that." Hearing this, Assam was instantly terrified. She looked at the goblins. 36-pack ABS said, "If they wake up, we're dead. Why don't we go back and think about this?" But Lanin pulled her over and said, "To enter Philip's Royal Academy, you need 2 things: high tuition fees and rich combat experience. So this kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Unless you have a better idea in that head of yours." Assam said, "Idea? I don't have one." Lanin said, "Good. Then let's get started." After speaking, Lanin opened his bag and said, "Just fill it up." Assam had no choice but to comply. As the magic activated, the goblins' treasures gradually fell into the bag. To avoid waking them, Assam had to use all her strength to control her magic. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. They quickly filled 2 bags. Lanin happily patted Assam's head and said, "I knew you could do it." But even he hadn't been fully confident. He hadn't expected ASEM to adapt so quickly. It seemed he'd found a good tool person. After a while, the 2 packed up their things. They were just about to leave when a group of people came rushing toward them, accompanied by ear-piercing screams. This made Lanin sense something was very wrong. In the middle of the night, had some abnormal person escaped from a mental hospital. Meanwhile, the green-haired goblin was awakened. The first thing he did upon waking was habitually check the treasure chest. The box was empty. The green-haired goblin quickly woke up the others and called an emergency meeting. They discussed where the treasure might have gone, but one of the goblins offered a different opinion. He looked at Lanin and Assam and said, "Could it be them who stole it?" Realizing this, the goblins immediately charged at them. Seeing this, Assam was instantly terrified and collapsed on the ground. She said, "Shouldn't we return their things and apologize?" But Lanin drew his sword and said, "Then what about the tuition? Do you have a solution?" Whenever faced with situations requiring thought, Assam would become confused. She said, "I don't." Meanwhile, Lanin looked at the sword in his hand. It was made of cheap steel. Given the hardness of goblin bodies, the sword would probably break after 15 swings, but there were more than 30 goblins here. But it would be enough. Lanin's mouth curved into a smile. Then he charged at the goblins. Almost instantly, the last goblin also died by his sword. Assam was dumbfounded. Lanin killed 3 with one sword strike. Then he just disappeared for a moment, and all the goblins were dead. Assam couldn't help but swallow. Had he already become this strong? Just then Lanin said, "Don't space out, go get the bags. Let's go home after a while." The two set off for home. What they thought would be a comfortable job turned out to be quite difficult. Owen stretched his aching body. It was probably because he was still growing. He would need to strengthen his physical training. When he got back, but just then, Assam mentioned the screaming sound. She asked what was that noise anyway. Lanin shook his head and said, "I don't know if I run into them. I'll knock their head sideways." Meanwhile, a bow and arrow silently aimed at Assam from behind, but was easily blocked by Lanin on the other side. The man who shot the arrow began apologizing, though his face showed no remorse. It turned out that when Lanin and Sam got the treasure, these 2 men had witnessed it, so they harbored ill intentions. Seeing their assassination fail, they decided to try another approach. Children generally have low vigilance against strangers. They came over and said, "Sorry, kids. I heard a noise just now and thought there might be goblins, kids." Lanin was so angry, he broke the arrow in half. "I've eaten more meals than both of you combined." After a moment, the man extended his hand again to apologize, but his eyes were fixed on Lanin's backpack. Lanin said, "Can't you hide your greedy eyes a bit better? Your acting is terrible." The man fell silent for a moment after hearing this, but looking at the child before him, he didn't think he posed much of a threat. So he gave his companion a look and continued walking toward Lanin, still with that forced smile. But he had secretly reached behind his back, gripping the dagger at his waist. He said, "I should introduce myself. We are the Caliporo," as he spoke. He unexpectedly swung his knife at Lanin Caliporo. Lanin thought while recalling, and casually countered, stunning the man. Now, he remembered they were those scum. Just then, while Lanin was distracted, the yellow-haired man also charged. But Assam noticed Assam used telekinesis and directly controlled the yellow-haired man. Seeing this, Lanin gave Assam his first compliment of the day. "Well done, then." He took the sword from the yellow-haired man's hand and gave him a 7-star light /321. When the countdown ended, the yellow-haired man split into 15 pieces. This scene terrified Assam. She said, "Lanin, you really killed him," Lanin said with a determined look. "I wouldn't let someone who tried to kill me live. Moreover, they're an infamous group. They poach, kidnap, and sell organs. If I wasn't here today, by the time someone found you, your grave grass would be 6 feet tall." But just then a sack behind them suddenly jumped, startling them both. Could this be an animal they had poached? After saying this, Lanin untied the rope. In an instant, something flew out. Looking closely, it was a bluebird. How beautiful! Assam couldn't help but exclaim. It was her first time seeing a bird of this color. But Lanin's attention was not on the color of the bird, it was on the bird's feet, because it was wearing power-sealing shackles. Wasn't this something used for powerful mythical beasts? What heavenly law had this bird broken? Just then a greeting came from the bird. "Mihi mihi." Assam was so startled she jumped. "It talks," Lanin said with disgust. "Are you an idiot? That's a type of remote communication magic, if I'm not mistaken. This speaker must be the blue bird's owner." On the other side, a strange figure was speaking into a magic array. With a rough voice he said, "That's right. I'm a member of the Mythical Beast Research Institute. My blue bird disappeared yesterday. I couldn't contact it at all. By the way, who are you?" Lanin grabbed Assam, who was trying to run away, and said, "We're concerned citizens. Your bird was kidnapped. We rescued it." After speaking, he cut the bird shackles with one stroke, then said, "Go back to your father." This action immediately filled the blue bird with gratitude. Then it stuck its bottom in his face. Lanin was stunned. Was this how it showed thanks? Fortunately, the bird's owner quickly explained. "The blue bird wants you to pluck one of its feathers, because a blue bird's feather will permanently point toward the bird itself. It probably wants to see you again." When Lanin plucked the feather, the blue bird shot up and disappeared without a trace. Lanin wondered, is it really sure it wants to see me again? The next day, the two brought the treasure to the market to sell it for gold coins. The merchant examined a necklace for a long time and offered 20 gold coins deal. Lanin happily agreed finally. Someone who knew value. Thinking about the other merchant, who said the necklace was worth at most 5 gold coins, made Lanin angry. But now he had met someone knowledgeable. Then Lanin sold all the treasures he had brought. Meanwhile, Lanin reached into his pocket and pulled out a large, purple object. The blue bird had left it in his hand when it left. He initially thought it was droppings, but it could shatter stones. Lanin's instinct told him this thing was definitely special. The merchant agreed. The merchant said, "Wow, this color, this texture. Could it be?" Lanin excitedly asked. "What is it, merchant?" Bird droppings. Lanin was speechless. The merchant could only laugh awkwardly and say, "Actually, I'm not an expert either." Lanin sighed and put it back in his pocket, planning to find an expert to appraise it someday. Assam looked at him with disdain and said, "It really is just hardened poop." Changing the subject, Lanin asked the merchant, "Do you have any books about Philip's Royal Academy? We want to enroll, but don't know much about it." The merchant said, "Is that so? My daughter Maria is also preparing to go there. You can chat with her. She's coming now, Maria." Lanin was startled. He knew this name too well. But what appeared was a blonde woman. Lanin walked up to her and said, "Are you really Maria?" Maria said yes. What's wrong? Lanin was dumbfounded, because the Maria he knew in his previous life looked completely different. And Lanin leaned close to her ear and said, "Let me ask you something. You're a man, right?" Maria was stunned. She looked down at her proud figure. Was this guy brain damaged or vision impaired? Lanin's eyes lingered on a certain part of Maria. "That can't be right. You don't look like a man. Maybe your father has an illegitimate child." As soon as he said this, Maria slapped him. Maria said, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking?" But this slap made Lanin feel not pain, but an intense familiarity. Now he confirmed that this person was indeed Count Maria's son from 10 years later. Before the time travel, Count Maria had been a supplier to the army. Noble in status, approachable in manner, often drinking with soldiers. And whenever Lanin discussed female matters with other soldiers, Maria would become unusually angry, followed by a slap. Lanin had been very curious and wanted to ask her why, but never had the chance until seeing Maria again. He had already died in the giant invasion war, but now the mystery that had troubled Lona for so long was finally revealed. The Count was a girl. This scene made Maria even angrier. "You're still laughing." She rushed over to slap him again, but Lanin countered with a punch, saying, "Enough. I'll let you hit me once because I was wrong, but you have no reason to hit me a second time." Hearing this, Maria's eyes turned fierce. She headbutted Lanin and said, "What if I insist on hitting you a second time?" After saying this, the two started fighting, neither willing to yield. This scene left the two onlookers stunned. They quickly ran over to stop them. By evening, they gathered at a small inn. Sam was shocked to see the two people, who had just wanted to kill each other, now sitting together calmly. It felt like they already knew each other well. Meanwhile, Lanin left 3 swords and a magic wand, which were seized from the goblins. He said, "See if there's any problem with these." Maria picked up a sword and examined it carefully. She said 3 swords and a wand. Isn't it troublesome to carry them all? Lanin said no choice. I carry them just in case. Because in his previous life, Lanin's swordsmanship was extremely brutal. He would break a sword almost every week. Lanin asked, how are these things? Maria thought for a moment. Said they're all pretty good. Especially this black iron sword. The material is exceptionally sturdy. Then Maria looked at the wand and found it had a rare magic stone. She said to Assam, is this little cutie a rare magician? What magic do you use, little cutie? Assam was delighted to hear this. She said yes. But then she lowered her head and said, I only know telekinesis. Maria reacted intensely. Telekinesis, you're amazing. If you do, well, you could get a full scholarship. Assam incredulously asked, really? Then Maria changed the subject. So the next question is, what combat techniques can you demonstrate? In a practical exam, Onan was stunned. Could techniques be demonstrated? He had never heard of this. To enter Philip's Royal Academy, you must pass both theoretical and practical exams. The practical exam requires you to demonstrate combat techniques and impress the professors. Most nobles showcase their family secret techniques, while ordinary warriors display magic. After hearing this, Lanin immediately stopped Maria. Wait, I'm a swordsman. Shouldn't it be enough to just be good at swordsmanship? Can swordsmen use magic too? Maria was stunned and said, every student wanting to enter Phillips must use magic. That's the most basic requirement. What's with that expression? Don't tell me. You can't even sense a bit of magical energy. Lanin was confused, sensing magical energy. Was it similar to using aura? This completely stunned Maria. This guy was like an illiterate, trying to get into a top university dreaming. Get out now, she said. Then she casually picked up a sword from the table and said, let me borrow your sword. Lanin asked, what if it breaks? Maria replied, I'll compensate you triple. Stop arguing, come outside with me. I'll give you special training. Magical energy is the root of natural power, existing in every corner of the world. But you must be able to sense magical energy to use it and apply it to different parts of the body. The resulting power is called magic. It usually takes a year to comprehend. But Lanin still didn't understand. He asked, is an aura also composed of magical power? Maria said no. Aura is more powerful than magical power. Even geniuses need at least 10 years to master it. And once activated, you gain power more terrifying than magic. That's the difference. That's enough explanation. After speaking, Maria rushed to Lanin's front. So fast is this magic. The degree of strength amplification is so high. But Lanin's body instinctively parried the attack. Then with a little force, he pushed Maria away. Maria was also stunned. She had infused all her magical power into the sword. Why was she repelled? Who was this guy? Soon they exchanged a few more sword strikes. Now Lanin didn't want to continue fighting. His arms were aching from the impacts. He simply activated his aura and swung down, deliberately missing. Maria took the opportunity to create distance and said, you really are something. Lanin turned back and said, so are you, but you need to practice your body balance more. As he spoke, he sheathed his sword and was about to walk away. Maria asked, where are you going? Maria wasn't satisfied. She raised her sword and said, you don't really think you won, do you? Lanin said calmly. Remember what you said, triple compensation if damaged. The next second, Maria's sword shattered completely. When did that happen? At this point, Assam, who was acting as referee, came over and touched her. Her expression suggested she wasn't surprised at all by the battle's outcome. She said, you did well enough. After saying this, she quickly ran to Lanin, leaving a confused Maria behind. Maria was still wondering, what exactly is he the next day? Lanin not only received enough gold coins to buy 3 swords, but also 2 bags full of books. Lanin asked, what's all this? Maria said, the exam is in a month. Don't you need these? Lanin asked. But why are you doing this? Merchants are usually profit-driven. Then he drew his sword and said, if you're trying to kill me. Maria laughed loudly. Free. Completely free. I just hope we all pass the test. So Lanin sheathed his sword and said, all right, then I'll accept. After a while, Maria said goodbye to Lanin. After helping you too so much. If you don't pass, I'll kill you. Lanen smiled and said, of course. You should worry about yourself. See you in the capital on exam day. After saying goodbye, Lanen looked down at his hand in the coming month. He would have to strengthen his physical training because this body was currently too weak. Soon after, Lanen returned home. From then on, he ate 8 bowls of rice at each meal, only stopping when his stomach was completely full. This delighted his sister. Her brother had finally come to his senses. And at night, Lanen would go near the village to fight monsters. In his spare time, he studied the materials. Lanen was quite troubled. Why do I need to learn table manners for the exam? Despite saying this, he still read through all the materials Maria had given him, and so a month quickly passed. Lanen and Assam arrived at Phillips for the gathering, seeing the magnificent academy. That looked like a palace. Assam was amazed. She stared at it without blinking. Her mouth full of praise. Lanen said, Assam, what are you doing? Are you showing off your country bumpkin status? Assam said, I'm sorry, Lanen. Assam looked at Lanen and was stunned. In this 1 month, he seemed to have grown stronger. But Lanen just punched her, saying stop spacing out. Let go at this time. You should also be here, and his age should be about the same as mine. Sword Saint Shulivan, the person honored as the strongest swordsman. Perhaps I'll meet him during the test. At that moment, Assam suddenly mentioned the bluebird. Lanen then took out the feather, which could locate the bluebird's position. But unexpectedly, it pointed straight up to the sky, leaving Lanen stunned, but he quickly identified the rooftop of the tallest school building. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marin was about to open the window for some fresh air. Suddenly, a face appeared in front of him. He was immediately scared, because he was on the 30th floor. At the very top, as Lanen and his companion burst in, Marin trembled while holding the bluebird. He said, what do you want? Don't even think about harming the bluebird. Only when Lanen took out the feather did Marin's anxious heart finally ease. He asked, are you the heroes who saved it? After learning the truth, Marin quickly apologized. I'm so sorry for embarrassing myself in front of you. Both Lanen said, it's fine if someone needs to take the blame. It's all this one's fault. She used telepathy to send us up here. While being pinched, as Sam protested, you're the one who told me to teleport us up here. Surprisingly, the bird's owner turned out to be a lion man and a professor at Phillips Academy. After hearing this, Marin awkwardly said, I didn't expect our heroes to be new students. Had I known earlier, I could have written you a recommendation letter. But it's too late now if you fail. Lanen interrupted him, saying, that's nice, but that's not why we're here. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the bird. Dropping, Marin asked, what is this? Lanen said, this is what your blue bird left in my hand. Marin took the dropping and began examining it, his expression growing increasingly tense. Lanen said, isn't it just an ordinary bird dropping? Why that expression? Marin said. It's a legendary dream bird. This is its egg, not an ordinary egg. If it absorbs fire tribute magic, it might hatch into an immortal phoenix. If placed in a monster's nest, it might manifest in the form of that monster. Marin continued with a horrified expression. And now I can see countless types of magic power. Within this egg, different magical energies, intertwining and chasing each other. After listening, Lanen was stunned. As expected of a professor, he could assign so many meanings to an egg. Meanwhile, Marin's expression grew serious. And he said this egg should be left in your care, although extremely precious. And it can only lay one in its lifetime. It chose to lay it in your hands, and we should respect that. The bluebird, hearing this, danced with joy as if agreeing with Marin's words. Lanen took back the egg and said, I have no objections. I also want to know what's inside. Then Lanen stood up to leave, but was stopped by Marin. The bluebird was chirping, seemingly reminding them of something. A moment later, Marin took out a scroll and said, this is for you. It will help you with hatching. Time quickly moved to the beginning of the exam. Lanen complained to Maria. We've waited so long, and it's still not my turn. Maria replied, exams are always like this. But if our little cutie were here, it wouldn't be so boring, Lanen said. She's a mage testing in another location. Just then, the examiner called Lanen's number. He got up to go. Maria said, don't be nervous, do as I told you. If you don't pass, don't come back. Lanin waved his hand and said, I know, thanks for your blessing. Then he turned his head with a determined expression and said, I'll be right back soon. Lanin arrived at the exam venue. Before him were 5 professors from Phillips Academy. In the middle was the principal, Archmage Clotilde. Beside him was the sword instructor, Great Swordsman Neighborose, standing before them. Lanin felt an incomparable sense of pressure. He bowed to the professors. Hello. My name is Lanin. The examiner said hello. The dummy in front of you is your opponent today. Use any techniques you have against it. Lanin said, I don't have any special techniques. I'll just demonstrate a quick sword drawing slash. I think that's enough for a dummy. The blonde professor laughed at this. He said to the professor next to him, wants to cut through the dummy's defense. Without magic power, what a fool. The white-haired professor agreed. A country bumpkin from some remote village. No wonder he doesn't know. This is a product of compact, magical engineering, with amazing defense and regenerative abilities. Even the genius swordsman, Shulafin, couldn't leave a mark on it. Amid their mockery, Lanin assumed his stance. A pressure emanated from his body. Almost instantly, Lanin completed his quick sword-drawing slash. Lanin said, I finished my demonstration. This speed was nothing impressive to the professors. They almost wanted to laugh. Until a moment later, when 3 metallic impacts sounded. The principal was stunned and nearby. Nibiru stood up immediately. With a flash, she rushed to Lanin's front aggressively. She placed her sword against his neck. She asked, your swordsmanship. Who taught you? Confused. Lanin replied, what are you talking about? No one taught me so. Nibiru changed her question. Did you see my movement just now? Lanin said, I saw it. You're impressive in an extremely short time. You drew your sword and swung 3 times. Hearing this, Nibiru's emotions softened a bit. She said, yes. Just like your demonstration. Then she changed her tone. You deliberately slowed down your 3rd strike, so we could see it clearly right. Lanin had slowed his 3rd strike. To prevent self-injury, not to disrespect the professors, but facing the angry Nibiru. This explanation seemed completely unconvincing. The principal could only awkwardly avert his gaze, and these 2 other professors were dumbfounded. As professors, shouldn't we have seen something too? A moment later, Nibiru sheathed her sword and slowly walked back to her seat. She said, I will teach you personally in the future. Back in her seat, her emotions remained unsettled. The principal, observing the angry Nibiru, carefully recalled her words. Teach personally. The principal understood. She'd already accepted Lanin as her disciple. He said to Lanin, you've passed. Why did you come to Phillips Royal Academy? Hearing this, Lanin lowered his head. Memories began to surface in his mind. Then he blurted out to leave no regrets. But more accurately, it was to ensure his sister had no regrets. After answering, Lanin left the examination room. No regrets. The principal smiled. That's quite troublesome. I don't even know how to teach him. The blonde professor asked, why such a big reaction from you all? What trick did that kid pull? The principal said, trick. No, more accurately, it should be called talent. Meanwhile, the dummy that Lanin had slashed suddenly split open. Then it fell to the ground. The 2 professors were stunned, because cutting through a dummy in 1 slash was an unattainable dream for every candidate. On the other side, Lanin stood blankly outside, recalling that sword-wielding lady. Even his past self wouldn't have had complete confidence in defeating her. So his choice to come to Phillips Royal Academy was correct here. He could definitely learn much knowledge, unknown to him in his previous life. And he walked toward the written test location. Next was the written exam. For someone who had read books for a whole month. Like himself, it should be easy. After the test, Lanin was dumbfounded. Could anyone actually solve these problems? On the other side, Maria was stunned, seeing his expression. What was this guy doing? Didn't he read books for a whole month? How could he perform so poorly beside her? Assam hesitantly spoke up. You gave him 2 backpacks of books. 1 for warrior subjects, 1 for mage subjects. He seems to have taken the mage backpack. Maria was stunned, she said. What a foolish guy, not even knowing what he was reading. Just like that, who knows how much time passed. Maria pulled Lanin up and said, stop complaining, the practical exam weighs more. You'll be fine meanwhile. The test results came out quickly. Everyone eagerly stared, hoping to see their names appear. Assam passed practical 12th. Written first, Maria passed practical 9th. Written 9th. Two looked at each other upon receiving the results, then happily embraced, saying we passed. Maria said, "You're actually first in the written test, even though it's a three-way tie. Little cutie, you're really amazing." Assam laughed foolishly, "I was just lucky." Then Maria turned to ask Lanin, but the scene before her seemed wrong. Lanin pale as death. "So my name isn't there." The two were shocked and said, "That's impossible. Open your eyes wider and look again." Just then, an explosion sounded from behind. A phoenix manifested. It let out a long laugh and shot a fireball. It flew straight towards Lanin. After the explosion, several large words appeared before Lanin. Lanin practical, first written 5,712. So that means we all passed. That's great. But Lanin quickly realized something terrifying. If he was first, it meant that person ranked behind him. That wasn't good. Lanin immediately felt a cold, murderous intent from behind, and slowly approaching from behind was none other than Sword Saint Shulufin. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to surpass him in swordsmanship. He asked, "Are you the first?" But Lanin didn't want to cause trouble. He said, "I don't know." Shulufin said, "Stop pretending." Lanin spread his hands and said, "Am I first just because you say so? Do you have any evidence hearing this?" Shulufin gave a cold laugh. With incredible speed, swung his sword at Lanin, only to be blocked. Shulufin said, "This is the evidence if you weren't the first. You couldn't block my sword. Now, you need to prove your swordsmanship superior to mine." Lanin was a bit angry. He thought he could fool him. But this guy hadn't changed a bit. Lanin said, "Then watch carefully." Lanin leaped backward to create distance and swung his sword. Shulufin was surprised. How could one slash produce 3 sword energies? Then he raised his hand to block the attack. But the powerful force made Shulufin's fingers tremble uncontrollably. Lanin asked, "How about that? Are you happy now?" But unexpectedly, Shulufin attacked Lanin again, saying, "Today, one of us must die." Lanin panicked and hurriedly urged him to calm down. But Shulufin's eyes grew increasingly fierce. His subsequent attacks became more and more violent. This was exactly why Lanin feared meeting him. This guy was too obsessed with swordsmanship. If this continued, he would likely use his aura storm. When aura collide with aura, it would be hard to resolve. With no other choice, Lanin turned and ran. Seeing this, Shulufin became angrier and said, "What are you doing? How can you turn your back on an enemy during battle?" But unexpectedly, Lanin ran behind Assam, using her as a shield. Shulufin didn't dare attack recklessly anymore. He said, "You coward, using a woman as a shield." Lanin smirked. Sure enough, this guy hadn't changed at all, still valuing the knight's code above life itself. Then Lanin brazenly threw a punch, directly breaking Shulufin's nose. He lost his fighting ability as a result. Seeing this, Lanin quickly called for Assam and Maria. Then they quickly fled, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a stunned Shulufin. Just then, the security guards of Philip's Royal Academy rushed over at the commotion. Seeing the scene, one immediately panicked. How could anyone dare to hurt a royal family's young master? He immediately asked, "Please tell me what the criminal looked like. We'll capture him right away." Shulufin said, "Don't worry about it. Don't treat me as a young master. I'm here as a student also. We had a fair duel after speaking." Shulufin dusted himself off and said, "You don't need to handle this. I'll deal with it myself." Then he lowered his head, only to discover a crack in his sword. This sword was made of the highest grade materials, incredibly hard. Then Shulufin smiled and said, "Interesting." The next day, Lanin and Assam went to the forest in the suburbs because they wanted to find that legendary river. But Lanin searched the map for a long time. Without finding it, this exhausted Assam. But what concerned her more was yesterday's incident. Assam said, "Shulufin is the heir to the Grand Duke's family. Aren't you afraid of his revenge?" Lanin said, "He's a good person, just too obsessed with swordsmanship. He has his own beliefs and principles. Never bullying the weak. He's a model nobleman. Beth'll say we had a fair duel. Otherwise, we'd already be in prison." Assam nodded and said, "You're right. But Lanin stopped in his tracks, because they had finally found it. The legendary Fernando Springs, known as the magic veins here. Stones absorb magic to become gems. Weeds absorb magic to become herbs, because the magic concentration is unusually high. But Lanin didn't feel anything special. He was simply following Professor Marin's instructions. To hatch the egg here, to let the egg absorb more magic, and hatch into a stronger phantom beast. Suddenly Assam vaguely sensed something unsettling. She said, Lanin, why is it so quiet here? Professor said, this place is full of magic. There should be countless animals nesting here. Reminded of this, Lanin also felt uneasy. Not only was it quiet, but there was also a strong stench in the air. Lanin smiled and said, looks like they arrived before us. The next second, 5 arrows shot at Lanin from the forest, and each arrow was infused with abundant magic. Fortunately, Lanin reacted quickly. In an instant, he used his sword to knock them down. Damn it, Lanin, said Assam. Find a rock to hide behind. Then he walked towards the direction of the attack. Lanin released his full aura and charged with explosive speed. 3,000 meters away were 5 members of Caliporo. They analyzed. He cut down 5 magic-infused arrows with 1 slash. Who was he? The purple-haired man sensed trouble and quickly ordered his subordinates to scatter. He planned to ambush Lanin from all sides, but unexpectedly to catch them all at once. Lanin began shouting, stop your attack. I am your ally. The purple-haired man was stunned, seeing they were still suspicious. Lanin continued, I am Anut, the youngest hound of the Adama branch. Hearing this, they appeared. But the purple-haired man was still suspicious. Who is this guy using the same title as me, hound? Yet Lanin could clearly state their internal affairs, which made the group very conflicted. In fact, these were things Lanin had learned. In his previous life from the giant hunting team, there was a person called Anut. His position in Calipor had reached the terrifying title of wolf, even higher than the hound rank. So he often boasted about his glorious deeds in the camp, especially their poaching swords. Lanin still remembered vividly. Lanin said, if you don't believe me, why not call your wolf out to talk? And smirked and said, just because an idiot like you can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. Hearing this, the purple-haired man flew into a rage. He grabbed Lanin, ready to kill him. But Lanin spread his hands. Playing innocent, he said, someone like you who's always ready to kill won't end well. Fortunately, a subordinate held back the purple-haired man. The subordinate said, if what he says is true, killing him would definitely lead to conflict with the Adama branch. We should let the wolf decide. And this noisy commotion also alerted the wolf nearby, who walked over saying, didn't I tell you to be quiet? During the hunt, the strong pressure frightened everyone into stillness. Only the purple-haired man walked towards the bald wolf and told him everything in detail. After listening, the bald man said this forest is our territory. What are you doing here? Lanin smiled. He had finally lured him out. Lanin took advantage of their unpreparedness, and with 1 slash killed the 4 of them. Then he charged towards the bald wolf. Flash of sword light. The bald wolf's head was separated from his body, but Lanin specifically spared the purple-haired man. Lanin said, didn't I tell you? You won't end well. A moment later, all the purple-haired man's fingers were severed. Intense pain swept through him. He immediately fell to his knees in agony, unable to stand seeing this. Lanin threw the map at him, saying, mark all your branch locations on the map, and I'll spare you. The purple-haired man hesitated. Betraying comrades wouldn't end well either. But Lanin's terrifying appearance completely subdued him. He cried, I'll write it. I'll write it, okay. Lanin looked at his immaculate black iron sword and said, use your fingers to write. Shortly after, the purple-haired man marked all locations and handed the map to Lanin. The purple-haired man said, you promise me you'll spare me, right? Lanin slowly put away the map, then quickly drew his sword, cutting the purple-haired man in half. He said, of course not, because not far away there lay evidence of their crimes. Animals both large and small, all brutally killed Assam. Seeing this, vomited her previous meal, but she still worried if Lanin's actions were too cruel. Lanin said, They're all wanted criminals who deserve execution. We're doing a good deed having said that. Lanin lowered his head, and before him lay the blue bird's corpse. Even had died. How heartbroken Professor Marion would be. Just then, the blue bird egg in his pocket began to vibrate. Lanin quickly reached to take it out. It must want to see its mother one last time. But Assam suddenly became panic-stricken there, Lanin. What is that thing? Assam trembled with fear. Lanin looked in the direction she pointed. The animal's blood was floating up into the air and gathering together. As the blood mass grew larger and larger, Lanin immediately placed his hand on his sword, assuming a fighting stance. Just then, the blue bird egg in his hand broke free on its own and slowly floated up into the air. The next second, all the blood began frantically spinning around the egg and was absorbed in large gulps. Even blood from a distance converged. Assam hid behind Lanin and said, "Maybe we should go back." Lanin stared at the egg and said, "I don't know what's inside, but it must be extraordinary." 2.5 minutes later, the blue bird egg seemed to have eaten its fill. Lanin stared at it blankly. The next second a crack appeared on the eggshell, and this crack rapidly spread to other areas. Lanin was delighted it was finally hatching. Let's open our eyes wide and get a good look at this extraordinary creature. But before Lanin could see clearly, he was struck by it. Lanin painfully covered his nose and said, "So fast, what was that?" And what appeared before them was a pitch black. "Strange creature," Lanin said. "This doesn't look like a bird at all." Assam said, "Could it be a dragon?" Lanin was dumbfounded hearing this. Said Assam, "Are you serious?" Assam said yes. "It matches the description I read in books." After a while, Lanin was confused again. He said, "Who did the blue bird mate with to produce this thing?" Lanin tried to reach out and touch it, and the little creature cooperated, nuzzling his finger. But thinking of how it had hurt his handsome face, Lanin angrily said to Assam, "We're having an extra dish tonight." The little creature was startled. Then it quickly used healing magic, rapidly healing all of Lanin's wounds, and flew over to nuzzle Lanin's face. Only then did he forgive it. This little one actually has healing abilities. How many more secrets does it have? Assam said, "Let's give it a name first." But just then it seemed to sense something. Its face darkened suddenly. It charged in one direction. It seems to have detected something. Let's follow it quickly, and the little creature's target turned out to be a surviving member of the poaching gang. He had just gone to the bathroom. When he returned, his home was gone, and he had hidden nearby, witnessing the hatching process. He was terrified and fled immediately. But after running for so long, he was still caught by the incredibly fast little creature. The poacher was frightened, tripped over a branch. The little creature immediately used its power to absorb the blood from his wounds. "Stop, Sita. You'll kill him," Lanin's voice suddenly rang out. Assam asked puzzledly, "Sita, is that the name you gave it?" Lanin said yes. "Do you like it?" Sita showed a happy expression. Then Lanin turned his gaze to the poacher and said, "Are you okay, Anut?" The poacher was so scared. He fell to his knees saying, "Thanks to you, I'm fine. But how do you know my name?" Lanin put his sword to his neck and said, "You don't need to know that, Mr. Talkative Poacher." So he was the one who boasted about his poaching. In Lanin's previous life camp, Anut denied no. No, I'm just a runner," Lanin said. "That's temporary. You'll climb to a higher position later." Then Lanin smiled and said, "I want you to help me with something." After little Sita hatched, Lanin returned to the imperial capital. But he also did one thing along the way, and it was this thing that made them rich. It turned out that the Fernando Springs water they collected had abundant and pure magic, so it was purchased at an astronomical price by Maria's father. Assam said, "Let's go thank Professor Marin." Lanin agreed because he still needed to tell him about the blue bird's death. But the Professor Marin was on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a long time. With no choice, the two had to leave. On the way, Assam asked Lanin, "What will you do with this money?" Lanin fell into contemplation. Since he was first in the practical exam, he had a full scholarship and didn't need to pay tuition. The day after tomorrow was the enrollment ceremony, so there was no time to spend this money. So Lanin brought his sister Eli over. the sister, from the countryside, had never seen such a world, either amazed by the magnificent buildings or attracted by things she had never seen before. But what she cared about more was her brother. She said, "Why are you thinner again? Haven't you been eating properly?" And Lanin still patiently said he was doing well, asking her not to worry. Then Lanin eagerly took his sister's hand, saying, "Come on, I want to take you somewhere." Upon reaching the destination, his sister was stunned. She knew her brother had earned some money recently, but was it necessary to come to such a luxury store? Yet Lanin didn't mind the expense at all, repeatedly confirming with the clerk, "These can all be delivered to the house, right?" The clerk smiled broadly and said, "Of course." Because this dress was already the 15th item Lanin had purchased, sister couldn't believe that her once lazy brother was now so accomplished, and she excitedly started running around. Lanin hurriedly urged her to calm down. Lanin said, "Let's go to the blacksmith shop. My sword was damaged by a bastard." Before he could finish, as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Shulafin. Lanin was shocked and said, "Why are you here? Are you a stalker?" Shulafin explained, "I'm here to pick up my newly bought sword. My sword was damaged by you. You do know that, right?" Shulafin's eyes grew increasingly fierce, and Lanin retorted defiantly, "A stalker is a stalker, don't make excuses." Lanin angrily drew his sword and said, "Let me show you what a damaged sword looks like." Shulafin also placed his hand on his sword, just as tensions mounted between them. His sister stepped between them. Lanin said, "Sister, you've got it wrong, that guy over there is the bastard." But his sister scolded him. "Lanin, I've told you not to use foul language. How dare you talk back?" And she turned around to apologize to Shulafin for her brother's rudeness. But this scene made Shulfin's heart race wildly, as if he had fallen into a gentle embrace. Shulfin took all the blame on himself and promised to take responsibility. Eli said, "Really? You're so kind." Eli held Shulafin's hand and said, "It's wonderful that Lanin has a friend like you. You'll take good care of Lanin, right?" Shulafin blushed and said, "Of course I'll compensate him with a sword first." Shulafin touched his chest, but found he hadn't brought money. So he took out his family emblem and said, "This is the symbol of our family. You can use it anywhere if you want to buy a sword. Go to the blacksmith shop on Ruishi Street. They have 500 years of history. Commoners can't enter, but with this you can go in. I hope they can forge a good sword for you." After speaking, Shulafin shakily left. Lanin was dumbfounded. Is this really the Shulfin? I know, does he realize what he's doing? This Granzia family emblem could buy an entire village. Not long after the enrollment ceremony began on time, Principal Cleto spoke first. The enrollment ceremony now officially begins. Welcome to talents of the 787th class. What followed was the principal's lengthy speech, making Lanin begin to yawn. But suddenly the principal stopped his speech. He snapped his fingers the next second. Spatial rifts appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, everyone present was transported to an arena. Amid everyone's shocked expressions, the principal just smiled and said, "Now let's give senior and junior students a chance to get to know each other." The next second, the principal teleported them to the Coliseum. What was about to take place was a meet and greet between freshmen and sophomores, rather than meeting and getting to know each other. It was more of a competition to determine superiority. The victors would receive more educational resources. On one side were freshman Lanin and Sword Saint Shulkin. On the other side were the top 4 warriors from last year. First place Nazduo, second place Barama, third place Karen, fourth place Elena. Each possessed remarkable strength, and each specialized in different fighting styles. Everyone anticipated this tense match. In this academy full of prodigies, who would claim the title of Academy Champion. The principal said, "This is a very meaningful duel. Not only can it determine winners and losers, but also helps understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. You can freely choose opponents, but this is unfair to the freshmen. So you can also forfeit. Forfeiting is not shameful." Hearing this, Lanin was furious. The principal was clearly looking down on the freshmen, since things had developed to this point. Why not use this opportunity to prove to his sister that he wouldn't be bullied at school? Lanin had a flash of inspiration. He waved his hand to stop the principal. He said, "May I make a suggestion? Since we can choose freely, why not have them all come at once?" Lonen's words stunned the older students. Their eyes filled with shock and a hint of anger. This was a first in the history of Phillips Academy. So the principal consulted with several professors. These two were at a loss. Only Nibiru's strongly supported it. She also wanted to see what other cards Lonen had up his sleeve. She said, "If things get out of control, I'll intervene," seeing Nibiru's confidence. The principal reluctantly agreed. The match continued first round. Lonen versus the 4 sophomores in the audience. His sister became anxious upon hearing this. She shouted to Lonen, "Be careful. If you sense danger, forfeit immediately." Lonen just smiled and waved, indicating his sister shouldn't worry. With the principal's command, the match began. NAS duo charged over at incredible speed. Lonen ducked to avoid this guy's speed. Was obviously several times higher than Maria's. Back then Elena also attacked with dual short daggers. Lonen blocked all her attacks. Taking advantage of Elena blocking Lonen's view, Karen thrust forward Lonen. Seeing he couldn't avoid it, quickly raised his sword to block. But the powerful force sent Lonen flying several meters. But more danger lay ahead, because behind Lonen, Barama had already raised his great sword. He said, "Don't say such things in your next life. I originally wanted to fight you fair and square." Barama swung his sword down with full force. This slash was both fast and fierce, and the other 3 were already prepared for follow-up attacks. Impressive, this level of coordination must have been practiced for at least 2.5 years. Even Lonen had to praise their teamwork. But in the blink of an eye, Lonen vanished from their sight, making them miss their target. What speed is this before Elena could be surprised? Lonen charged at them with extreme velocity. Then he began his attack, landing heavy blows on each of the 3, defeating them next. Came the duel between the strongest swordsman of 2 classes. Barama was eager. He immediately charged forward with his sword. But the moment Lonen swung his sword, he saw the shadow of Professor Nabris in Lonen. His aura has already reached the professor's level, just as Barama was surprised. A flash of swordlight Lonen had completed his slash. By the time Barama regained his senses, his great sword had already been shattered by Lonen. Lonen just smiled. His eyes provocatively glanced at the professors. After Lonen's victory, the venue was silent for a few seconds, then erupted in thunderous applause. No one had expected this outcome. A freshman had defeated the top 4 seniors. Hearing the loud cheers, the defeated 4 stood motionless. Nasdin looked at his broken sword, accepting that he and Lonen were not on the same level. Barama fell to his knees in despair. But Lonen just wanted to prove to his sister that he wouldn't be bullied at the academy. Then he fixed his gaze on his sister. His sister was excitedly grabbing a stranger's collar, saying, "Did you see that? That my brother Lonen." On the stage, thought for a moment and decided to just act it out. He slowly walked to the front of the 4, politely placing his hand on his chest, even bowing to 90 degrees. He said, "Thank you for accepting my challenge. I learned a lot today." The scene left Assam completely stunned. What was Lonen doing? Had he eaten something bad? The 4 also looked at each other in bewilderment, surprised that this powerful guy was so polite. Barama excitedly jumped up, then grabbed Lonen's hand and said, "You don't need to be so modest." Then he raised Lonen's hand and declared, "You are the victor." And the scene of the 2 chatting and laughing made her sister believe that Lonen had grown up. He could even get along well with his senior. Now below the stage, a purple-haired girl was watching the scene. She slightly curved her lips and said, "He really is an interesting boy." Time quickly moved to the evening. The academy had prepared a banquet for the new students. Scene before her left Sam stunned. Just a banquet could be so luxurious. Maria just smiled after hearing this, because such occasions were too common for her. Then she began eating meat in large mouthfuls. Assam then asked Lonen, "Did you send your sister off?" Lonen said yes. Before she left, she reminded me to eat properly and not fight with classmates. It took me a long time to reassure her for her safety. I even sent Sita to protect her. After hearing this, Assam said with delight, You really are a caring brother. After explaining all this, Lanin picked up a chicken leg and was about to put it in his mouth. But unexpectedly Shulafin appeared behind him. He said, "Can you really eat at ease now, Lanin?" Shulafin's appearance startled Lanin. Lanin immediately asked angrily, "What are you up to this time?" Shulafin said nothing much, just something very important. Lanin looked puzzled. What important matters could this wealthy young master possibly have? Shulafin nodded. Then he took out a small notebook and asked, "Where does Miss Eli live? Is it far from here?" Lanin felt speechless, and Shulafin continued asking, "How are the road conditions back home? Are the security measures good?" This series of questions left Lanin's mind spinning. He said, "Is this what you called important?" Shulafin said seriously, "You should have arranged personal maids and mercenaries to protect her right. Or did you do nothing at all?" "That would be terrible," Lanin angrily retorted. "I sent a flying dragon to protect her. A flying dragon is stronger than any mercenary." But this answer made Shulafin uneasy. "Won't the dragon hurt Miss Eli?" Lanin said, "She's my sister. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are to her?" This question directly stumped Shulafin. Just at this awkward moment, a purple-haired girl came over. She said, "What an interesting scene. The young master Granzia is actually so talkative." Hearing this voice, Shulafin asked disdainfully, "Why are you here looking for me?" The girl before them was Elizabeth Akalucha, ranked first among the new magic students. He smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not looking for you, but for Lanin." Shulafin breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "I've said what I wanted to say. You can go find whoever you want and prepare to leave." But after a few steps he stopped and said, "I think I should send some Granzia guards to protect her." But Lanin told him to disappear quickly. After hearing this a moment later, a Sum tugged at Lanin's clothes. Looking nervously at Akalucha, she said, "That person. She's very strong, but even facing opponents who have lost their fighting ability, he still shows no mercy. I don't agree with that approach." Akalugia innocently said, "That was just giving them a small lesson." Then Akalugia immediately changed her demeanor. She reached in her chest, took out a purple brooch, and handed it to Lanin. Lanin took it. He stared blankly at the token in his hand. In his previous life, someone had also given him such a brooch, inviting him to join. That was the Grand Commander Anderson Akalugia. Elizabeth confidently told Lanin, "With your strength, passing the Patriarch's trial would be easy." Elizabeth said, "I believe you know what this means, and I believe you'll make a wise choice." Then she turned to leave, but she turned her head back and said, "A wolf that stays in a sheep pen too long will also become a sheep after that." She left with several followers. Assam's anxious heart finally calmed down. Although Lanin had no intention of joining, he was interested in the Akalugia family's mysterious castle, because there might be clues about the giants there. Time quickly arrived at the first day of school. Different entrance exam scores resulted in vastly different treatment. Students with mid-range scores lived in the Intidio Hall, enjoying single rooms in a self-service cafeteria, while the bottom 30% were all crowded into a small wooden house. Among them were some noble young masters. They usually demanded single rooms and servants, but teachers would patiently explain to them, "None of these are available, and if you want to bathe, there are shared bathrooms in the hall. If you don't study hard, you will still live here next semester." The teacher said before leaving only the noble young masters, looking at each other meanwhile. The elite top 10%, including Lanin. They lived in the Nevado's hall. It was simply magnificent and splendid. Even Lanin was stunned. He could imagine Asam's jaw dropping at seeing such arrangements. At this moment, the documents on the table caught his attention. They were course introductions and application forms. The elite students had the right to choose their own courses, but for someone illiterate like Lanin, he was very curious about every course here. However, he had heard that first-year students shouldn't choose too many courses, which left him conflicted. In the end, curiosity won over everything. Never mind, he selected all the fun ones. After filling out the form, Lanin looked at the application on the table. With satisfaction, He had chosen almost 2/3 of all courses. He said, since I'm a genius, I should do as I please, but he soon regretted it. Shortly after starting the basic swordsmanship class, the teacher stared at him seriously and said, "Student Lanin, you can graduate now." Lanin asked in confusion, "But we've just started." The teacher said, "Student, that's exactly what I wanted to say. You just started and you've already perfectly demonstrated all the sword techniques. If I let you stay, other students would doubt their own abilities." After saying this, the teacher gave him his first compliment of the day, followed by the archery teacher's second compliment, and the hunting teacher's third compliment. This drove Lanin crazy as they all kicked him out. With no choice, Lanin could only sit by the river questioning his life. But a voice sounded from behind. "Student, shouldn't you be in class?" It was Professor Neighborus from the academy. "I see you've already completed all the courses, right?" Lanin said, "Are all courses only at this level? It's far from what I imagined." Neighborus knew he was outstanding, but completing courses on the first day was still difficult. Then Neighborus put down her sword and said, "Since the courses can no longer satisfy you, let me give you a proper lesson." She asked Lanin to hand over his sword. Just as Lanin was confused, a sword beam full of magical power swept past him and caused a sizable explosion at its end point. Before Lanin could be surprised, Nibiru said, "This is the limit of your broken sword." Even consuming a large amount of magic power, it only achieved this level. This can hardly be called a weapon. Then, Nibiru slowly extended her hand to grip her own sword, quickly moving forward with a slash. The same posture, the same sword technique. Yet, it unleashed power tens of times stronger than before. This absolutely amazed Lanin. Splashing water even caused a heavy rainstorm around them. Looking at the shocked Lanin, Nibiru smiled and said, "Now you know what you're lacking. Right, with the same sword technique and the same force." Lanin couldn't understand why there was such a difference. Neighborus explained, "You need a good weapon now, and learn how to use magic power." But Neighborus was puzzled how he could demonstrate such impressive strength without a good weapon or magic power, while Lanin was still lowering his head, immersed in the shocking sword technique he had just witnessed. Nibiru said, "Here's the deal, Lanin. Come to my class." Lanin was surprised and said, "Can I? You're a second-year teacher, and I'm just a first year." Nibiru turned around and said, "My permission is enough, and my condition is don't bring that broken sword." Time flew to the academy's first holiday and told everyone about Neighborus. Then he went to the Ruishi Street, stopping in front of the Grand Zia royal family's blacksmith shop. He planned to buy a good sword. Assam said, "Is this really a noble family's blacksmith? It looks like a slight breeze could blow it down." Lanin grimaced and said, "Let's take a look inside. Though it looks broken on the outside, maybe it's even more broken inside." Lanin was dumbfounded. There was dust and cobwebs everywhere, nothing that resembled royalty at all. But Shulafin had never lied before. Just as Lanin was confused, a giant paw suddenly reached out from inside the door. "Who's disturbing my sleep?" Then a werewolf appeared. He sized everyone up with unfriendly eyes and said, "What are you doing here?" Awesome was instantly terrified, and Lanin was also a bit surprised. The blacksmith was actually a werewolf. Seeing that no one spoke, the werewolf said more fiercely, "Are you all deaf?" Lanin then took out the badge Shulfan had given him and explained that he was here to buy a sword. The werewolf took a look and said, "This is the Grand Zia family badge. You people are not from the Grand Zia family, especially the one with pink hair. Can't see a single noble trait in you." The werewolf said, "You're not from the Grand Zia family. We only serve Grand Zia family members." After saying this, he yawned and prepared to go back to sleep. But suddenly he stopped, then looked greedily at Assam and said, "Or I can offer a condition. Let me take a bite of this soft fellow's arm, and perhaps I'll agree to sell you a sword." Assam was instantly terrified, and before Lanin could agree, the werewolf began approaching Assam step by step, completely unaware that Lanin's eyes were already filled with killing intent. "Are you seeking death?" Lanin thrust his sword at the werewolf directly, sending him flying several meters. But the feeling in his hand was strange, as if being bounced off by something. Looking up, the werewolf had somehow put on armor, although it blocked the sword strike. The powerful force still broke the werewolf's ribs. Invisible armor, well then, I'll just break it apart. The werewolf was terrified after hearing this, and hurriedly explained this was just a test. Testing your strength and my armor's durability, so I deliberately provoked you. Lonan obviously didn't believe this excuse. Lonan said you came up with that excuse pretty quickly. Seeing this, the werewolf continued to beg for mercy, saying he wanted to confront Shulivan in person, which saved him. Lonan spared him not because he believed his words, but because he didn't want to see Shulivan. Then Lonan put away his sword. The werewolf also smiled and apologized to Assam, saying, actually, I don't eat humans, I'm Didi Khan. The apprentice here, come in. I'll take you to our forge. Then the werewolf LED everyone inside and pressed a hidden switch. The moment it was pressed, the ground shook violently, then quickly descended. It turned out there was a hidden space inside, and the real Forge Cappadocia was within it, the Empire's largest forge. Werewolf smiled at Lonan and said, since you passed my test, your weapon is in my hands. Under the werewolf's guidance, they came to this 400-year-old blacksmith shop. Cappadocia, seeing Lonan's outstanding talent, the werewolf decided to take him to find the old dwarf, Dolan, to forge a sword. Rumor had it that he was an old blacksmith with over 400 years of experience. Many of the Empire's famous swords were made by him. The werewolf proudly introduced to everyone. Soon they arrived at the door. The werewolf said, for such a senior, I also respect him greatly. After saying this, the werewolf kicked the door open hard. Lonan was stunned. Where was the respect he promised? Then the werewolf strode in without care and said, old man, I brought customers. But the old blacksmith's face was already filled with killing intent. Idiot Khan, you can't come in without making a scene. Can you? I need quiet when I work. The werewolf proudly announced that he had brought a genius customer. Hearing this, the blacksmith immediately became interested. He stopped his work and walked over. The werewolf said, it's him. His swordsmanship will definitely surprise you. But looking at Lonan's young face, the blacksmith obviously didn't believe it. So he suggested Lonan demonstrate, and Lonan agreed. But as soon as he drew his black iron sword, the old man snatched it away, stared at Lona's sword in silence for a few seconds, then smashed the sword with a hammer. Lona's face darkened. This was the most perfect sword he had chosen from hundreds. Lona angrily said, you old fool. Do you know what you're doing? The old man casually pointed in a direction and said, with such a broken sword for demonstration, I can't judge your level. The swords here are thousands of times better than yours. Pick anyone you like, and I'll give it to you. Lonan was surprised after hearing this. Then he picked up a sword he liked. But just as he picked it up, he immediately felt different from before. However, he wasn't sure if the sword technique's power would have such a big difference. After confirming with the old man that he didn't need to compensate for damaged items, Lonan gently wielded the mithril sword, making the posture of using a sword technique. He wanted to use Naburos move, though without infusing magic power. The power might not be as great, but as Lonan delivered the slash, the distant furnace actually exploded on the spot, and the destructive power along its path far exceeded Lonan's imagination. Lonan was stunned. He said, this wasn't my intention. Do you believe me? The old man sighed helplessly. After all he had said, there was no need for compensation. But what surprised the old man was that this young man before him was actually using Nibiru's sword technique. He asked Lonan if he was her disciple. Lonan was surprised and said, you know her too? The old man nodded, and his next words shocked Lonan even more. It turned out that Nibiru's sword, the secret sword Alyssa, was one of the old man's few outstanding works. He told Lonan the quality difference in swords can sometimes even affect one's judgment of their own abilities. After saying this, the old man patted Lona's back and said, I haven't seen a genius like you for many years, but having too much talent is also a problem. It means you'll have difficulty finding a suitable weapon first. The material for forging weapons is an issue. Even this mithril sword can't withstand your power, so we must add harder forging materials to assist in the forging. So Lanin took something out of his pocket. It was the shell of the blue bird egg, which Lanin had been reluctant to throw away. The old man took the eggshell and began hammering it, but the eggshell showed no signs of cracking. The old man's eyes lit up. He said, "This is absolutely the perfect material. For making a good sword, may I use it?" Lanin nodded, as the eggshell was no longer useful to him. "Come back in 2 weeks. I'll prepare the best sword in the Empire for you." Lanin smiled with satisfaction, then called Maria and Assam to leave, was stopped by the old man. He said, "I can't let our distinguished guests leave empty-handed. You two go find other masters. Mention my name, and they will treat you well." The old man spoke, while frantically hammering the eggshell. Said what a wonderful sound. This scene left all three dumbfounded, unanimously thinking the old man was crazy. This day, in a deeper underground level below Cappadocia, there were two strangely dressed people. They were actually plotting how to destroy Cappadocia. Lona's sword would be completed and delivered in 2 weeks. It was said that it would be the Empire's most outstanding sword. Maria and Assam had also ordered their weapons, which would be expensive, but they didn't mind, and even wanted to buy more, because the person paying was Shalupin. During these 2 weeks, Lanin could only wander aimlessly around the academy, out of boredom, but as he walked, he stopped because the luxurious sailboat building in front of him caught his attention. He vaguely remembered that Nibiru's teaching location was also here. She told Lanin to come to class, only after getting a proper weapon. So Lanin planned to wait until he got his new sword. But just then Naberus was already standing beside him. With a murderous look, Lanin turned his head and said, "Good evening, Professor Naberus." But Naberus immediately grabbed Lanin's ear. She said, "Long time no see. Didn't I tell you to come to my class as soon as you got a weapon?" Lanin wanted to make excuses, but Naberus didn't give him a chance. She dragged him toward the classroom, saying, "I'll listen to your excuses on the way." Lanin said, "Can you let go first? It hurts," and their commotion also caught the attention of a long-haired girl who stopped to watch. Little did she know that the guy behind her already had bad intentions. He deliberately bumped into the girl and said, "Don't block the way, walk faster." The girl was confused and lowered her head to apologize, but he became even more aggressive. He said, "You walk as slow as a turtle. If you have time, go practice your lessons more." Understand, the girl didn't want to cause trouble, so she swallowed her anger, because she originally had no chance to enroll here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lanin and Naberus had arrived at the practice room. Naberus said, "You all know him, right? The new student who's shown in the competition. His name is Lanin, and he'll be attending class with you." Lanin bowed and said, "I'm Lanin, a freshman in the Department of Warriors." "Nice to meet you." All people below started whispering, "Is he really that strong? He looks quite weak." Lanin heard all of this, but fortunately, not everyone was malicious. There were still two familiar, friendly faces looking to the other side. That guy Shulafin was also here. Just as everyone was about to start practicing, a girl pushed open the door and entered. She said, "I'm very sorry, teacher. I'm late." After hearing her voice, sense of familiarity arose in Lanin. Naberus didn't mind and said, "Take a good rest. First, we just introduced a new student. Go and say hello to him." Then the girl walked over. She said, "Nice to meet you, Lanin. I'm the teaching assistant for the second-year class, Anderson." Lanin didn't expect to meet her again in this way. Anderson and Lucia during the giant invasion. She had unparalleled command ability. She was the Empire's first female commander, known to the world as the Iron Lady. Who could have imagined she also had such a gentle side? But judging from the current situation, she had no memories of her previous life. Should I tell her about her request from that time? But how to explain it? Lanin fell into a dilemma as he looked at Anderson. And she was always busy. This person said, "Look, is my posture correct?" That person said, "The towel here has a strange smell." She could only deal with them one after another. The great commander comrade was actually doing these small tasks. At this time, the guy who had deliberately given Anderson a hard time walked over and said, "How about a duel with me?" Seeing Lanin's confusion, he explained, "I'm called in from the 3rd year. I heard you perform brilliantly in the competition, and I want to learn from you." But Lonin wasn't interested and politely declined yeah. But he persisted and said, oh, I seem to have forgotten to bring a weapon. He shouted at Anderson, hey loser, bring me my practice spear. And Anderson hurriedly went to get it. Lonin's face had already darkened. Loser. Does this bastard know who he's talking about? Soon Anderson brought over his spear. But Calden deliberately found fault again. He said, you idiot. I've already switched to a short spear. Don't you know then? He used the long spear to hit Anderson hard on the head. He said, you got into this school by begging the instructors. Is it too much to ask you to do these things? Just at that moment, Lonin grabbed his spear, looking at him with murderous intent. He said, I accept. Let's duel, but Calden started to mock the two. Didn't you not want to duel? Is it for this loser? Are you two commoners showing affection for each other? Before he could finish, Lonin threw the spear to him, then lightly pointed with his sword. Calden was sent flying with a grim expression. The long spear in his hand broke into two pieces. Lonin said, isn't this the short spear you wanted? Do you like it? Calden became furious. He was a noble that a commoner like him couldn't aspire to. How dare he humiliate him like this? And he went all out and thrust with a short spear. Lonin just waited in place until the short spear was about to hit him, before acting with just a casual swing of his sword. The opponent's short spear broke into three pieces. Lonin said, yes. I dare to humiliate you. Calden was stunned. But there was more to come. 1/2 slashes. 3 slashes, each with a force of 1,000 pounds, directly causing Calden to lose consciousness. Then Lonin was still not satisfied with his anger. He said, fortunately, this was inside the academy. If this were outside, you would really die. Those watching the battle nearby were shocked. Calden had actually lost. He was a top-ranked student in the higher grades. And Lonin walked towards these people, because these guys had also treated the Grand Commander like a servant. So Lonin didn't plan to let them off either. Lonin said, next is that impolite bastard with the towel. If you smell, can't you wash it yourself? Lonin angrily walked over and said, is the teaching assistant your servant? This scene directly frightened the girl. Fortunately, Anderson stepped in to stop him, then stood in front of Lonin. Anderson didn't understand why someone she had just met will make such a big fuss for a commoner like her. Lonin said, anyone can be humiliated, even me, but except you. Then, Lonin recalled the Grand Commander's contributions during the giant invasion. In his previous life, he said, at least in this empire, no one can disrespect you, and then gently pushed Anderson aside. Just then, Neighbors's voice sounded stop Lonin. Along with it came a terrifying pressure, immediately making Lonin freeze in place. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but his body wouldn't obey. It was a kind of fear generated from deep within, like being firmly locked by the gaze of a 2.5-meter-long snake. Then Neighbors looked at Lonin sternly and said, I can overlook the matter with Calden, but you must stop now. Lonin was very dissatisfied with Neighbors's inaction. He tried hard, struggling to make his body move. Nibiru stared at Lonin and said, I warn you one last time, will you stop or not? Lonin still showed no sign of backing down. Nibiru felt helpless. She would have to subdue this guy first. As the great snake opened its bloody mouth, Lonin felt a violent impact on the back of his head. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Grand Commander, Anderson from his previous life. She accepted the frontline command work without hesitation, although she knew that people on the front line were doomed to die. She was still willing to devote herself to the Empire. With another blink, the scene around changed. It was the final moment when the 8-wing giant appeared. Anderson smiled and told Lonin, please don't forgive me because I selfishly entrusted the task of protecting the Empire to you. Lonin urgently called out the Grand Commander's name, but unexpectedly this was a dream. But turning his head, Anderson really appeared before him. She looked at him anxiously. Lonin said, are you all right? Grand Commander, Anderson said. What Grand Commander, what are you talking about? Lonin then realized that Anderson had no memories of her previous life. He could only smile foolishly. Anderson said, did you get so angry because of me? Lonin blushed after hearing this and said, no, I'm a very elegant gentleman. I've always disliked their behavior since I was young. But Anderson could see at a glance that Lonan was lying. She said, actually, you don't need to hate them. Including called on this is my own doing. Lonan said somewhat angrily, I can't let them treat you like this. Including Professor Nabris. You're dedicated to this job. Yet she watches you being bullied and does nothing. Anderson smiled bitterly. Professor Nabris is a good person. She doesn't intervene because I asked her not to. To take this course, one must be a sword prodigy, and my swordsmanship hasn't made a breakthrough for a year, and I've only just grasped magic power. She gave me this opportunity. I not only don't resent her, but I'm grateful to her. Lonan was surprised after hearing this. In his previous life, Anderson had an incredibly strong presence. Did she also have times when she hit bottlenecks? She said, I can handle these small matters. But thank you anyway, Lonan. I'm already used to most of it, but being hit is quite painful. Lonan was silent for a few seconds after hearing this. He said perhaps this is why you could go so far, eventually becoming the Grand Commander. Anderson was surprised after hearing this. She said, how did you know? That's my dream, although it's difficult. I will definitely work hard. Lonan was stunned after hearing this, and Anderson thought she had spoken too casually, hurriedly explaining to Lonan. Although this dream may be unrealistic, I definitely won't give up. As she spoke, Anderson looked at her own palm. These injuries were all left from practicing swordsmanship, but her words had already put Lonan in a dilemma. On one side was Anderson's last will from his previous life. Back then, she told Lonan to tell her current self not to struggle anymore. For becoming the Grand Commander, just be a tailor and live an honest life. Meanwhile, Lonan couldn't bear to discourage the confident Anderson. Even after Anderson left, Lonan remained silent. He didn't know what he should do, but it seemed that no matter what he did, it would be wrong after returning home. Dolan sent a pigeon at midnight, telling Lonan to go to Cappadocia to retrieve his sword. But when they arrived at the forge, there wasn't even someone to receive them. Lonan was a bit angry, so he kicked the helmet on the ground, sending it flying. Maria said he definitely had something on his mind, and Lonan didn't plan to wait any longer. He decided to go in himself. After fumbling around, he actually found the elevator switch. With a shaking around them, the elevator began to descend. But as soon as they arrived, Lonan was stunned, because Cappadocia was engulfed in raging flames, and many blacksmiths lay fallen on the ground. After Assam's reminder, Lonan immediately spotted the culprit. It was a stone man standing 2.5 meters tall, and he was still chasing a group of blacksmiths. After thinking for a moment, Lonan grabbed Assam then, told Maria to go back to the academy for reinforcements. Afterward, Lonan leaped down, while Assam used telepathy to control their descent. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths finally had no strength left to run. Seeing this, the stone man immediately raised both fists, ready to crush them at this critical moment. Lonan slash directly destroyed the stone man's arm. Coincidentally, his recent troubles had been bothering him, so he'd take out his frustrations on this fellow. The stone man counterattacked with his remaining arm, but just as it was about to hit, Lonan simply vanished on the spot. He had activated his energy field. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the stone man's shoulder, followed by a clean, decisive slash. The stone man's proud armor was like paper, instantly crumbling away. Seeing this, the rescued blacksmith's eyes widened like eggs. Then Lonan stepped on it. He asked the old man what had happened here. From them, he learned that not long ago, dozens of stone men had suddenly emerged from underground. They started smashing things without a word. Nothing was spared. Even worse, they had taken some blacksmiths captive. Yulong, who was forging lone and sword, was among them, but Didi Khan had gone to rescue them, although he was skilled at forging, not fighting. After hearing this, Lonan sensed the situation was dire. He immediately ordered Assam inside to stay, and help the wounded. Assam asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Lonan turned toward the direction the stone man had retreated. He was definitely going to rescue Dolong, because the sword was still with him deep underground. Dolan clutched the sword tightly, saying, "I'm grateful you came to save me, but you really didn't need to come." The one standing in front of him was Didi Khan, who was already severely wounded. It's still shielding the old man from the stone man. He said, "Stop talking nonsense and run." But the old man just stood there saying, "Your invisible armor probably won't work against him." Didi Khan was furious. He said, "At a time like this, you're still saying such disheartening things. To discourage me if you think you can do better. Go ahead with that sword in your hand." But hearing this, the old man hugged the sword even tighter. "No, I can't insult it with my terrible swordsmanship." As he spoke, he even started to worship it. Didi Khan was speechless. This crazy old man, obsessed with weapons, will get me killed sooner or later. At that moment, the stone man decided not to listen to their conversation any longer. He raised his fists and smashed down forcefully, but this strike was actually blocked by Didi Khan, though it severely injured him, even breaking his invisible armor. Just as Didi Khan was about to die heroically, the red flash arrived at an incredible speed, followed by countless slashes. The stone man instantly collapsed and crumbled, while Lanin landed gracefully. He said, "Leave the rest to me." Didi Khan said in surprise, "How did you get here? Weren't there countless stone men on the way?" Lanin turned his head and calmly stated, "All taken care of." Didi Khan said, "Is that possible? I couldn't even defeat one." Didi Khan instantly became obedient. Grateful he had survived Lanin's sword. When he had angered him, Lanin said, "Give me that thing. Isn't that the sword for me?" DeLong said yes. "That's right, here you go. Though the scabbard isn't finished yet. Worthy of being the Empire's finest sword. It feels great to hold, can't feel its weight at all. Let them try it out." Facing several stone men 2.5 meters tall, Lanin casually swung out a sword energy. It's overwhelming. Destructive power shattered them completely. Lanin was stunned. How could it have such powerful force? The old man's expression was enough to show his satisfaction with the sword. He said, "How is it, Lanin? Do you like this La Mancha? That's the name I got from the astrologer. This sword is almost weightless, but its hardness far exceeds mithril by 100 times. Not only that, it has a special property when it touches blood. It even has regenerative abilities. It could be said that this sword perfectly matched all of Lanin's attributes, and he no longer had to worry about his rough swordsmanship. Damaging the blade, Lanin praised the old man profusely, delighting him having his work affirmed. Was undoubtedly the meaning of the old man's life. But Didi Khan interrupted them, saying, "We need to leave this place quickly yet." Lanin walked toward the deeper levels. He said, "You take the old man and go first. There's still a bunch of rats down here. And they're big rats," Didi Khan said. "With confusion rats." "What are you talking about?" Lanin said, "I'm familiar with stone giants' habits. They wouldn't normally act in groups, let alone actively attack humans." After speaking, Lanin flipped over the debris, revealing a mysterious pattern on the back of its head. Everyone was shocked at the sight. This kind of pattern was unfamiliar even to Dolong, who had lived for over 400 years. But he could be certain that magical resonance still lingered in the pattern. The other side was using this method to make the stone giants go berserk. Long said, "Who do you think would do such a thing?" Lanin shook his head and said, "I don't know, but as long as I go deeper, I'll definitely be able to flush them out." With that, Lanin began to move. He quickly advanced toward the depths, while carefully observing the surrounding environment. Sure enough, he discovered human footprints, and they were of 2 different sizes. Lanin continued forward. He even found magical sensing stones. But being completely devoid of magical power himself, he triggered no alarm soon. Lanin reached the deepest part of the cave, but he didn't startle his prey, instead habitually concealing himself. Then he began to observe his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge golden stone man. Below it were 2 human-looking figures. These 2 weren't eye-catching, but compared to ordinary stone men, they looked like small toys. In front of the golden stone man, though it was still in a dormant state, its destructive power was unimaginable. Just as Lanin was thinking of how to deal with this, the white-robed woman suddenly spoke. Someone must have broken in. Judging by how the stone giant's control is being rapidly cut off one after another, there must be a third party involved. The white-robed man said through gritted teeth, "What should we do? There are no stone men left." And this golden stone man can't be used yet. Why don't we go up and kill them all? Hearing this, the white-robed woman immediately shook her head no. Most of the blacksmith facilities have already been destroyed. The empire's smelting and weapon manufacturing technology will be set back many years. That's enough on the contrary. If our identities are exposed, that person won't just do nothing. After listening, the white-robed man complained a bit, but ultimately agreed at that moment. The sulfur smell on Lonen's body caught their attention. It was residue from slaying the ordinary stone giants. The white-robed man said, "No wonder my body feels itchy." After speaking, he cast a fireball spell at Lonen. Only when the fireball was about to hit him did Lonen react, but after an explosion, the white-robed man found that the fireball hadn't hit its target. He said, "You're quite agile. How about I tie you up first?" After speaking, he immediately cast a spell. In an instant, numerous fire chains surrounded Lonen. The speed of gathering magical power was fast. These two were definitely not ordinary people. The white-robed man said, "Tell me quickly who you are and how you made our magical sensing stones ineffective." Lonen stood up and said, "That's what I wanted to ask. Who are you? I don't care how passionate your relationship is. Just tell me your name's." Lonen's tough attitude immediately sparked the white-robed man's interest. The white-robed woman suddenly spoke. "We're wasting time." But the white-robed man didn't care at all. He said, "Let's enjoy this in advance. When this empire is submerged by starlight, there won't be any opportunity." And this sentence precisely hit Lonen's trigger point, because the invading giants had once mentioned, submerged by starlight, they must know something. So Lonen planned to capture the two and get answers. The white-robed man contemptuously said, "You does a wet behind the ears kid like you have that ability." After speaking, he raised his arm to counterattack, and this action successfully exhausted Lonen's patience. With the flash of the blade, the white-robed man lost his arm and his lower body. "Just lie down obediently." The white-robed woman stood frozen. Edward hadn't even had time to react. Lonen hadn't felt the sensation of cutting through bones. So these two were probably not human. But in his anger, he didn't care much. He directly grabbed the white-robed woman by the throat and said, "Just answer my questions nicely. If you don't want to end up like him, just answer my questions." Seeing she couldn't break free, Cyril immediately cast a magic shield to push Lonen away. Lonen said, "So you don't plan to obey me?" As he spoke, Lonen mockingly tapped on the shield. "Not bad, very solid." But the next second, Cyril was dumbfounded. With a flash of the blade, her shield shattered. Impossible. How could a physical slash affect magic? Before she could think further, Lonen's sword had pierced her body. The violent movement also caused the hood of her white robe to fall off, revealing her face and long ears. But this didn't warrant Lonen's attention. He stepped hard on the woman beneath him. He said, "Half-elf, what is your purpose?" Lonen's attention was entirely on the woman, completely unaware of what was behind him. And behind him, a huge fireball was hurtling toward him. Lonen reacted quickly, swinging his sword to block the attack. He looked ahead. The severed limbs of Edward had somehow regrown, but he was using dozens of writhing tentacles to mimic limbs. Edward angrily said to Lonen, "Let her go," seemingly very concerned about the woman. Lonen understood immediately. He pulled his sword from the woman's body, but less than 2 seconds later, he thrust the sword into her thigh. Lonen said, "Seems you don't understand the situation. Neither of you is getting away." The intense pain made the woman cry out in agony, but Lonen's eyes never lingered on her. Instead, focusing on Edward, Lonen said, "Either come with me obediently, or she loses her limbs. She doesn't have your regenerative ability, does she?" Edward trembled with rage, but ultimately lowered his head, then extinguished the flames in his hand, saying, "Fine, I'll go with you." Lonen nodded with satisfaction. It would be troublesome if you really died. But at that moment, he saw Cyril grinning madly. Lonen looked at her in confusion, not noticing the golden stone man's arm coming toward him from behind. By the time Lonen wanted to dodge, it was too late. He could only take the hit. The powerful impact sent him flying dozens of meters. Though the force was tremendous, both knew this strike wouldn't be fatal. Edward walked towards Cyril. He asked, "Can you still walk?" The woman nodded, "Thank you." You distracted his attention. So I had the opportunity to control the stone giant. Although I could only control one arm of the stone giant. He must be seriously injured. Edward said you go back to the church first and report the situation here. I'll deal with him and then return. Cyril nodded. Be careful. He's a monster with a child's face. Edward said, I know. I won't act recklessly again. Before he finished speaking, Edward's limbs separated again. Lonin reappeared in front of the two and delivered countless slashes, directly cutting Edward into ribbons. Lonin said, where do you think you can go? Didn't I say I have many questions for you? Cyril backed away in fear, then hurriedly took out a scroll to cast a spell. Lonin, forcing his injured body, approached step by step, but just then, Cyril's immobilization spell succeeded. Lonin couldn't move forward another step, struggled desperately, but remained motionless. Even so, Cyril didn't dare approach. She said, I can't guarantee we could beat you, but my priority now is to report back. As she spoke, a portal lit up behind her. About to enter, she added resentfully, I'll find out everything about you, then take it away. Watching Cyril slowly disappear into the portal, Lonin was unwilling, shouting again and again. Don't go, having finally found a clue about the giants. How could he let her slip away? I absolutely cannot let that scene happen again. Stop, Lonin shouted with his last bit of strength. However, at that moment, strange light suddenly appeared around them. Cyril was shocked to find her body also couldn't move. A woman's voice rang out, I have many questions too. Nibiru's activated her energy field and appeared. Cyril was stunned, thinking she could easily escape, but didn't expect an even more powerful being to arrive. Nibiru said, well done, Lonin. Lonin said, your timing is also good. Neighbors was relieved. He could still talk nonsense, so he wasn't in danger of dying. Then she turned her attention to Cyril. She said, let's welcome our guest first. Even trembling with fear, Cyril hadn't given up on escaping. But the next second, a slender hand reached from behind. Neighbors grabbed her face, saying, attacking the forge is a serious crime. But what makes me angrier? That you dare to hurt my disciple. Look forward to what's going to happen next. Cyril's face squeezed until it turned blue, was roughly lifted, and before her was a great snake attacking them. Cyril said, I'm very sorry, Starlight. After speaking, Cyril collapsed due to severe mental shock, and her words made Lonin even more certain that the giant's appearance was connected to their organization. Nibirius sheathed her sword and walked over, saying, you did well, but I'll report your achievement separately. But Lonin said, when you mentioned what's next, did you mean sending them to the Lotus Sun prison? Nibirius nodded yes. It seems you know about that place. Lonin immediately felt chills down his spine, because Lotus Sun was a prison floating at sea, where screams and wails never ceased. The jailers would use every means to make criminals who rebelled against the Empire confess. Almost no one entered and came out whole. Lonin said, listen to me, teacher. Please let me participate in the criminal's trial. Neighbors immediately refused, fearing that the cruel place would leave psychological trauma on Lonin. Lonin said, please, this is really important to me. Lonin used an almost pleading tone, because he didn't want to miss any clue about the giants. This was the first time she had seen this proud boy bow his head, but even so she still didn't agree. Meanwhile, although the Cappadocia Forge was still in ruins, with the help of the Academy, the wounded had mostly recovered. Maria wiped her sweat, saying, I think we're almost done. She had earned considerable merit by carrying 7 or 8 boxes of supplies at once, and Assam had also spent much energy using healing spells to save people. But more than this, Assam was more worried about Lonin, who said he would return soon. What are you talking about me? Hearing this, the two were startled and looked up toward the voice. Lonin said on the way, I heard about what you did. Maria brought reinforcements. Assam and Sita treated the wounded. Are any of you hurt? Lonin asked. Pretending to be fine, Maria said. Rather than us, you should worry about yourself. And Assam, in an almost trembling voice, scolded Lonin, you're clearly covered in wounds. Quick, Sita. Help heal him. Sita extended her small hand with concern, but Lonin waved it off. I'm fine. I've already been treated. Just need some rest. Lanin suddenly changed the subject. He stared hard at the two culprits in the distance. He said, I have more important things to do now. Several hours later, the convoy transporting the criminals arrived at the meeting area. Here, Lotus and prison would send someone to receive the criminals. After Neighbors and Lanin waited for a short while, a sinister jailer arrived riding a vulture. Then two equally sinister people came down from the carriage, speaking in an eerie tone. Hello, Miss Neighbors. Then he looked down at the two criminals on the ground. The sight of Edward immediately interested him. He had some kind of miraculous self-healing ability. The judges would be very pleased. After saying this, they prepare to leave with the two. We'll notify you after the interrogation is complete. Hope you continue to work for the peace of the Empire. As the words fell, the jailer disappeared from everyone's sight. Nibiru said, in a week Lotus-san will make them tell everything. I'll notify you immediately when there are results. That's enough, right? Lana nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, teacher. At the same time, he understood. This was the most Nibiru's could do for him. After this, Lanin returned to the Phillips Academy to continue training, and the restoration work at Cappadocia progressed. Simultaneously, time quickly passed, and several days went by in Lot's prison. Continuous wails never ceased, and awaiting Edward and Cyril would be the cruelest torture and punishment. He was a judge in the prison, and the person responsible for interrogating Edward was him. After a week of intimate contact, Karaka was very certain that Edward had told everything, so he notified Nibiru to come. Karaka said, do you want to see the criminal once more? Please follow me. On the way I'll tell you the judgment results. Then he led the two toward the prison, where Edward was held alone, and could hardly believe. This seemingly gentle old man was a judge at Lotusan. Aburo smiled. At first, I thought so too. But he is the nightmare of all prisoners here. Everyone judged by him wishes for an early release. That is in the form of death. As the words fell, they arrived at the inner prison. Just then, Karaka said, the prison is not far ahead. They come from the Kragal Nebula, which is also the name of their organization. Neighbors asked in confusion. This is the first time I've heard this name. Is it a criminal organization similar to Calypso? Karaka said yes, but they're more dangerous. First, their identities are unknown. Second, the Naranha arson case and the explosion at the Magic Engineering Academy were also they're doing in past years large-scale cases. Most were done by them. Lanin was stunned after hearing this. If this organization had done so much, why had he never heard of them in his previous life? Lanin asked, did they mention Starlight or something? Like Starlight descending. Karaka said, this is the first time I've heard these words. Lanin said awkwardly, that's what Edward said when I caught him. Because if he said he came from the future, 10 years later, 3-winged bald men would invade, and Starlight was what they said. Nobody would believe such things. Originally thinking the matter would end here, but unexpectedly Karaka's face darkened. Lanin continued, I think it's related to their purpose, so you probably haven't gotten that out of him. Yet at this point, a terrifying aura suddenly made Lanin change his expression, and the source was Karaka. He immediately put on his bird-shaped hood, then walked toward Edward's prison. He said, I understand. It seems our friend still isn't honest enough. I should show more sincerity. As the words fell, the prison door slowly opened, and the scene before them made Lanin dumbfounded, because the previously arrogant two had now been tortured beyond recognition. Only faint moans proving they were still alive. Baraka said Edward is an interesting friend. He uses some unique black magic to regenerate his body. As he spoke, he picked up a red-hot torture instrument. Do you know how to get close to this kind of person? Simply use this to poke him until he can't regenerate. After saying this, Karaka stabbed hard. Edward could only scream, and this happened again and again, until he was on the verge of death. Before Karaka stopped, Karaka said, see, we become intimate, at least that's what I think. But Karaka suddenly changed the subject, but thinking that this guy is still hiding something. I feel very disappointed. Friends shouldn't keep secrets, don't you know? But Edward cried that he had hidden nothing. Karaka didn't believe him, then turned his head toward Lanin. Then why am I hearing about Starlight descending? For the first time, I hope this conversation ends with you. Not Cyril, because with the same treatment, she would probably die. He turned his gaze to Cyril. She was trembling uncontrollably, begging him to kill her quickly. Lana was confused at this point. They should have no reason to hide anything. Lana said, perhaps it's not that they don't want to tell, but they can't like some kind of seal. Curse magic hearing this. Karaka suddenly realized, then walked outside. He said, please wait a moment. I'll get something minutes later. Karaka returned carrying something strange. It was an ugly eyeball-like thing. The curse eye feeds on curses and people. Karaka played with it in his hand for a while, then walked toward Edward, saying, let's begin. After speaking, he placed the curse eye on the other's forehead. Instantly, countless tentacles grew from the eye, then deeply pierced Edward's head. The intense pain made him scream continuously, until 2.5 minutes later, the cursed eye turned blue, signaling the end of the clearing process. Karaka then spoke, I'll ask again. What is Starlight descending? Edward, breathing heavily, said Starlight is an eternal existence. His blessing will save all the weak in this land. Cyril froze upon hearing this, quickly telling him to shut up. And for Cyril's safety, Edward could only continue. Starlight descending is our lifelong wish. We will eliminate everything and wait for his arrival. Araka felt this was too complex. He said, you mean something is coming right? Edward nodded the children of the stars. Hearing these words, Lonan was instantly filled with disgust. But regarding the giants, he still refused to speak. Lonan guessed it was the curse restricting his speech. Sure enough, with the help of the curse eye, Edward revealed their organization's ultimate goal. That was to help the giants clear obstacles for their smooth descent to Earth. Hearing this, Lonan could no longer hide his anger, because they were the culprits who destroyed the Empire in his previous life. Lonan walked step by step forward. The judge hurriedly advised him to calm down. Lonan just walked up to Edward, then took a deep breath and said, the children of the stars you mentioned are the Ahayut. Right hearing this, Edward's nerves instantly tensed. He said, where did you hear this name? How do you know? But before Edward could question further, his forehead rapidly swelled. In no time, his entire head was like a balloon about to explode. Lonan was shocked. Is his head going to burst back? Karaka pulled Lonan away, then immediately deployed a magic shield. And at that moment, Edward's head exploded. A large chunk of flesh and liquid splattered over, but all were blocked by the shield. Then a steady voice came from beneath the judge's mask. I didn't expect this situation. This curse is stronger than I imagined, and there may be more than one. I guess the first part of the curse is not being able to reveal their purpose to others. If the first part of the curse is removed, it activates the second part, making their heads explode. Before Lonan could think further, the hand on his shoulder tightened again. Karaka stared at him intensely. Sir Lonan, what is a Hyut? If this is a secret, within the Krogel Nebula organization, how would you know? So he began to gather magical power. He said, as the judge of this case, I must know everything, can you tell me? Lonan was frightened by this sudden, terrifying atmosphere, but he still calmly said, it was just something he happened to overhear. In the underground of Cappadocia, I was the first to discover them. If this word has caused you trouble, then I apologize, Lonan said, while taking his hand away. Is this explanation enough? Looking at Lonan before him, Baraka was stunned, although he didn't believe Lonan's words. His intuition told him this child couldn't possibly do anything harmful to the Empire, because in his eyes he saw a firm will boiling. Was it responsibility or belief? No, neither. It was anger toward them just then. Nibiru drew her sword directly, saying, stop a pair of bright. Fierce eyes stared at Karaka. Are you questioning my disciple? And doing so in front of me? Karaka said, of course not. I'm just confirming. Being careful about everything is better. Isn't it seeing the other's docile appearance? Lonan said then. I'm glad our misunderstanding is cleared up. But Lonan knew he had been in danger just now. Is that old man intended to judge him as well? Looking at the undamaged curse eye on the ground, Karaka said it's a pity to lose a cursed eye, but usually they have very strong vitality. Lona questioned this greatly. Asking this little thing is powerful. Karaka said yes. And if you look carefully, it's quite cute. Would you like to touch it? Just as Karaka was joking, he discovered in horror that the curse eye on his shoulder had turned blue. That meant it had absorbed a curse. Whose could it be so far from Cyril? It couldn't be hers. Could it be him? Karaka turned to look at Lanin. When using the magic shield just now, he touched him briefly. Could it have absorbed a curse in just that instant? Karaka quickly took down the curse eye and walked toward Lanin, then placed it in his hand. The curse eye visibly expanded at an alarming rate, then exploded directly, ignoring Lanin's fuss. Karaka grabbed his hand and began examining it. Karaka said, "Listen to me. I think you've been cursed." Lanin asked in confusion, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Karaka began explaining, "Have you ever felt restrictions, like being unable to run, or unable to hold steel objects, etc.? The curse will restrict certain behaviors of yours." Hearing this, Lanin lowered his head and said nothing. So the reason he couldn't use magic power was because of the restriction of the curse. Inside his body, Karaka said, "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Just remember one thing. This curse is very powerful and full of malice." The conversation ended there. Lanin and Neighborus prepared to leave. Karaka said, "Once I crack all of Cyril's curses, I'll notify you." Neighborus nodded and said, "I understand. Just report to me when the time comes." Then Karaka turned to look at Lanin, but the other didn't react. Even after a long time, Karaka said, "You seem preoccupied." Hearing this, Lanin finally came back to his senses. Lanin said, "Since I learned I've been cursed, I've been a bit preoccupied." Karaka restored his gentle expression and comforted him. "Don't worry too much, you're Philip's student. There's someone at the academy who has deeply researched curses, who might be able to help you. He is Professor Secret from the magic department." After dealing with the Lotus Sand prison matter, Lanin and Neighborus departed on a vulture. But being cursed lingered in Lanin's mind, and his eyes started to itch. This made him increasingly impatient. But fortunately, Karaka said, "Professor Secret might have a solution." Seeing his anxious appearance, Neighborus calmly said, "This is one of the known signs. It indicates the curse inside you is weakening. Don't worry, but do you really not know who cursed you?" After hearing this, Lanin shook his head, unable to think who would do such a thing. He was normally so kind and gentle that it seemed impossible for anyone to hold a grudge against him. But Neighborus couldn't agree, and could only secretly turn her head toward the window, because the scene of Lanin beating up Kalden was still vivid in her mind. But unexpectedly, Lanin spoke up to thank her. "Thank you, Professor Neighborus, for stopping him from me, that old man. His eyes were too cruel. If it weren't for you, I think he would definitely have arrested me on trumped-up charges and forced a confession." Neighborus smiled and said, "This is just my duty as a coach. Nothing to thank me for." Lanin looked at Neighborus. She was not only excellent with the sword, but also a rather nice person. The more he looked, the more she seemed like a good person. But strangely, why hadn't he met them in his previous life? Such powerful people should have appeared on the battlefield. Could it be that the Kravel Nebula did something to them? Lanin felt very confused. It was late at night when they returned to Philip's, but early the next morning, Lanin eagerly went to a place, the special practice space of the magic department. Stone Pillar Park. Lanin immediately spotted Anderson, who had been waiting for a long time. Neighborus had asked her to help Lanin find Professor Secret. She greeted Lanin with a smile. "It's been a while since we've seen each other. If not for the professor's orders, I might have met you even later. Are you well?" This radiant personality charm instantly left Lanin at a loss. His heart was extremely tangled. How should I tell her about that incident? What should I do? Where should I start? Forget it, just smile first. Lone and awkwardly squeezed out a smile. "Long time no. See, how are your parents?" Anderson was startled after hearing this, then nodded and said everything is fine, because ever since that incident, Kalden had been afraid whenever he saw Anderson. Every time he saw Anderson, he would repeatedly shout, "I used the spear." I won't change, though it sounded bad. In reality, it was also bad. Lanin hadn't expected that a small action would bring such a big shadow to Kalden. At this moment, Anderson suddenly changed the subject. I heard from the professor that you want to remove the curse inside your body. Right? Lana nodded and said yes. Someone told me to come here and find Professor's secret. But after Lanin glanced at the eerie surroundings, he knew how eccentric this professor's personality was. Anderson could only laugh in agreement. That's right, his unique office can't be found by anyone who's not from the magic department. So I called a close junior from the third year to guide us, but she doesn't seem to have arrived yet. As she finished speaking, a purple figure appeared before her eyes, then pounced into Anderson's arms like a kitten and said in a cute voice, "I missed you. Sister Anderson, this is a new magic I learned." Anderson hugged her back me to Elizabeth. Long time no see. Lanin was stunned by this scene. This purple-haired girl was definitely Elizabeth, the Akalugia, who had been chattering about beasts at that time. "I'm sorry for suddenly asking for your help, Elizabeth. Something came up, and I want you to help find Professor Secret," Elizabeth said with an infatuated face, while kissing Andershan's hand. "As long as it's your request, I'm willing to do anything." At this point, she noticed Lanin standing to the side. Their eyes met, and both fell silent. Who would have thought they'd be old acquaintances? Lanin greeted first long time no see Elizabeth. This scene instantly made Elizabeth bristle. "How are you here?" But even more embarrassing was her behavior just now. Nevertheless, Elizabeth still led Lanin on their journey. After walking for a long time, they came to an old house, and the surrounding environment became increasingly eerie. Lanin said uneasily, "You're not planning to bury me here, are you, Elizabeth? As a price for seeing something I shouldn't have?" Elizabeth said excitedly, "Don't call me that. And who wants to bury you? Stop talking and just follow me." Elizabeth walked toward the house huffily, and Lanin slowly followed behind her. Surprisingly, the general was so close to this child. But then again, they were both members of the Akalucha family. Was there some special relationship? Before Lanin could speculate further, the two walked into the house. But what greeted their eyes was a sleeping old woman. Secret Elizabeth turned around and said, "Don't get excited, we have one more stage to go." Elizabeth slowly walked up to the old woman, despite the creaking floorboards beneath their feet. But the old woman showed no signs of waking up. Elizabeth raised her arm and began to chant a spell. "Caspalunaje del Pirim open." As she spoke, a burst of purple magic instantly spread out. Lanin quickly looked down at the old woman, but her condition seemed unchanged. Suddenly, the old woman's eyes opened rapidly, and her mouth gaped wide in just a moment. Her mouth was large enough to swallow both of them. Lanin immediately backed away vigilantly, but Elizabeth was unusually calm, saying no need to be alarmed. Then they walked into the old woman's mouth. Once inside, the view opened up completely. This was an office made up of countless books. "Sephora. Say," a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "So it's you, the disciple neighbors mentioned." "You're just as I heard," as the voice faded. Secret, who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, appeared before Lanin, just as Lanin was surprised. Elizabeth bowed to the child and said hello. Professor Secret, seeing this, Lanin narrowed his eyes. How could this child, who looked only a few years old, possibly be a professor? Secret seemed to notice Lanin's confusion. He said, "I'm actually over 80 years old, just looking a bit young on the outside. But this is also a kind of curse." Lanin laughed after hearing this. "I didn't expect there would be such an interesting thing." After explaining all this, Secret snapped his fingers. A giant geometric magic array immediately appeared beneath Lona's feet, along with countless semi-transparent characters. "Let's remove the curse now." Lanin stared at the characters emerging from his body and said, "Why do I have this thing inside me?" Secret said to himself, how can there be so many curses coexisting in a human body? And they're ancient curses close to the source. Lanin asked, "Can these be solved?" Secret said before, "I firmly believed there was no curse that couldn't be removed. But this time I can't be sure, because these curses are almost all unknown." Even so, Secret decided to try. He said, "I will create an imaginary world in your consciousness. There, I will project a curse that torments you. You just need to find the source of the curse, binding you, and kill it." Lanin frowned after hearing this. not quite understanding what the professor meant. Lanin said, "So, I must enter a dream and break the curse. How will I recognize it?" Secret said. "You'll recognize it when you encounter it." By instinct, Secret said offhandedly, then placed his hand on Lanin's head, saying, "Take care," as the magic activated. Lanin's consciousness was pushed into a magically created world when he came to his senses. He was in a forest. The more Lanin walked forward, the stronger the sense of familiarity became. Because wasn't this his home? How could the source of the curse possibly be here? Before Lanin could ponder further, a child's laughter brought his thoughts back. Such a familiar voice. Lanin quickly turned to look. Before him was his sister Eli, from when they were young, rushing quickly into the house. She said, "I'm back, Mom." The first thing she did upon entering was to stare at her brother with sparkling eyes. "So cute," Eli asked. "Why does little Lanin sleep so much? Is he sick, Mom?" A woman who looked very similar to Eli answered with a smile, "Because babies need a lot of sleep to grow healthy. So Eli, you need to sleep a lot too. Speaking of illness, if little Lanin ever gets sick, you as his sister should take good care of him." After hearing this, Eli excitedly raised her little fist and said, "Of course I will protect him forever." Lanin looked at this harmonious family scene thinking, did I ever have such moments in this life? Lanin was so absorbed that he forgot his purpose for coming here. Without a doubt, this was a scene from shortly after Lanin's birth. So the child lying in this cradle is me. Lanin was dumbfounded. Was I actually a baby when I was born? I thought I started out as an adult. He had such thoughts because his childhood memories had been sealed. However, just then, the sound of a door opening came through. An eerie feeling instantly swept through Lanin's entire body. He tried hard to turn his head to look, but found his body couldn't move. The Lanin could only stare straight ahead, as a formless black shadow slowly entered. But the family members seemed happy, with the mother saying, "You're back so early." Eli even immediately ran up to hug him, but the shadow threw off her hand and walked toward baby Lanin in the cradle. Mom thought he was eager to see the child, so she smiled and told him, "The child is in the cradle." But the shadow extended his arm toward Mom and said some words Lanin couldn't hear. In no time, Mom's consciousness began to blur. "What danger? What are you saying?" Then she fell to the ground. This scene stunned Eli. She didn't understand what Dad was doing. She was just very worried about Mom, who had fallen down. But the next second, the shadow aimed his palm at Eli. He repeated the same technique. Lanin, watching the scene, felt sadness and anger surge up. What are you doing?" But what shocked Lanin even more was yet to come. The shadow's arm produced countless semi-transparent characters. Out of thin air, those were the same curses that had appeared inside Lanin earlier. As a light flashed, the curse was implanted into baby Lanin's body. At that moment, he understood. This person was the source of the curse. And this place seemed less like a virtual world and more like someone's memory. Lanin gritted his teeth. "I must kill him." Meanwhile, outside, Secret's hand began to tremble uncontrollably, despite such thorough preparation. This magic had nearly depleted his magic power. Elizabeth had never seen the professor in such a predicament. How many curses are in Lanin's body? Secret set aside from the power of the curses. There are about 10 in his body. Elizabeth was too surprised to speak. And then it's not surprising that removing so many curses at once would use so much magic power. But Secret shook his head and said no. That's not it. Because the number of curses I'm dealing with right now is just one on the other side. Lanin couldn't accept that this bastard would harm his own family. He gritted his teeth, vowing to kill the other party. But at this moment, his body still couldn't move. It wasn't until the shadow stepped out the door that the restraints on his body were lifted. But Lanin didn't immediately chase after him. Instead, he ran to his sister and mother's side. He urgently wanted to help them up, but his fingers passed right through their bodies. Just when he was despairing, he suddenly heard faint breathing. So they were both still alive. Lanin finally breathed a sigh of relief and tried hard to control his emotions. "Calm down," What I need to do now is tear that bastard to pieces. As he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was L.A. Mancha whether this matter is reasonable, or not is no longer important. Lanin swung the sword to open the door, then rushed out like a madman. Soon he saw the shadow before him. The others stood motionless, as if waiting for him. As soon as he saw the other's face, Lanin couldn't forget what he had done. Dare to hurt my family, I will never forgive you. With that, Lanin charged at the shadow at his fastest speed. Unexpectedly, the other gathered magic power and conjured a sword out of thin air. The attack was unsurprisingly easily blocked. Lanin was startled, not expecting the shadow to have such ability. But what surprised him more was yet to come. No matter how Lanin attacked, the shadow could easily deflect it, as if toying with him as the battle continued. Lanin was cut in multiple places. Then the shadow erupted with power, piercing through Lanin's chest with one strike. The ridiculous speed was too fast for him to prevent. Lanin fell to one knee. Multiple wounds had nearly robbed him of all fighting ability, but the shadow merely glanced at him, then left without looking back, and struggled to stand up. This can't end like this. I still have many questions for that bastard. His gaze fixed firmly on the shadow. Then he let out a hoarse roar. Why did you do this? From Eli and Mom's behavior, there was no doubt that person was his father. After doing this, do you still have the right to be our father? Don't you have anything to explain? Hurting Eli and Mom, even cursing me, not even going to make an excuse. The moment he heard these words, the shadow froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Lanin gripped his sword handle, with red magic power entwining it. Then he quickly charged at the shadow, killing him with one strike. If you won't speak, so be it. Then get out of my body. After clearing the curse, Lanin returned to the real world. He shook his head hard, trying to emerge from the tense battle state. But unexpectedly, an elderly voice sounded from behind. Was the journey pleasant? Lanin turned to look. Before him was an old man with a kind expression, but wearing the same outfit as Professor Secret. So Lanin quickly guessed his identity. Lanin said, why does your time pass so quickly? Is it because of this curse removal magic? Secret said no. It has nothing to do with that. Do you feel any different now? Lanin concentrated and looked the others. Abundant magic power immediately appeared. Dense and intricate, Lanin said. From the beginning, I felt you were extraordinary, and you're even more terrifying than I imagined. The professor smiled with satisfaction and said, it seems you can now properly sense magic power. In the time that followed, Lanin told the professor about his experience there, and the professor noted it down in his notebook. Secret said the curse inside you is based on memories you didn't even know about. But why do you think that person was your father? Didn't you say you couldn't see his appearance? Lanin lowered his head and said, I could tell from Eli and Mom's attitudes toward him. And most importantly, when he was hurting my family, I could feel a sad emotion, a very unfamiliar feeling. Thinking back now, that should have been his emotion. Secret nodded, then continued to delve deeper, and Lanin told everything. I have no memories of family, as if they were completely erased. Secret took a sip of coffee and said, then everything makes sense. Your father not only sealed your ability to sense magic power, but also scrambled your memories. But through this curse removal magic, the memory was coincidentally presented. So that might be a chaotic event, intertwined with imagination and memory, which is a small error that can occur with this magic. And the final strike you described should also be based on this. So you unconsciously used magic power. After hearing this, Lanin looked at his hand, which had a colorful mixture of several colors. Lanin asked, is this magic power? Secret nodded and said, although you can now sense magic power, to use it like normal people, you would need to remove at least 2 more curses. This process will be very long, because the curses on you are all unknown and powerful. Go back for today. I'll notify you when I'm ready. Just as Secret was writing in his notebook, Lanin was stunned because somehow the professor had turned back into a child. The professor said this body situation is complicated, generally similar to yours. Lanin said then, you must be very tired usually. Meanwhile, in the underground of Cappadocia, after learning about the stone giant, Duke Grancia personally came to the scene. He looked up at the stone giant, which was much larger than he'd imagined. But he heard that the one who stopped this wasn't neighboress, but a student under her, which puzzled the Duke. What kind of person would have such power? As the Duke pondered, a righteous young man appeared behind him. This was the Duke's personal guard, Darren. The Duke asked, "How is the repair work on the blacksmith shop?" Progressing, Darren respectfully replied, "Everything is going smoothly. Reportedly, it will be fully restored in a week, and we've investigated those bastards, as per your orders, but found no clues." Seeing the Duke thinking, Darren said, "Through Phillips, we found the student's location. Would you like to meet him?" The Duke nodded and said, "It seems we should indeed." Just as he spoke, Stone Giant's red eyes lit up, and it slowly prepared to attack. All this was seen by Darren, who said, "Duke, I apologize, but could you please step aside? Leave this to our knights." With that, he placed his hand on his sword hilt. But the Duke extended his hand and said, "No need," as the Stone Giant's attack was about to hit. The Duke drew his sword and said, "You can attend to other matters." With that, he quickly drew his sword and slashed backward. The moment the sword aura hit, the massive golden stone disintegrated instantly. After cutting, the Duke sheathed his sword, then calmly turned and said, Let's meet Philip's little hero." The boy opened the door. He discovered a person with dirty magic suddenly appeared outside. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. But the other immediately flew into a rage, saying, "Apologize or let me cut off your tongue." Lonan defiantly replied, "Door-to-door sales are prohibited here, no. Judging by your attire, you're not a peddler, but someone who guards the door for a noble family." Hearing this, the black magic emanating from the other became even more intense, as if he would attack the next second. And at this moment, Lonan also noticed something strange, mixed in the other's magic. Familiar, but indescribable. Just then an arm blocked Darren enough. "It's us who intruded without prior notice." Darren wanted to continue. A blue-haired middle-aged man said elegantly, "Lonan, I apologize for my knight's rudeness. So it's rude to say, may I take up a bit of your time?" And Lonan, now knowing their identities, agreed. Soon they arrived at Lonan's dormitory. The Duke immediately took out an exquisite box. Inside was a brand new scabbard. Lonan, bewildered, asked, "Why are you giving me this?" The Duke leisurely drank his tea and said, "Master Doran from Cappadocia asked me to do this. He almost got down on his knees begging me. But more than that, I want to express my gratitude in my own way." So the Duke's eyes turned to his sword and said, Grancia and Cappadocia are long-term partners. My pale path was also made by Master Doran, so I should be more grateful to you. You saved Cappadocia with that." The Duke reached into his bosom, then pulled out a Grancia badge, startling Lonan because this thing was too valuable. Lonan had thought he could only get it when Shalupin had an episode. On the other side, Maria and Assam also received gifts from the Duke. The Duke said, "I hope they will like them too." Lonan nodded because he could already imagine the two, bowing in gratitude. Speaking of this, the Duke suddenly put down his cup and said, "Let's talk about something else. Can you tell me who's behind this?" I'm very interested as he spoke. Terrifying magic power erupted around him. Lonan was immediately dumbfounded. "So this is the head of Grancia. Such terrible power," he said. "I don't know how much you know, but these damn guys are even crazier than we imagine." Hearing this, veins bulged on Darren's face, and he couldn't suppress the glowing magic power emanating from him. Lonan was stunned watching this. It seemed as if at the mere mention of those people, Darren would have a strange reaction. Come to think of it, his magic power seemed identical to those two people's, giving a dirty, uncomfortable feeling. So are they in cahoots? Seeing Lonan lost in thought, the Duke asked with confusion what had happened. What was this reaction about? His subordinate was emanating such intense magic power. Couldn't he see it? How could a renowned powerhouse on the continent not see these things? Lonan couldn't believe it. It be that only he could see it. To verify his guess, Lonan slowly said, "Do you know about the Starlight Descending? The Cradle Nebula, the organization supporting Starlight Descending." As he finished speaking, Darren again glared fiercely, but the Duke still showed no awareness, saying, "Did you discover this yourself?" Lonan said yes. "Just lightly chopped off their limbs." and they immediately confessed. Then Lanin deliberately made an exaggerated expression. It was so fun, those bastards cried, begging us to let them go. Do you need me to give you the details? The Duke quickly waved his hand. No need. Hearing more of this would ruin my appetite for dinner. Lanin laughed and shrugged. His thoughts basically confirmed. There was indeed no need to continue. Lanin looked up to see Darren's killing intent, completely out of control, his body covered with dense magic power. And at the same time, the Duke also stood up to leave. So Lanin quickly stood up too. He couldn't just ignore this matter. Lanin said about those bastards, "There are some things you should know, but might take a long time." So Lanin suddenly looked at a notebook to the side and said, "Once I organize it, I'll give it to you tomorrow. You'll definitely be pleased. Because it's about Ahayut." Lanin said the last sentence particularly loudly, as if deliberately telling Duran, "If you don't kill me, Ahayut's secret will be made public." That night, while Lanin was sound asleep, Darren suddenly appeared before him. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung his sword. But just as it was about to hit, Lanin disappeared, then a voice appeared behind Darren. "I said you would definitely come tonight. Nice to meet you, the third bastard from Kragle." Darren's face was filled with disbelief. He turned to attack Lanin. Lanin pointed to the side and said, "Wait. Why don't you look over there first?" "That's my special guest." Darren looked over. He was instantly terrified, saying, "How can you be here?" Young Master Shulafin was filled with rage. He said, "Can you explain this, Darren?" Earlier that afternoon, Lanin had come to Shulafin's house and explained his purpose. Shulafin said, "Lanin, you claim you're going to ambush Darren tonight. What evidence do you have?" Darren is a righteous, loyal, an outstanding knight of the Empire. He was carefully selected by my father. Lanin said, "Even careful selection can have flaws." Lanin beckoned him to follow and said, "You won't believe me if I just tell you. So come along, it won't take much of your time. And you might even catch the villain hiding in your home." The situation unfolded exactly as Lanin had predicted. Shulafin felt so ashamed. He wanted to find a hole to bury his head in. But even more than that, he felt anger. He immediately drew his sword and pointed it at Duran, saying, "Didn't you hear me? I asked you to explain what's going on. Answer me now." Lanin said, "It's this obvious, yet you're still asking him. Will you believe whatever he says?" Duran remained silent, but he raised his foot, stomped hard on the floor. The next second, waves of black light instantly emanated from beneath his feet. Lanin and Shulafin were startled. Their bodies suddenly became extremely heavy. Is this that bastard's magic? Before Lanin could react, swift, powerful strike came slashing toward him. Lanin struggled to raise La Mancha to block the attack and retreated several meters. Then, Darren flashed in front of Shulafin and swung at him. Although Shulafin blocked it, he appeared to struggle. Aaron said, "It's fortunate that the young master has no experience controlling the aura's range. In such a small room, he can't deploy his secret technique." After saying this, he gripped his sword hilt tightly. He slashed at Shulafin again, who was grinding his teeth in anger. Shulafin said, "Your skills are different from what I knew before. Have you been hiding your strength all along? Since when? Why did you betray us?" Darren, filled with killing intent, replied, "Betrayal? How childish. I was never an Imperial Knight from the beginning." Then he mercilessly swung his sword again. When he attacked again, Shulafin, with a grim face, said, "Is that really so? I've confirmed to do whatever you want." Before he finished speaking, Lanin instantly rushed in front of Shulafin and blocked the strike. Darren looked at him shocked and said, "I told you he was a villain. How does it feel to hear these things yourself?" Shulafin said, "Family matters should not be aired publicly. I hope you understand. Since this is our family's villain, let me handle it." He angrily struck at Duran, then quickly flew toward him, gripped his sword with gathered strength, and swung at Duran to block this attack. Duran retreated several meters. Ron thought, has he been hiding his strength all along? Impossible, there's no need. Could he have grown this much in such a short time? Darren couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Before he could recover, Lanin flashed in front of him, gripped his sword with gathered strength, and swung at him without hesitation. Darren finally couldn't withstand the attack and was hit hard next second. Lonin, filled with killing intent, gripped his sword and swung horizontally. The ground was slashed with a meters-long crack, but Duran jumped up and avoided the attack and used his shadow kick to send him flying far away. Duran knew that continuing like this was not the solution, and it would attract the Empire's attention. So he thought about escaping. He spotted an open window. He leaped up and quickly flew out of the window, but as Darren escaped outside, he heard Shulifin's voice again. "You're right, unlike my father. I haven't fully mastered it, so I can't easily use the storm sword. But you've run to such an open space. You're truly foolish." As he finished speaking, storm winds began to surround Shulifin's blade. This was the secret sword technique of the Grand Zia family, the storm sword. The next second, a 10-meter radius storm blasted toward Darren. Darren could only use all his strength to slash at the storm, but this was hardly enough to withstand the powerful storm. He was gradually engulfed by it. Shulifin slowly sheathed his sword, leaving Duran in a pool of blood on the ground. Shulifin said, "From today onwards, our family no longer has this person." Lonin also arrived at the scene and said, "So it really is the storm sword. Such incredible power, but you didn't kill him, did you?" Shulifin said, "Don't worry, I only severed some of his tendons. He won't die. I'll leave him to you. I must quickly return to inform my father of this situation. We must find all the traitors in our family." As soon as he finished speaking, Shulifin rushed back without looking back, leaving Lonin in the cold wind. "You irresponsible guy!" Just as Lonin was shouting, a golden halo appeared behind him. A figure rushed over, saying, "What happened, Lonin? Has someone attacked the academy?" Lonin turned around only to find it was the principal, and Professor Neighbors was wearing sleepwear, completely different from her usual attire. With truly stunned Lonin, Neighbors glared at him, and Lonin immediately showed a subtle smile and said, "Your pajamas are cute," the principal said. "Now is not the time to discuss that. Can you tell me what happened?" After this incident, Lonin became increasingly cautious. He first asked the principal to repeat after him, saying a Heuda is. The principal was confused, but still followed Lonin's words. After confirming the principal wasn't a traitor, Lonin looked at Duran, lying behind him. Later, Lonin explained the whole situation in his office. Duran's betrayal the night attack on the dormitory. After listening, the principal fell into deep thought. A spy infiltrated the Grand Zia family. The situation is more serious than we imagined. You did very well this time. Thanks to you, we avoided a huge loss. Lonin embarrassedly scratched his head and said, "This is what I should do, but..." Lonin concealed his ability to see special magic power. He couldn't be 100% certain of this ability. Besides, if this information leaked, it could be dangerous for those around him. The principal noticed Lonin's distraction and thought he was worried about the Grand Zia family. So he said, "The Grand Zia family's execution power is strong, so there's no need to worry. By the way, you've made great contributions to the Empire, not only saving the Imperial blacksmith shop, but also identifying the traitor in the Grand Zia family. So we will give you a corresponding reward." Lonin said, "Great. I happen to want to establish a club at school. Can you approve it?" The principal said, "A club? I'd like to know what kind of club." The scene shifts to the academy's main square. Lonin is promoting vigorously. After listening, the students fell silent. Lonin posted his recruitment advertisement on the public notice board, saying, "I'm creating a new special adventure club with no age or gender restrictions." He then answered students' questions about the club. "This is a very constructive club, aimed at improving combat skills. We're looking for high-quality members to create a first-class club. Additionally, it's the only club approved by the principal to go out for actual combat." After hearing this, everyone discussed among themselves. "Interested students can join our club." This also attracted a woman in a red scarf, watching from the shadows. She observed Lonin from a distance. A few days later, at the academy's gymnasium, Lonin said, "Despite my big promotion in the main square, finding new talents is so difficult. Today is the last day. Why only Maria and Assam passed the interview?" Hearing this, Maria immediately retorted, "You dare to complain? Look how strict your interviews have been. These past few days, the combat test knocked people to the ground, and those who passed the test were forced to sign life and death agreements. How do you expect them to want to join the club? Assam also said the whole academy is saying that joining our club is like being a slave. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Lanin said, "Isn't that what real combat is like? What a bunch of cowards, forget it. I need people who persevere and are serious." Turned out that Ross also participated in this interview. Although Lanin told him he didn't need to be tested, he still insisted after the test. Lanin said it will be very difficult in our club. Can you really stick with it? Ross said, "This is exactly what I hope for, as long as I become stronger." By now the gymnasium was already empty. Lanin told him to go back and rest first. Assam asked, "What about you?" Lanin said, "Maybe someone else will come for an interview, so I'll stay a bit longer." He ended up staying until evening. Lanin didn't see even a mosquito, really. Not a single person. Let's end for today. Thank you, Anderson, for taking the time to help out. Anderson said, "You're welcome. But it's a shame. If it weren't for my teaching assistant work, I would have applied to." Lanin fell silent. He didn't dare tell her that even if she applied, he wouldn't approve. He must quickly decide whether to let her give up her dream of becoming a great commander, but perhaps he should consider it more carefully. While Lanin was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. What a relief. "You're still here." Lanin hadn't noticed when she appeared. Lanin said, "Are you here for an interview? Do you want to join our club?" The red-headed girl shook her head vigorously. She said, "If I join the club, could I?" Because her voice was too soft. Lanin couldn't hear clearly, so he asked her to speak louder. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-hatted girl took off her red hat. She said, "If I join the club, could I touch your arm?" Lanin was stunned. "Touch my what inappropriate things are you saying?" The girl immediately explained. "Not you, it's that little cutie on your shoulder." Sitha looked confused upon hearing this. Lanin said, "You mean Sitha? Join the club, and you can watch it." The girl, blushing with embarrassment, said, "Really?" Lanin looked at her puzzled. What a strange person, unbelievable. She was this close to me before I noticed her. She's definitely not a simple person. I think she's exactly the talent I need. Lanin said, "Please tell me your age and name, and show me your skills," the girl said. "Third year magic student Ophelia." "Well, then I'll begin." As she finished speaking, a massive amount of magic gathered in the girl's hands. The next second, powerful magic burst forth in all directions. The two silently watched. Anderson recognized this as dark magic, though it was the first time she'd seen such perfectly controlled dark magic. Lanin also knew this wasn't easy, but what was more astonishing was she emitted traces of faint red, blood color magic. This is definitely. Meanwhile, Ophelia readied her attack stance. Shadow Claw. As soon as she spoke, 3 shadow blades flew from her hands, rapidly shooting toward the dummy. The shadow blades hit the dummy's armor heavily, emitting an intense light. After the dust and fog cleared, the two could see clearly. The dummy's armor had 3 large cracks. Lanin said, "But Ophelia, did you use before he could finish?" Lanin was stopped by Ophelia. Using telepathy, she said, "Please don't tell others if it's discovered. Things will become very troublesome. Let's talk somewhere else. I have many questions for you." In an instant, 2 came to the academy square. Ophelia stared at Sita in her hand. Stroking its cute belly, she said, "So this little guy is a dream bird. Legend has it they've born different species, depending on their environment." "How interesting," Lanin said. "You're interesting too. I heard your race left the Empire long ago." "Vampire race," Ophelia said. "Not everyone left. Some were scattered throughout the Empire. Nobody likes trouble, so they all hide and live in secret." Ophelia looked at Sita in her hand and said, "If it weren't for this little guy, I wouldn't have come for an interview. When I first saw it in the square, I felt blood magic, the innate magic of our race. Lo nan sa ni realize no wonder." The first thing Sita did after birth was to suck blood. Hearing this, Ophelia said, with surprise, "What really?" "It used vampire magic right after birth." "How long has it been alive?" "At least 5 years, right?" Lanin said no. "About 2 months." Ophelia looked at it incredulously, saying, "Impossible. Only 2 months." It already emits such high-density blood magic. Suddenly, she looked more obsessively at Sita and said, if this is true, it might be possible. Can I ask a favor of you and Sita? Could you lend Sita to me? I promise I'll work hard in the future. I need Sita's help for research now. Lanin, looking confused, said, wait, research. Research for the next day. Lanin's group came to the Special Adventure Club's activity room. I didn't expect the academy to give us a whole building. How generous meanwhile. Lanin saw Assam and Maria's new equipment. Are these weapons from Cappadocia? Sent by the Grancia family. Yes, Maria's great sword. Assam's magic bracelet. Because of these two weapons, their strength had improved. Maria puzzledly asked Lanin, why did you ask us to bring weapons? Lanin said, let's go inside and talk. You must be curious why I established such a club. I said before, we have only one goal. To quickly improve our potential abilities through combat experience. In fact, Lanin was preparing for the day that was coming. Then Lanin took out a map, pointed to a location, and said the first place we're going is here. The Washington Mountains, still unexplored by the Empire. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Lanin continued, you all know that place is unusual, so this will be a good experience. I also have some personal business there. But that's not the most important thing. What's important is to first solve your two problems. Hearing this, Maria and Assam looked at him puzzledly and asked, what problems are you helping us end our courses early? Lanin calmly explained, yes. No need to be so surprised. It's quite normal, we'll be gone for at least a week. But don't you still have classes? The two looked at him in astonishment. Lanin continued, so to balance your courses, you can complete them early like I did. That way you'll have time. The scene changes, and the three have arrived at the training room. Lanin said, before I help you with private courses, I need to check your current skills. Then Lanin provocatively said, relax. I'll keep my sword in its sheath. So don't be afraid, but please give it your all. Otherwise it'll be boring for me. The two were instantly speechless. Maria said, since he said so, let's try our new precious weapons. Assam heard this and was high-spirited. The next second, the two quickly readied their battle stances. Maria struck the first blow. Gripping tightly, she swung her sword heavily. A huge sword light slashed toward Lanin. Lanin dodged it easily by stepping aside. Immediately after, Assam used telepathy to control stones. As she waved her hand, the stones shot toward Lanin at 180 miles per hour, but Lanin remained unfazed. He dodged them nimbly, then his blade moved quickly, forming a dense shadow of swords blocking each stone, giving Lanin no time to rest. Maria had already jumped into the air. She gripped her magic-infused sword tightly and slashed mercilessly toward Lanin. Just as the heavy sword was about to hit the ground, Lanin quickly jumped to the right, avoiding this powerful strike. The ground was instantly shattered by this blow. Leaving a deep groove, Maria stared intently, quickly swinging her heavy sword toward Lanin. Lanin bent his body and dodged again. The next second, Maria, who had been attacking continuously, instantly switched from offense to defense, barely blocking an unexpected strike from Lanin. While attacking, Lanin could still observe Assam. Assam was floating in the air, continuously summoning large boulders. As she waved her hand, Lanin instantly sprang away. Assam used all her magic to change the boulder's direction, sending it crashing toward Lanin. Lanin smiled knowingly. Just as the boulder was about to crush him, Lanin finally drew La Mancha. All that could be heard was the sound of the sword dancing, and the incoming boulder split into pieces, instantly becoming small rocks. Lanin proudly looked at these small stones, but unexpectedly, Assam once again controlled the fragments mercilessly, sending them flying toward Lanin in that moment. Maria and Assam were full of fighting spirit. Lanin put down his sword and laughed, saying, test over. You've both grown much stronger. Just as the two sighed in relief, Lanin smiled mischievously. Maria and Assam felt a chill down their spines. Lanin said, special training begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lanin chased after them with his sword. Lanin's training was truly devilish, making the two laugh and cry. Half a month later, Lanin handed thick stacks of grade reports to the principal. The principal said, you mean All club members have completed their courses early. Lanen smiled and said yes. That's right, so. Can we go out now? The principal said. Of course, you always surprise me. I'll give you a pass, take care of yourselves. The scene changes. The group arrives at the Watching Mountains. Maria tries to circulate magic unexpectedly. The magic purity is so high. Which way should we go now, Lanen? Lanen said, please follow me. We're still far from the center. Meanwhile, Lanen's presence, entering the mountains, drifted toward a palace in the mountains. What a surprise, someone actually entered the mountains. It's been so long since we had visitors. Let me see who it is. During their journey deeper into the mountains, Lanen, relying on memories from before his transmigration, found an extremely fierce half-beasts. Before his transmigration, half-beasts had covered the entire mountain range with their powerful reproduction abilities. Later, they committed all kinds of atrocities, plundering and killing civilians in surrounding areas. For this reason, Lanen set the club's first mission: eliminate the half-beasts. Maria didn't seem convinced. Assam said there are too many half-beasts. Can we really defeat them? Lanen said, don't be afraid. I bet you covered this is a good combat opportunity. Lanen looked at the distant half-beasts deep in thought. They shouldn't appear so quickly. A stronger species in this mountain. The ogres dealing with ogres will be quite difficult, especially their leader, the two-headed ogre. But they won't appear for a long time. Just as Lanen was about to give the order to act, a voice from behind stopped him. Your intentions are good, but I don't recommend doing this. Now is not a good time. Lanen was startled. When did he appear? I didn't sense his presence at all. Who's that elf? Seeing Lanen staring at him with killing intent, the elf said, no need to be so alert. I'm a priest who stays in the mountains, serving a sacred deity in the mountains. Senior, let's talk somewhere else. Shall we? Lanen wasn't convinced and vigilantly grabbed his sword. The next second, a figure flashed by Lanen's. La Mancha was already at the elf's neck. Assam and Maria were puzzled. Lanen said, mercilessly, I'm very sorry, but there have been too many bastards lately. So please repeat after me. The priest looked confused. What do you mean, repeat what? The arrival of angels is the day. Starlight descends. Ayut is a bastard. After the priest repeated it without any change, Lanen slowly moved his sword away. The priest said, as a person who serves God, saying words that insult others is so embarrassing. This is the most embarrassing moment in my 200-plus years. Lanen wasn't impressed. 200-plus years. How long have you lived? I'm not sure. I haven't counted for a long time. It should be over 1,000 years. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. 1,000 years. That means he lived before the empire was established. Then he puzzledly asked the elf, just now you said it's not a suitable time. Why did you say that? The said, because the monsters here have been behaving strangely lately. They're not nocturnal creatures. But recently, they wander and gather in the mountains every night, and ogres who rarely leave their territory also frequently appear, so I advise you not to act now. You can rest a bit and wait for a suitable time. Then the priest gently tapped with his finger. His magic spread in the air, like water droplets in all directions. Then a hole formed in the air. The priest said, let's go, and let everyone into the hole. Inside was a magnificent palace. This is Daniel's temple, Assam. Said Lanen, do you know this temple? Lanen said, would I have this expression if I knew? It seems this elf is not simple. Lanen's group, led by the priest, came to a stone in the palace. Lanen puzzledly said, is the deity you serve this simple stone? The priest said simple. This stone has its own meaning. You would find its story tedious. Now please put down your luggage and rest well. Our temple has many empty rooms. Feel free to ask if you need anything. Hearing this, Maria seemed to remember something. She said, Lanen, didn't you come to find something? Lanen asked, do you know the dwelling place of the curse eye? The priest said, you mean the curse eye. Why are you looking for that monster? Do you have a curse on you? Lanen was startled. He asked, how did you know? The priest said, I see I was right. Because there are strange and dangerous echoes around you. Lanen, can you give me some time? I want to talk with you. The scene changes, and the two are sitting leisurely in a pavilion. The priest said, when I first saw you, I guess you weren't an ordinary student. Lanan was puzzled by why he asked this. Then Lanan grabbed La Mancha beside him. Is this guy really not related to those bastards? But I can't see dirty magic power on him. And after mentioning a Hyut, he didn't change at this time. The priest handed over a brewed tea and said, have some tea, it will help your body. Lanan looked at the hot tea. He didn't put anything strange in it. Did he as Lanan hesitated? A tea fragrance wafted out. This fragrance Lanan had never smelled it before. Suddenly Lanan's eyes widened. What's with this active magic flow? At the same time the priest smiled at him and said, how do you find the tea, don't you like it? After the priest drank the tea, Lanan also took a small sip. For the moment he drank it, his eyes became brighter. He could see the magic around him more clearly. Lanan looked at the tea in his hand in amazement. The principal said, this is a herb from the Washing Mountains that can enhance magic affinity, making you more clearly sense magic. But logically, since you're cursed, you shouldn't see the effect so quickly. However, I'll package it for you later. Regular consumption can suppress part of the curse. So please, don't use the curse eye to remove the curse anymore. Although it can remove part of the curse, it also takes away part of the target's life essence. Repeated use will threaten life. Don't tell me you're using it knowing its side effects. Lanan said I didn't know at all. I just wanted to remove the curse as soon as possible. Subsequently, the priest advised Lanan. Meanwhile, Lanan recalled that the professor had said the same thing, even knowing they were all helping him. Ever since meeting that man, he seemed to have become very impatient. Before catching that bastard, he still needed to stay alive and be careful. Speaking of which, who exactly is this elf? He didn't seem to have seen him before his transmigration. Somehow he gave Lanan a familiar feeling. After thinking for a moment, Lanan slowly picked up the teacup and said, I was too hasty because lately, many crazy bastards have been doing dark and dirty things. They're waiting for the stars to come. Hearing this, the priest remained silent. His expression became solemn. The scene changes to the palace under the night sky. The priest stared blankly at the stone, thinking, if what Lanan said is true, then those bastards must be planning an evil plot. It could be a huge disaster. Innocent people will be involved. Should I stand by again this time? Or is the arrival of that child your answer to me? What should I do? While the priest was still deep in thought, the sound of footsteps caught his attention. Lanan had already come behind him. The priest said, not asleep yet, Lanan. Not used to the beds here. Lanan said no. I just wanted some water. Seeing the priest staring at the stone, he couldn't help but ask him again. Does this ordinary stone have something special? Why do you worship it? The priest patiently explained. Every 1,000 years, our church moves 1,000 stones to the Holy Land. Their wind and rain are constant, and most stones are weathered away. But some stones withstand the 1,000-year test. We revere such a stone and turn it into a senile statue. I still clearly remember the day we moved this sacred statue. My friends were very enthusiastic. But devoting one's life to a god is something many cannot do. I hesitated many times about whether to leave. There was a time when I wanted to abandon our teachings and gain freedom. I had a premonition, possibly the will of Senil in the statue. I vaguely heard him asking me to stay, saying this would save the world, as if destined something only I could do. I couldn't give up. Lanan seemed to see Andershan's shadow in him. I feel that moment is getting closer and closer. The next day, seeing the gradually acclimating Assam and others, Lanan had put last night's conversation out of his mind. After drinking the tea here, Assam and the others all enhanced their magic affinity. Later, Lanan traveled throughout the mountain range with the priest to search for medicinal herbs. Looking at the kindly, smiling priest, the questions in Lanan's heart still remained unanswered. First time he met us, he was so kind to us, and during these days staying here, he has been very caring toward us. The more I look at him, the more I think he's a strange elf. Several days later, when Lanan and his team had recovered and were preparing to go fight the orcs, the priest worriedly said, I haven't found out why. The monsters have become strange. Are you really going? Lona smiled and said, don't worry, they've just become strange. Not stronger besides. These people are strong enough to handle it. So don't worry most importantly. Our time is running out, and we must return to the academy to study soon. The priest could only sigh helplessly. After speaking, he gathered magic in his hands. The next second, countless light motes floated into the air. The priest said, I've cast a barrier entering spell on you. With it you can freely enter and exit the palace. If any danger occurs, don't hesitate. Come back immediately. You must not let your guard down. The forest is full of dangers everywhere. Meanwhile, deep in a mountain range, a mysterious female elf seemed to be searching for something. This is becoming troublesome. Who would have thought he'd be so hard to find? As expected, I can't easily lure him out. Could you be with those stupid monsters? Well, if that's the case, and I'll have to meet you in person, Serani. When Lanin's team arrived at the orc tribe, they first carefully observed them from high ground. The orcs were happily dividing the gold and silver jewelry they had plundered, taking advantage of their relaxed defenses alone, and gave the order to act. Everyone had already prepared for battle. Let's kill them all just as the orcs were proudly showing off the necklaces they had stolen. Assam cast a telekinetic magic. Then Maria and her companion land safely. Both sides were poised and ready the next second, before two orcs could react. They were instantly cut in half following that, amid flashing blades. Several orcs had already been dismembered. Seeing the fallen orcs, the remaining orcs roared in anger. In an instant, they angrily rushed toward the two people. Suddenly, several rocks flew toward the charging orcs. The orcs who were hit fell to the ground. The next second, even faster rocks killed the orcs. Who hadn't yet reacted, it was Assam, using telekinetic magic to control the rocks. Lanin beside her couldn't help but admire how precisely she controlled them. The orcs then realized it was the two people in midair who were responsible. Lanin encouraged Assam, saying, do something stronger. Eliminate them. All the timid Assam then waved her hand, and the rocks in the sky instantly bombarded the orcs. The orcs were battered and scattered. A moment later, the orc tribe had been completely wiped out. After the dust settled, Lanin's team came down to clear the battlefield, looking at the corpses strewn everywhere. Asim was about to cry, I killed so many. Will I be punished by heaven? Lanin smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, we'll be punished together. Ross even gave her a thumbs up. Assam didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So I'll still be punished after all. Suddenly, Sitha poked Lanin's face with her palm, then turned to point toward a tree below. Everyone looked and saw someone tied to a tree. Looking closely, it was a beautiful elf covered in wounds. Lanin and his team ran over quickly, untied her, then asked Saida to cast healing magic. Afterward, the elf slowly opened her eyes. After seeing Lanin and the others clearly, she showed a surprised expression and said, who are you? But the next second, she suddenly coughed up blood. Lanin hurriedly went to support her. Can't even Saida heal her injuries? The elf asked, judging from the magic surrounding you. Did you just come from the temple? As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly grabbed Lanin's shoulder, desperately begging him to take her to see that person. Then, with a fearful expression, she said those people are coming. If this message isn't delivered to him in time, he'll be in danger. Before she could finish, she had already collapsed on the ground. The scene changes. Saranti is wiping a large stone behind him. A footsteps in Lanin, carrying the female elf on his back. Hurriedly shouts, Saranti. Saranti looks at him in surprise and says, why have you returned so quickly? What happened? Lanin says. She's a female elf we rescued from the orc tribe. She wants to see you. Saranti looks at her incredulously. An elf wants to see me. Looking at the badly wounded female elf, Saranti reaches out to cast a spell on her, saying, Lanin, please tell me the details. The scene changes. Maria and the others remain at the orc tribe, searching around to see if there are any more captives, but they find none and are about to return to the temple when Assam stares at the fallen orcs. Maria says, have you found something, cutie? Assam explains these orcs are a bit strange. There's a hidden double magic on their foreheads, something I've never seen before. But what kind of magic is this? These magic circles. Just then, Lanin arrives carrying the wounded female elf. Saranti quickly takes her to a room for treatment. A moment later, Sarani smiles and says, "She's all right now." Lanin breathes a sigh of relief. Just now, healing magic had no effect on her. I was worried she might have been poisoned. Saranti says I injected her with antidote. Thank you for bringing her here in time. Otherwise, I would have lost a close friend. Lanin says close friend. So she's also Sarani says yes. She's one of the few who believe in Signal. Once a faithful and sincere believer. Now that you've saved her, how should I thank you? Lanin scratches his head embarrassedly and says, "It was nothing, don't mention it. But please tell me before she collapsed." She said they are coming soon. Who are there you really in mortal danger? After hearing this, Saranti fell silent. The scene changes. Saranti takes Lone into the stone. Saranti says, "Actually, I'm not very clear myself. They are a religion that worships an unknown entity. They're very mysterious. I don't know who they are. I only know they've committed many crimes. They call themselves Nebula." Upon hearing this name, Lanin exclaims in surprise, "Those bastards are coming for you." Saranti says you know them too. They've sent assassins to find me several times, but eventually gave up when they couldn't find me. I thought they had abandoned their search, as things have been quiet for hundreds of years, but now it seems they're back. Lanin immediately becomes agitated, and you're so calm about it. You should leave this place immediately. But Saranti says I cannot leave this place. The souls of everyone live here. If I move elsewhere, innocent people will be affected, and I don't want that there before. I hope you leave here quickly. I don't want anyone to get hurt. After hearing this, Lanin says with concern, Saranti, "Wait for me, I'll go get powerful reinforcements. Until then, please hide and don't act on your own, okay?" Saranti hears this and can't help but smile, saying, "I understand, I'll hide well." After saying this, he hands something to Lanin, saying, "Please accept this. It's payment for saving my close friend." Lanin says, "What is it?" "Is this a ring?" Saranti says, "Yes. It's an entry ticket to the Mage Tower. If you go to the Dawn Mage Tower, please show this to the tower's administrator. They'll definitely find information about your curse. All right, be careful on your journey. I'm very glad to have met you. The time spent with you has been a blessing." Lanin says, "It's not like we'll never see each other again. Why are you saying such things? I'll be back soon, wait for me." After saying this, Lanin rushes off, and Saranti watches him with a lonely expression. Afterward, his face becomes serious as he says, "Should I be happy about our long-awaited reunion, my long-lost close friend? No, I should now call you Nebula's assassin." Brigidia, the previously injured elf, suddenly stands up, with lightning surrounding her body, her hair instantly turning from yellow to white. Brigidia smiles and says, "How have you been doing?" Saranti says they chose you as an assassin. "It seems your organization is quite violent and cruel." Brigidia says, "You giving a paralytic drug to a patient. Isn't that the same?" Saranti says, "Of course, because your poor acting was too easy to see through, even pretending to be captured by orcs." Virginia says, "I had no choice. Meeting you isn't an easy task. I used the monsters here to attract you, but couldn't draw you out. However, by coincidence, I just happened to see those people running around with your magic. I thought if I killed them and left them around you, it might draw you out. But I held back because I'm a devout believer." Touched, Saranti says, "If that's the case, I won't let you succeed." Brigidia says, "How scary, can't I even joke now?" All right, small talk ends here. My purpose in coming here is to convey the organization's order. Persuade Saranti if he refuses. Kill him before she finishes. Both sides are at a standoff. In an instant, the energy from both clashes together, creating an explosion. The temple surroundings shake. Lanin, who has left the temple, notices this too. But just then he meets Assam and the others returning. "Maria," says Lanin. "There you are." Lanin says, "Yes. Did you find any other captives?" Maria says, "No, but we discovered something suspicious." Assam says, "I found strange magic circles on each orc's head." Magic circles I've never seen before. Lanin listens with a puzzled expression. But at that moment, a huge lightning bolt strikes behind him. Everyone is shocked. Was that explosion sound from the temple? At this moment, Lanin suddenly has a bad feeling. At the same time, a huge foot stomps down, causing the ground to shake violently. turning to look suddenly. A giant monster appears, ferociously tearing everything apart. After everyone gets a clear look, they realize this monster actually has two heads. A two-headed ogre looking at its enormous form. Sam and the others hesitate momentarily, unsure what to do behind them. Lanin holds his sword and shouts, "Pull yourselves together, follow me. You can't handle it." The ogre just looks at them contemptuously. The next second, a hand unexpectedly appears behind Ross. Ross says what's happening. "I can't move my body." The huge hand slams hard on Ross, sending him flying at 180 miles per hour. He crashes heavily into a wall. Assam and Maria are dumbfounded before they can recover. The two-headed ogre raises its fist high again, then mercilessly brings it down. Surprisingly, they can't move their bodies either. At that moment, a sword flies out like a gust of wind from behind. Lanin helps them block the attack. But the ogre's fist isn't injured at all. The two-headed ogre is also very surprised. "He could block my punch," Lanin instructs Assam and Maria. "Take Saida and look after Ross. Leave that thing to me meanwhile." Saranti and Brigidia are engaged in combat. Collision of energy even cracks the temple walls. Brigidia rushes over with his sword, swinging at an extremely fast speed. Saranti quickly casts a spell to resist wind control. Art centered on Saranti. Fierce winds continuously swirl around, but the next second they quickly gather into a storm, heading toward Brigidia. Seeing this huge storm, Brigidia isn't afraid at all. Instead, she shows joy and says, "Great. This is exactly what I wanted." Before she finishes speaking, she immediately imbues her sword with dark magic. Un mur de roue aura instantly burst forth, gathering the surrounding dark magic into the heart of her sword. As the sword swings, it transforms into a black light pillar, flying rapidly towards Saranti. The two powerful forces converge in midair, unable to determine a winner. The resulting explosion shatters everything around them. After the smoke clears, both are unharmed. Suddenly, Brigidia disappears at extreme speed. Only the sound of a sword swing is heard. Brigidia suddenly appears in front of him. Saranti is startled, but the magic shield he had prepared beforehand blocks the attack. Their murderous gazes briefly meet. Energy bursts forth again, immediately pushing them apart. Brigidia says, "As expected of you. Such an old fox, killing you would be a waste. Come to our organization. You can definitely get a management position." Saranti angrily refuses. "No way. I can't serve an evil cult. Anyway, you become quite rusty, and your movements have slowed down. Is your cult not suitable for you?" Bridget says, "Of course not. I'm just a bit bored, just want to see you act. I know you've been busy, buying time for those children to escape. Your pretense is to keep those people from getting involved, right? Do you think this will let them leave safely? Why would you, with no interest in the world, protect them so much?" Saranti seems to have been seen through. He looks at her in surprise and says, "They're just guests I happen to meet. Don't harm them meaninglessly. If you dare touch them, I can't let you leave politely." But Brigidia says dismissively, "Oh my, how scary. But what can I do?" Before she finishes, a loud explosion comes from deep in the forest. Saranti is startled. That direction is Lanin. Brigidia, "You bastard," before he can react. Brigidia has already flashed behind him. She smiles eerily and says, "Saranti, is now the time to be distracted." There's only the sound of a sword falling. Saranti's arm falls elsewhere after Lanin told him to leave. The two-headed ogre slammed down a palm, which Lanin immediately blocked. Maria and the others couldn't help but hold their breath. In anxiety, Lanin approaches the ogre's side. After looking carefully, he discovers its eyes have been enchanted, identical to the stone men of Cappadocia. This is definitely the work of the Nebula organization. While Lanin is observing, the two-headed ogre attacks again, forcing Lanin to quickly retreat and dodge. He then immediately launches an attack. He leaps into the air, grips Ramon Cha tightly, then swings toward the center of its body, followed by several more sword strikes. But the ogre's skin is hardened, preventing fatal damage. Damn. Still as hard as before, this strike also angers it, before Lohan can land. The two-headed ogre is already swinging its fist at full force toward him. By the time he reacts, the fist is already in front of his face, but he manages to block it with his sword. However, the massive recoil quickly pushes him back to avoid being thrown far away. He can only thrust his sword into the ground, but is still pushed back several meters. His sword-holding hand continues to tremble dam. Its strength is just as great as before. Seeing that Lanin hasn't fallen, the two-headed ogre pulls up a tree with its left hand, grabs an ogre with its right hand, then throws them both, but Lanin shows no tension. He sets his face, grimly glances at the fallen Ross, and says, "You've done something you shouldn't have. Hurting my friend right in front of me. Bastard, you're dead." Just as the tree flies to his face, Lanin quickly swings his sword, instantly cutting the tree in half. Then he uses the half-tree as a platform, darting back and forth among the trees, finally appearing above the two-headed ogre. With lightning speed Lone and grips his sword hilt, gathering power. "The reason I couldn't defeat you quickly before crossing over was because I had no weapon, no techniques. Now it's different. I have Roman Shah and Professor Neighbors's techniques. In an instant, the energy around Lanin quickly gathers in his sword. Rotating blade Ramon Shah spins rapidly, generating cutting force, passing through the two-headed ogre at extreme speed. The moment Lanin lands, he slowly sheaths his sword. The two-headed ogre is puzzled, wondering how he passed through. As Lanin closes his sword, its body instantly shatters into pieces. A confident man never looks back. That took a bit too long. Lanin slowly walks towards Sam's group and says, "How's Ross? Is he okay?" "Don't worry, we've already done first aid, but he still needs proper examination." Seeing that Ross has no major injuries, Lanin breathes a sigh of relief. Lanin says, "Then you continue treating him here, Sam." Says Lanin, "What about you?" Lanin says, "I'm going back to the temple to see what's happening." When Lanin reaches the temple, he is immediately shocked by the scene before him. Before he left, the temple was still magnificent and sacred. How could it be completely destroyed? In the blink of an eye, what happened? I wasn't gone that long at the same time. Lanin senses footsteps behind him. Looking back, Sarani is pale, breathing heavily, and has lost an arm. Yet he actually smiles and says, "It seems you're safe. I'm sorry, I should have come to save you immediately." Sarani walks over unsteadily, and Lanin immediately runs to support him. Lanin says, "What happened?" Sarani says, "I'm fine, don't worry. You need to leave here quickly." Before he finishes, suddenly a black shadow pierces Sarani's center. Sarani spits out a mouthful of blood. Then a figure rapidly approaches from behind Lanin. Looking back, a female elf wielding a sword leaps down. She smirks at Sarani and says, "Is this how you treat an old friend? I didn't expect that with one arm cut off. You could still cast such a powerful killing move, almost taking my life, too. Too bad I've received the blessing of the stars, so you can't kill me." Sarani grits his teeth upon hearing this. Then the female elf teasingly says to Lanin, "I didn't expect you to survive." The two-headed ogre impressive. Lanin glares at her angrily and asks, "Who are you?" Brigtia says, "Oh my, how forgetful of me. You haven't seen this face yet. Let me greet you again. Thank you for saving me." After saying this, Brigtia disguises herself as the injured elf again. Seeing this, Lanin realizes. He says, "You're the elf who was captured by the orcs. I really appreciate you. Thanks to you, I could pass through the barrier to the temple. As a reward, I'll make your death quick." With that, Brigtia unleashes a powerful aura. Two black energy streams surge forth like floods, then transform into several shadow blades, flying toward Lanin after the smoke clears. Only a large crater remained on the ground. Brigtia says, "Interesting. You actually dodged it." Lanin ignores her. He looks gravely at the injured Sarani. He says, "Sita, help heal Sarani. You must save him." Sita immediately cast healing magic to treat him. Meanwhile, Lanin slowly walks over and says, "You bastards not only destroy the Empire's blacksmith shop, but also sent spies to monitor the Empire. And now you've come here to wreak havoc." Nebula Organization Brigtia says, "How interesting. Then you must have met our star's children. I heard there's a kid recently going around, killing believers on missions. Could that be you as she finishes? Lanin catches her off guard and thrusts his sword at her. However, Bridgetia easily dodges with a sidestep. Bridgetia says, such skill at your age. No wonder they fell at your hands. Seeing that she dodged his attack, Lanin immediately backs away to create distance. But Brigidia flashes next to Lanin in an instant. Swinging her sword, Lanin blocks the attack. With some difficulty, she seems able to predict my movements. I'll need to kill her in one go. When she lowers her guard, Lanin swings at her. Bridgetia smiles as she catches his attack. Bridgetia says, I really like you. Killing you would be a waste. Would you like to join our organization? We'll provide benefits and accommodations. Lanin immediately refuses, saying you must be dreaming. Brigidia says you have no choice. As she finishes, several dark energy spikes pierce Sarani's body. If you refuse, I'll kill him first. Lanin widens his eyes in shock. He grips his sword tightly. Bridgetia laughs maniacally. Sarani's life depends on your decision. Now, make your choice, Lanin says. My decision is to tear you apart. You bastard. Then Lanin strikes with all his might. Bridgetia quickly retreats several meters. She says, the more you resist, the more I want to have you. In just the next few dozen seconds, the two have already exchanged several rounds of attacks. In midair, two sword energies clash fiercely in the air, creating ripples of invisible energy waves, seemingly making even the surrounding air tremble. Sarani watches with concern. Meanwhile, Lanin leaps up, grasps Ramoncha to gather strength, and swings at Brigidia. Brigidia smiles perversely. Excellent. It's been a long time since I fought someone so strong. At the moment, Lanin swings his sword. Brigidia catches it with one hand. She says, killing you would be a waste. Be obedient, be a good child. If you move again, I might not be able to resist killing you. As she finishes, a dark energy suddenly pierces deep into Lanin's body. Bridgetia says, when you open your eyes again, the starlight will welcome you. Lanin has no time to defend. Just as the sword is about to pierce his heart, a green light suddenly appears. Protecting Lanin, Bridget angrily says, Sarani. You again. It was the shield magic cast by Sarani. Sarani says, I told you. If you dare touch him, I will never spare you. Lanin says, Sarani. Your injured body can't withstand the power of casting magic. Leave this to me, Sarani says. You've done very well. You've bought me time. Now leave the rest to me. As he finishes, a blue light envelopes Lanin. With a wave of Sarani's finger, Lanin is instantly moved away. Seeing this, Brigidia immediately pursues with her sword, but her body is filled with blue lightning. Unable to move, she looks up. 3 forbidden magic circles have appeared in the sky. Bridget is startled. When did you? How can you with so many wounds? Still, Sarani says, Bridget. Our relationship ends here. Goodbye, my former sister. Then a huge blue lightning bolt strikes down. The lightning struck. Bridget screams in pain. Lanin watches in disbelief. Despite Bridget's painful screams, Sarani shows no mercy. Instead, he intensifies the lightning's power. Sarani says, I must kill her at all costs, even if I burn up all my magic and life force. The suffering Bridget becomes extremely angry. Sarani, you stone-worshipping fool. How dare you, how dare you? As she finishes, Bridget instantly erupts with a powerful dark aura and walks forward. She says, I am the chosen apostle of the stars. As long as he grants us the blessing of the stars, no one dares block our path forward. There's no need to pacify someone like you anymore, so just die now. Sita immediately flies in front of Sarani to protect him, seeing that Bridget hasn't fallen. Sarani uses telepathy magic to tell Lanin, can you hear me, Lanin? There's no time. I'll be direct. Her star blessing seems to resist my magic attacks, but she's heavily injured and moving slowly. I'll keep her busy. You take the chance to leave quickly. Lanin recalls that the giant before his crossing also had this ability, then says, who allowed you to say goodbye? As he finishes, sword energy suddenly flies toward Bridgetia. Bridgetia hurriedly blocks it. Sarani is startled and looks back to see Lanin still in place. Lanin says don't think about giving up Serenity. It's not over yet. What you don't know is that I've never run away before, or now, so please trust me this once. Both turn to look at the roaring Lanin. Bridgetia waves her hand and says, seems I was too gentle earlier. Die now. Several dark sword blades rush toward him like a tide, just as they're about to hit. A blue lightning envelopes Lanin. Bridget is also trapped by blue lightning, again taking this opportunity. Serenity quickly gathers magic on his index finger, the moment his finger points down. Bridget is struck hard, but because of her magic immunity, she's not affected at all. She says, do you think this means anything? When I have the star's blessing, you don't even qualify to hurt me. As Brigidius wings her sword down, Lanin has already appeared in front of her. There's only the sound of a sword. Bridget's arm falls. It was Lanin's quick sword strike. Lanin says, I hope you keep thinking that way. Bridget's face shows disbelief as she says, how did you break through the star's blessing? The next second, her face contorts as she screams frantically. This is impossible, but before she can say another word, her body is covered with countless sword wounds. This is impossible. Blood splatters from her body. Lanin says, then go ask him yourself. That star you believe in. Blood sprays from her body, and she finally falls. Die now, just a little more time, and I could have attained the truth I sought. I waited so long for this. I wonder if you found your truth, Serenity. With that, Bridget slowly closes her eyes. Lanin looks at the fallen Bridget, feeling emotional if she hadn't been complacent. Because of the star's blessing, it would be me lying there. But before my crossing, it seemed only I could harm the giant. Others couldn't now. Even Bridget has this ability. Can this power be used in the name of a blessing? This moment, Serenity behind him shakily calls for Lanin. Lanin immediately runs to his side and says, Serenity, hang on Sita. Save him, but Sita can do nothing. Lanin says, Serenity, hold on a little longer. I'll call for a more skilled healer. But Serenity grabs Lanin's hand and says, Lanin, I'm sorry. I beg you one last favor. A moment later, Serenity slowly leans against the sacred stone, his body continuously coughing. The next second, he coughs up blood. I'm sorry you have to see me like this. Lanin blames himself. I'm really sorry. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. But Serenity interrupts him. Don't say that it was only a matter of time. It's not anyone's fault, Lanin. This will be a long and difficult battle. You may lose much in the future. I'm sorry to say this, but please never give up. I believe you can do it. Lanin looks at him sadly. Suddenly, the sacred stone behind Serenity emits light. That and centered on Serenity. A dazzling light also shines forth. After the light dissipates, Serenity's body slowly turns to stone. But Serenity smiles and says, thank you, Lanin, for helping me find the truth. I will stay with the god Saniel forever, by your side watching over you. As he finishes, Serenity transforms into an oval stone. Lanin watches silently at this moment. The cloudy sky gradually clears, revealing a ray of sunlight. Rest in peace, Serenity. Afterward, Lanin prayed for Serenity and then left this place, returning to the academy. The scene shifts to the principal's office. The principal looks at the adventure summary. Submitted by Lanin, he says, your club's adventure activities are really dangerous. I have to think carefully before letting you go out. Next time, Lanin quickly explains. It was all because of that crazy woman. Next time won't be so bad. So please don't ban our club activities. The principal says you suffered such serious injuries, and you witnessed Salem's death. Are you really okay, Lanin? Hearing this, Lanin clenched his fist, and he said, saying I'm fine would definitely be lying to you. But if I became depressed, I think it would be even sadder. So don't worry about me. Thank you for your concern. Seeing this, the principal didn't pursue it further. All right, I understand. That puts my mind at ease. You eliminated the orcs and defeated a criminal. I can't punish students who accomplish such great things. But can you promise me that if you encounter that organization again, you won't do anything rash? I can't let my students take such big risks. Lanin immediately agreed, of course. I promise if there's nothing else. I'll go now. I'll come see you before our next adventure. As Lanin hurried away, the principal hesitated for a moment, wanted to give some advice. Lanin hadn't been attending classes lately, so he probably hadn't heard. The scene shifts to the club building. Lanin had intended to supervise their training, but it was empty Assam and the others weren't there. However, a familiar figure was sitting formally. Lanin said, "Why are you here, Shulivan?" Shulivan turned to look at Lanin with a serious expression. "Finally, you're here. I hope you have time now. We need to talk about the Nebula organization." Lanin didn't exchange simple greetings with Shulafin, but directly asked him, "What do you want to tell me? Did you deal with those traitors at home before coming?" Shulafin said yes. We conducted a large-scale screening and caught 19 spies. I personally interrogated 5 of them. The others will be sent to Lodos and prison for further questioning, but now there's a big problem. The restrictions no longer work on them. Lanin was shocked. What are you saying the restrictions don't work anymore? Shulafin said yes. During our investigation of the 19 people, the restrictions didn't work on any of them. They might have removed the relevant restrictions. I think we can assume that. Damn, this is really annoying. Is there no other way now? Do we have to identify them one by one? By looking at their magical power? As Lanin was deep in thought, Shulafin stood up preparing to leave. "All right, I'll let you know if there's any news. Finally, I'm looking forward to seeing you again at the upcoming midterm exam." Lanin looked completely confused. "What are you talking about, exam?" 2 days later, on an island controlled by Phillips Academy, Nabiros was explaining the midterm exam rules. "As you know, my course focuses on practical combat. I'd really like to send you to a battlefield for practice, but according to school guidelines, that's not possible. What a pity. It would have been fun, however. My assessment method is also good. I will scatter you across this island for an unlimited real duel. Of course, don't worry about dying, because I prepared equipment for your safety." She pointed to bracelets on a rack and said, "Once the wearer of this bracelet loses their ability to fight, they will be automatically sent to the Academy's plaza. The Academy's best healers are there." Suddenly, Naburos excitedly said, "So everyone can treat this as a life or death battle. You can use any strategy and technique. If you have the ability, go all out." Lanin was startled to see Nabiros so excited. "For the first time next, I'll call names to come get bracelets. When you put on the bracelet, you'll be teleported to a fixed coordinate. First, Anderson." Lanin watched Anderson walk out slowly, feeling somewhat worried. Others were discussing among themselves. "Andershan, she's just an odd jobber. She usually attends classes with me, and now she's taking the exam with us too. That's good. With a fool like her, we won't be in last place." Hearing this, Lanin was furious, but he thought, with the Grand Commander's current strength, in the assessment, she would only be beaten badly. So for the Grand Commander, the best decision is the next second. When Anderson put on the bracelet, she was immediately teleported away. Then everyone was teleported out. Lanin was also teleported to somewhere on the island. He at first looked around and found no one else nearby. Was I transported to a place with just me? Am I that lucky? Is it really as I wished? Then Lanin gave a cold laugh and said, "Stop hiding, come out, senior. You seem very nervous, damn. Why did I meet this monster right at the start?" The next second, the student hiding behind the tree immediately jumped into the air, swinging a large axe fiercely towards Lanin's head. After the smoke cleared, a long sword was at his neck. Lanin said, "You're going too far. Is this how you treat your junior classmates?" "As your junior, this makes me a bit unhappy. It seems that you people who were teleported to the same place have formed a temporary alliance. Maybe because this is Phillips. So your ability to handle various situations is not bad." But before he finished speaking, Lanin threw a stone at extremely high speed. The long-haired man in the tree was hit before he could react, falling hard to the ground. "This isn't your best strategy." Seeing this, the black-haired leader immediately shouted, "The ambush failed. Everyone prepare for battle. Even if he's a monster, he's still alone. We have the advantage in numbers." In an instant, all those hiding revealed themselves, then rushed desperately towards Lanin. A moment later, Lanin slowly sheathed his sword and said, as expected of second-year students. It still took some time just then. Movement ahead caught Lanin's attention. 3 male students had surrounded a battered female student. One boy said, I didn't expect you to hold out so long. The game should end now. You should give up. Anderson, though covered in wounds. She was still carefully observing her opponents. In forming a strategy, one may have exceeded my limits, but it seems these two have lowered their guard. And with third-year honor student Ion leading, they definitely believe they can't lose, making them relax and expose weaknesses. I have only one chance in one breath. In all, Anderson swung her sword horizontally, across the ground with lightning speed. The two hadn't time to react next. Anderson had already flashed in front of them. When her sword fell, blood immediately spurted from the two. But Anderson didn't stop. She charged towards third-year Ioun at 180 miles per hour, but as she approached, Ioun's weapon suddenly appeared before her. When Diddy Anderson quickly blocked with her sword, but Ioun's strength was too great. Anderson immediately spat blood, her body flying back tens of meters. Ioun said, "You think such a small trick could defeat me? How pitiful, Anderson. You're a smart person. You know that no matter how hard you struggle, you can't beat me. It's interesting to watch you struggle." But this ends now. Observing from shadows, Lonan wasn't surprised by the outcome, because from the beginning, he felt Anderson shouldn't participate. But reflecting on the strategy she used in battle, it was enough to prove her talent. She fully utilized the environment to create opportunities to distract her opponents, quick and decisive strikes, demonstrating an incredible talent for strategy. However, in the face of absolute strength, even the best battle strategy is useless. I'm certain now the exam is over. Grand Commander, don't suffer here anymore. Anderson isn't badly hurt. She'll probably be sensible and withdraw voluntarily. So Lonan slowly got up to leave. But the next second, the sound of a sword being swung interrupted him again. Anderson actually launched another attack. Even Ioun was surprised by her action. Ioun said, "What are you doing now? Do you really want to end up seriously injured?" Anderson said, "Of course, Ioun. The exam isn't over, and neither am I." The next second, Anderson quickly jumped behind him. Anderson swung a precise and decisive sword at Ioun, but he still blocked it, however. Ioun's face was cut, leaving a shallow sword wound. Ion's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Angry Ioun said, "You're asking for trouble," then slashed at Anderson without mercy. Anderson was sent flying by the strike. Ioun said, "This makes me look stupid in front of a foolish student. I'm curious who's supporting you behind the scenes, making you do such stupid things. I've always been curious about your background and abilities. You don't have talent like that new student. Why do you struggle so hard? Shouldn't you know better than anyone that everyone thinks you have no hope? What are you persisting for?" Hearing Ioun's question, Anderson's thoughts were pulled back to her childhood. Her village was left with only her due to the war. A man hugged her, crying bitterly. At that moment, she seemed to find the path she would take. In the future, Anderson said firmly in a low voice, "Because I must become the Grand Commander at all costs." After hearing this, Ioun said contemptuously, "What Grand Commander? What nonsense are you talking about, you?" Anderson said, "Because no one else can fulfill that dream for me." Lonan was shocked by her answer. Anderson continued, "But I believe in my destiny. You will never understand." Ioun said, "Get lost talking about dreams. You don't even know your place. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore." Ioun gathered strength for a final strike against Anderson. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ioun's weapon instantly broke in half. Lonan appeared in front of Anderson. Lonan said, "I didn't want to interfere, but that's enough, senior." Ioun looked bewildered before he could react. He had already taken a hit from Lonan's sword. So angry and unwilling, Ioun was helpless. Anderson looked at Lonan with confusion, blurting out his name, Lonan. Lonan said, "Are you okay?" Anderson replied, "Yes. Thank you for saving me, but why are you here?" Lonan said, "Let's skip these trivial details. I want to ask you something. Why do you want to be the Grand Commander?" Anderson said, "You want to know why I want to become the Grand Commander?" Why ask? So suddenly Lonan nodded firmly and said, "It's important to me, so please tell me." Seeing Lonan's serious expression, Anderson was silent for a moment and lowered her head sadly and said, "Do you know about the Night of Evil Wolves?" Lonan said, "You mean the werewolf invasion 10 years ago?" Anderson said, "Yes." That war between the Empire and the werewolves. The former wanted to expand territory northward, while the latter wanted to stop them. It was that very night that I lost my family. It was at dinner time my mother and brother received orders from the front line. That was the last time I saw my mother. She was so kind and gentle. I hadn't even finished talking to her before she left. She didn't even eat dinner afterward. According to the commander's strategy, the village soldiers were sent directly to protect the castle. They ended up being torn apart by strong werewolves. It was simply sending them to their deaths, with absolutely no strategy to speak of, without knowing the disparity and strength. Having no strategy led to a tragedy. Lone, and you should know that shortly after that, the Empire and werewolves negotiated a ceasefire. Eventually, the Empire agreed to give land to the werewolves, and the werewolves joined the Empire's army. While my village was destroyed and my family sacrificed, all I got was a useless tombstone. Although they nobly sacrificed for the Empire, I couldn't accept it. Watching disabled warriors ask why they had to die, I instantly felt immense anger, because none of them had to die. If there had been peaceful negotiations from the start, if they had used geographical advantages, if there had been an excellent Grand Commander. At this point, Anderson choked up. I can't bear this fact. I want to become a Grand Commander. So there won't be any more needless sacrifices. I will become a perfect commander, and no one will need to build tombstones for those who should have lived. After hearing Andershan's passionate dream, Lonan just silently looked at her, creating an instantly awkward atmosphere. Lonan said sorry for bringing up your bad memories, but it helped me understand something. Anderson asked understand something. Lonan didn't answer, but fell into deep thought. It seems impossible to make her give up now, but this means he can no longer just be a bystander. Watching her get killed, he can't bear that painful feeling anymore. As the two were lost in thought, a cold wind blew from the nearby forest. Looking back, it was a huge storm. Lonan said, looks like he's here. There's not much time, so I'll be direct. Do you know about shadow magic? Anderson said shadow magic. What's that? Lonan said. The conditions to awaken it are tricky, but once you meet these conditions, you'll quickly become stronger. I know someone who reminds me of you, so I think you can use it too. I'll help you awaken it later, okay? Anderson said, wait. Why are you suddenly saying this? Lonan grabbed Anderson's shoulder with one hand, smiling at her, don't worry. I'll support you fully, let's work hard together. Anderson was touched that Lonan had taken her to heart, emotions rushing in, but the next second, Lonan suddenly pushed Anderson off the cliff. Anderson looked completely bewildered. Lonan said, that's enough for today. Third place isn't bad. I'll come see you as soon as I get back. Watching Anderson being teleported away, Lonan felt relieved. Lonan said, so now it's just us left. The person walked over slowly. It was Shula Finn. Lonan looked at him provocatively and said, why are you everywhere it seems? You've dealt with all the opponents on your way. Shula Finn said yes. There's only you and me left on this island. No need to say more, let's fight. Both quickly grip their swords. Give it your all. Let's see who is the Academy's. The next second, the two figures turned into lightning bolts, charging at each other. The strongest pervert in the school. Meanwhile, Anderson, who was teleported back, lay quietly in the Academy Plaza. Soon she woke up from her faint, seeing her body intact. Anderson knew she'd been eliminated and teleported back, recalling what Lonan said before pushing her. You're already in third place. This means the remaining two must be those two. People around her were gathered in front of a huge screen. Watching screen was broadcasting the duel between Lonan and Shula Finn. A powerful sword aura blocked a huge storm. After the dust settled, two figures flew by rapidly, facing the powerful storm sword. Lonan changed his strategy, avoiding its sharpness first, but Shula Finn pursued relentlessly. While chasing, he again imbued his sword with even more powerful storm magic, then swung mercilessly toward Lonan. At this moment, two huge storms appeared behind Lonan. This madman actually split the storm sword in two. To deploy, getting hit would be fatal, but its power is dispersed. The next second, Lonan charged toward the storm at 180 miles per hour, swinging his sword at the two storms. The sword style was exactly Naburo's technique. The two storms were actually cut with a vertical, small opening, and the storm's power had leveled the rocks on both sides. I still can't cut through it. If he increases his storm power to the limit, I might not be able to win. What happened to this guy? Compared to when we caught Dylan together, his storm sword is more exquisite, and before his speed was much slower than mine. But now it's almost as fast. This madman is stronger than he was. At the same period before I crossed over, Shulafin was also surprised by Lanin's performance. Although I haven't unleashed the full power of the storm sword, he actually chose to block it head-on, so he can cut off magic power. Not to mention, he can use the coach's sword technique so perfectly, although I'm stronger in techniques. I've reached my limit in increasing speed. I need to end this quickly. Lanin knew that was Shulafin's growth rate. Once he adapted to his fighting style, he would have no way to win. He couldn't drag it out any longer. Both tightly gripped their sword hilts. The next second, Shulafin suddenly gave an eye signal. His and Lanin's figures immediately disappeared from their spots. Only flashes of blades could be seen in the air. As the two landed, Lanin bounced out again, charging towards Shulafin at extreme speed. Seeing this, Shulafin gathered several storms into his sword. When he swung at Lanin, it formed a huge, long storm. Lanin broke into a cold sweat, disappearing into the storm. After the smoke cleared, the ground was left with a huge storm track. But Shulafin knew Lanin hadn't been defeated. You have no choice but to avoid the storm sword, using this interval to plan an ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, Shulafin's body had several sword wounds, blood splashing before he could react. Lanin was already behind him, but Shulafin smiled slightly and said, "You always surprise me," Lanin said. "You can still smile after being cut." Then two sword lights flashed past, in the midst of light and shadow. Both were hit by each other's swords simultaneously. Blood immediately spurted out. But the next second, the two quickly withdrew their swords, launching even fiercer attacks. Again, the sword energy from both spread out, as if to envelop the surrounding ground. Under their sharp edges, their eyes briefly met, only to laugh coldly. The breathtaking duel between the two made the watching students tense. My God, is this really a freshman duel? To be honest, these monsters should be tested separately, and the geographic environment doesn't affect their performance at all. Nearby, Anderson couldn't help but worry for Lanin. Nibiru smiled. Quite an interesting duel. They've both made great progress since entering school. However, they've both reached their physical limits, whether they like it or not. The next move will determine the outcome of the match. Amidst the flashing blades, their bodies were already covered in wounds. Shulafin said, "This is exhilarating. Coming to Phillips was the best decision I ever made. Meeting an opponent like you. It's time to end this duel." Lanin said yes. "Let's decide the winner if we keep fighting like this. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with an opponent like you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two quickly jumped apart. As they landed, Shulafin concentrated and quickly gathered magic power, saying, "I won't hold back. So show all your strength too." Streams of magic power gathered with Shulafin at the center. Seeing this, Lanin called him crazy. Lanin said, "I must bring you to our team. But before that, I need to make you submit through combat." Lanin's gaze locked firmly on his opponent, lowering his head to accumulate strength in an attack posture. The next second, Lanin disappeared from the spot at extreme speed. Shulafin only saw a flash of sword light. Lanin had already leaped behind him. Shulafin was stunned. No way. He's injured, but got even faster in his shock. He looked back. Lanin attacked again. Dozens of sword shadows, forming a net of heaven and earth. Shulafin smiled bitterly now. "I don't have the energy to keep up with this speed. But if he's going this fast, the burden on his body must be very heavy. Hasn't he thought about the consequences?" Thinking this, Shulafin tightly gripped his sword, frantically thrusting it into the ground, completely ignoring Lanin's attack. When the sword entered the ground, it released powerful energy. Lanin immediately swung his sword to block. What a madman. I thought I could win with speed. Didn't expect he would release Magic Blade right in front of himself. With his injuries, he can't precisely control his magic power, so he must also be damaged by his own attack. Does he want to win that badly? But so do I. Don't want to dodge anymore. We're both at our limits. We can't delay anymore. I need to get close to him immediately. At this moment, Lanin rushed up like a madman, decisively and quickly giving Shulivan a sword strike. But Shulivan laughed coldly, saying, I knew you would do this. You met my expectations. Then intense storms gathered on Shulivan's sword. Lanin was startled. I put everything I have into it, with Shulivan as the center of the storm. Several storms quickly gathered to form a huge storm vortex. Storm soared the next second. A lightning bolt fell from the sky. Then the sword momentum became as fierce as a rainstorm, forming a devastating storm, sweeping the surroundings in an instant. The earth shook and mountains moved. Sword energy, like a rainstorm from the sky, bombarded Lanin after the smoke cleared. Both had dozens of sword wounds on their bodies, blood immediately spurting out. But Lanin could still stand up. He immediately jumped into the air, madman. If you want to die, don't drag me along. The damage from a storm sword is enough to threaten his own life. When it comes to swordsmanship, he's truly insane. This is you, Shulivan. I also think coming to Phillips was my best decision. But in a duel between us two, you would definitely lose. As soon as he finished speaking, after unlocking the first taboo, Lanin actually attached a small amount of magic to La Mancha, then launched a final attack against Shulivan. Shulivan struggled to grip his sword. This tense moment left everyone watching dumbfounded. Finally, the match was about to end. At this moment, both used every ounce of strength they had left, fighting with all their might. Shulivan fought desperately. The clash between the two created an explosion. After the smoke cleared, both were still standing. Both bodies were covered in wounds. Shulivan slowly said nothing left. As soon as he finished speaking, Shulivan slowly fell down. Lanin said, seems you collapsed first, which means I won before Lanin could finish. He also slowly fell down after both collapsed. Neither got up again. All the spectators held their breath, hearts racing with excitement. The next second, cheers erupted throughout the plaza. When Lanin opened his eyes, he found himself already lying in the infirmary. Anderson said, you're awake, Lanin. Lanin said, is the exam over? Nibiru said, yes. The exam is over. You two were really risking your lives for that duel, and you even destroyed the island. But it was truly a magnificent battle. You woke up before him, so at least you're stronger than him. In terms of stamina, Lanin said, does that mean I win that bastard? Just as Lanin was feeling smug. Nibiru said no, because you two were teleported back at the same time. So it was ruled as a draw. Lanin was stunned for a moment. Well, if that's how it is, then there's nothing we can do about it. Lanin's response surprised Nibiru's. She said, your reaction is better than I expected. I thought you would throw a tantrum and say you couldn't accept such an ambiguous result. Touched his head proudly and said, is that how you all see me? This outcome of the duel is fair and reasonable. Besides, Shulkin is strong, much stronger than I anticipated. Obviously, this means I'll have to train harder from now on. Next time, I'll definitely win. Hearing Lanin's words, Nibiru nodded with satisfaction. This guy's abilities have matured, and so has his mindset, yes. There's no need to argue. This was clearly a good experience for both of you, especially you, Lanin, because you finally managed to use the magic. You've been longing for. Lanin was surprised and said, what, wait, what did you just say? I can use magic. Nibiru said, wasn't that last move you used magic infused? A true combination of sword and magic. Lanin looked at his hands, calling that moment. He indeed felt something different at that time. So this is the Bureau said, yes. This is what we call sword aura, where you can use magic compared to the inner energy you've been imitating before. Its depth is on a completely different level, but judging from your reaction, you haven't fully mastered how to use it. So you need to take action, because unlike other students, you don't know when your physical condition might impose new limitations. Anderson, take Lanin to see that useless bastard. At first light, tomorrow, useless bastard. Are you referring to Professor Jordan? The scene changes to the Academy's Grand Plaza. Lanin and Anderson are on their way to Professor Jordan. Lanin said, since Professor Nibiru recommended him, he must be very strong, Anderson said. He is considered a master in the field of magic use, which is why other professors often seek his help. Previously, when a student accidentally lost control while using magic, Professor Jordan solved it effortlessly. Lonan said, "That does sound impressive. But why does Coach Nibiru seem to dislike him?" Anderson said, "Probably because they have different personalities. You'll understand when you meet him. But the professor is kind of unique." Lonan remained silent after hearing this. Then he smiled slightly and thought to himself, "That's not important to me. What matters is that he can help me use magic. And since he's so skilled, he should know about the Grand Commander's magic." Before crossing over, I didn't learn much about her shadow magic. Seeing Lonan silent, Anderson asked, "I heard you met with Shulafin before coming here. Did he agree to your proposal?" Lonan said smugly, "Of course he agreed. That guy would never refuse my proposal." It turns out that after being discharged, Lonan had arranged to meet Shulafin. Shulafin said, "It seems we think alike. I can't accept this result either." After saying that, he drew his sword with fighting spirit and said, "Let's settle this once and for all." But Lonan casually said, "I dislike this result as much as you do, but I called you here for another reason." Shulkin said another reason. Before Shulkin could react, Lonan immediately took out a piece of paper. He said, "Join my club." Shulafin said exasperatedly, "What? This is the reason you want me to join? The club of the enemy who defeated me. How absurd, I refuse. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving." Lonan fell silent. He immediately grinned wickedly and said, "Club members are planning a fun housewarming celebration, and she happens to be moving into my sister Eli." When Shulafin heard this name, he became as excited as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. He said, "What did you just say?" "Eli is moving there. Tell me more details. Where is it a safe place? Have you arranged guards for her?" Seeing Shulafin so anxious, Lonan refused to tell him. Lonan said, "I won't tell you. Why should I tell someone who's not in my club? If you join now, I will." Before he could finish, Shulafin waved his hand. "Shulaivan," said, "the name is already signed. Do I meet the requirements?" Now. I hope you can explain everything clearly." Thinking about Shulaivan yesterday, Lonan was stunned and worried at the thought that one day he would become the Lord of Grancia. Suddenly Anderson stopped walking, looked up, and said, "All right. We're here. This is where Professor Jordan stays." Tower 41. Looking at this eerie castle, Lonan couldn't help but be surprised. This place looks really weird. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. "Hey, you sword-carrying thug Professor Jordan." "Anderson," said Professor. "Because Lonan has always had difficulty using magic." "Coach Naburo," said Professor. "Because Lonan has always had difficulty using magic." "Coach Naburo," said Professor. "Because Lonan has always had difficulty using magic. Coach Naburo told us to find you." Jordan said, "She sent you here just because you can use magic power. You must be a very promising student. What do you think, Lonan?" Lonan said, "Yeah. Nice to meet." Before Lonan could finish, Jordan interrupted, "How much have you prepared? I don't do charity work. Outside working hours must be paid." After saying this, he extended his hand to Lonan. "So I know you must have money ready, right?" Lonan said in shock, "You want money now?" Jordan said, "Yes. And by the way, it's at least 10 gold coins per hour." Lonan thought he was joking, but seeing his serious expression, he was 100% certain that he really wanted money. Lonan said, "I don't have money now. Is there no other way?" Jordan said, "No. Go make enough money and come back." Just as Jordan was about to leave, he sensed a familiar magic power from. Lonan immediately stopped and said, "There seems to be a way. Come with me. I'll make a deal with you." Lonan was stunned. This terrible guy is really terrible. What he didn't know was that it was the magic power emanating from the ring given to him by Sarani that attracted Jordan. When Lonan said it was from Sarani, Jordan LED them in. Lonan looked at his barely furnished home, couldn't help but wonder if this was really the home of a paid professor. At the same time, he noticed that the moment the door closed, he could no longer hear sounds from outside because of the numerous magic arrays on the door. If he wasn't a professor, one would suspect he was a perverted murderer, as Lonan was still observing his surroundings. Jordan asked, "May I see that item?" Lanin handed over the ring and said, "This is a precious item, so please be careful." Jordan said, "Don't worry. It's precious to me, too," Jordan said. "I can feel its magic is very pure." Which must mean he spent at least 2,000 years learning all elemental magic. Lanin was shocked he could tell all that. Jordan said, "My condition is simple. Please allow me to extract a little magic." From the magical ring, Lanin asked. "Extract magic power," Jordan said. "Yes. I've been working on an experiment for a long time, and I need the magic of a species that has lived and mastered magic for a long time. It seems you have a good relationship with him, for him to give you such a valuable gift." Lanin reflected on his moments with Sarani. Lanin said, "Yes. If you agree, I promise to help you with all my strength. Although it sounds good, I have one more condition. Help solve Andershan's problem too." Seeing Lanin bargaining, Jordan said unhappily, "The magic power I need is very small, yet you're adding another condition." Lanin said, "If you don't want to, that's fine, we can leave." Jordan said, "That's too much." "I didn't say that in the end." Jordan agreed to Lanin's request. Jordan said, "You even have talent in negotiation skills." Lanin said, "Thank you for the compliment." Jordan said, "If that bad guy introduced you, then the matter must be urgent." He then pointed to a magic array and said, "Please stand on it." After Lanin stood on it, Jordan began to cast a spell to examine him. Said, "It seems you haven't regained your magic sense for long. There's almost no trace of magic use in your body, which means you've never used magic before this." Lanin said, "Yes. I can only see it now, but I've never used it before. Someone cursed me," Jordan said. "This is no ordinary curse. Source of magic power has just slightly opened and is now trying to close. I will guide my own magic to forcefully open it. You'll feel pain like a knife cutting your spine, but you can endure it, right?" Lanin said, "What are you going to do?" The next second, painful screams echoed throughout the room. "Oh my God, what the hell?" Anderson was also scared and didn't know what to do. As Jordan cast his spell, his consciousness slowly penetrated into Lanin's magic source, gradually opening his source of magic power. Jordan said, "The resistance is less than I expected, so it's opening well. If it continues like this, I think things will end quickly." Suddenly, a strong surge of red and black magic attacked. Jordan couldn't help but tremble. Streams of red and black magic were wrapping around him. As he looked up, he saw a pair of eyes full of killing intent, staring at him. "What is this? How can such a thing be in his body?" The next second, his consciousness in Lanin's body was completely incinerated. Back to reality, he immediately stopped casting, but the red and black magic tried to wrap tightly around him. Jordan immediately cast a spell to repel it. As a result, he was thrown tens of meters away. Then he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Not only did the amount of bleeding increase dramatically, but his body was also convulsing. Lanin and Anderson hurried over to support him. Jordan immediately recited a spell open. As soon as the words fell, the magic array on the ground emitted light. Lanin recalled that this magic was very similar to the one Elizabeth had cast before. The next second, a giant mouth swallowed them. At the moment it closed, Secret felt something unusual in the office. Jordan suddenly opened the door. What happened to him at this time? Lanin and the others had already appeared in front of them. Seeing Jordan continually vomiting blood, Secret didn't bother with greetings and immediately went to check his condition. Jordan kept coughing up blood. Lanin was beside him, which made Secret wonder if it was related to Lanin's curse. Secret said, "Lanin, did Jordan channel his magic into your body?" Lanin said yes. He said he could open the sealed magic source. "In my body," Secret said. "I understand. I believe part of the curse in your body may have transferred to Jordan. This is an extremely evil curse that no one except you can easily deal with." Looking at Jordan's unstoppable bleeding, Secret broke into a cold sweat. "At this rate, Jordan will die." Lanin awkwardly said, "You're saying Professor Jordan will die because of my curse?" Secret said, "I mean, if he doesn't receive treatment soon. That could happen. Thank goodness the magic hasn't taken deep root yet." Lanin, prepare for battle. Lanin excitedly gripped his sword and said, "So we're removing the curse now. Secret didn't respond, but focused on casting a spell. The next second, a multi-eyed monster flew out of Jordan's body. Secret grabbed it and quickly threw it to Lanin. Lanin swiftly swung his sword. There was only the sound of the blade, leaving its sheath, and the monster was already covered with several sword marks when Lanin sheathed his sword. Its body was completely sliced apart. Then it turned to dust. Anderson hurried over to check Jordan's injuries. Jordan said, "Thank you, Secret." "You saved my life," Secret said. "That's because you made a quick judgment. I told you before about a student with an extremely severe curse, one I've never seen before." Jordan said to him, "Was that monster the curse?" After dealing with the monster, Lanin immediately ran over to check on Jordan. "Professor Jordan, are you all right now?" Jordan said yes. "Thank you, I've had a new experience. This is the first time I've seen such an absurd curse exist. Your life must be very twisted. Anyway, I kept my promise." Lanin looked on in disbelief. Jordan said, "Secret, can you check Lanin's condition?" Then Secret glanced at Lanin. "How is this possible? Magic is flowing in Lanin's body. I really can't believe it. Although it's weak, the magic channels are flowing." "Lanin, have you recently had someone remove the curse, or fallen into a pit full of curse eyes?" Lanin said no. "Nothing like that," Secret said. "For some unknown reason, the curse blocking your magic channels has weakened. At this moment, a strange power is eroding the curse, like rain and wind weathering a huge rock. Of course, your curse is still trying to close your magic channels, but due to this unknown power, and Jordan widening your magic channels, it's not easy to close them anymore." After hearing this, Lanin excitedly said, "Does this mean I can use magic now?" Secret said yes, but to use it freely will still take some time. If you train every day, in 20 years, you'll be proficient. Hearing 20 years, Lanin's heart sank. Lanin said, "What? Are you saying 20 years? How could I possibly wait that long?" Secret said, "You need to overcome it through individual training, and this is a treatment method that won't endanger your life." At this point, Jordan stood up and said, "There's a way to shorten the time. It depends on your effort and determination. If you use the magic practice method I invented." Moments later, Jordan prepared to cast again, to continue opening Lanin's magic source. Jordan said, "Lanin, the magic power you can use now is very limited. The magic channels you've just opened are much narrower than your classmates. If you learn this practice method and continuously expand your channels in the future, you can greatly increase the magic power you can use. It also depends on your ability. In about 5 years, you should be able to use magic normally." Hearing about 5 years, Lanin was still slightly dissatisfied. Jordan said, "Now, I will guide my magic to help you sense the path of your own magic channels. Although this is risky, it's only possible when the curse is temporarily weakened." Lanin said, "Thank you, Professor." Jordan said, "Then let's begin." As soon as the words fell, bone-chilling pain instantly exploded throughout Lanin's body. The reason this practice method differs from others is that you need to adjust your speed and direction, and manage it to the extreme. Lanin listened while enduring the pain and said, "Don't rush, guide the magic as carefully as possible." Jordan said, "Those weak paths that have been suppressed for a long time are likely near the breaking point. In the future, you'll need to use magic power to supplement them. Follow the path drawn by my magic power. Then your magic will become your strength. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Lanin said yes. "I understand. Let me try it myself." As soon as he said this, streams of red magic power began to gather on Lanin. Jordan was stunned. He memorized it after I guided him through it just once. Is his comprehension and management ability that strong? Haha, no wonder that bastard saw talent in him. He's indeed different. Good thing you learned so quickly. I won't touch that curse again. If you have time, repeat this once a day." After Lanin walked through the magic channels, a trace of red magic appeared in his palm. He said, "Is this my magic power? I finally had a breakthrough. I'm constantly changing myself from the past. Back then, I couldn't even imagine having magic power. Now, this is enough. Thank you very much, Professor. I finally understand why your fees are so expensive." Just as Lanin was rejoicing the weekend, Jordan collapsed again. Lanin shouted, "Professor," but he struggled to get up again. and grabbed Lanan's hand. Lanan, I've solved your problem now. So please keep your promise too. Lanan said, I understand. But please take care of your health first. Jordan said, my health doesn't matter. What's more important is that I must save someone, even if it costs me my life. I'm willing, so please give me the ring. Lanan frowned at the severely injured Jordan, feeling he had lost his rationality. Secret said he's pushing himself, always so impulsive and crazy. It seems that research needs this ring. Jordan, my friend, how long will you live in the fetters of the past? The scene changes the 3-step onto the magic array to return to Jordan's castle. Anderson said, hurry, Lanan. Let's run to the academy's nearest clinic. We can get there in 5 minutes. Just as the two were rushing out, the main door was locked with several large locks, and there were magic arrays on the locks. Anderson looked helplessly at the door, covered with magic arrays. At this moment, hand reached out from behind. It was Jordan who was murmuring a spell. Then he pointed to the back and said, you should return that way. Moments later, a door appeared on the wall. Seeing that the door was wrong, Lanan said, Professor Jordan, you should the door that has magic erase on it. But Jordan insisted on going down. I need to go down in front of her roses. Lanan looked at her in confusion again, but finally entered the door, following the dim staircase down. When they reached the basement, the horrific scene before them shocked them both. Dissected goblins, various knives, and a golden-haired beauty, surrounded by numerous flowers. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if she had been asleep for a long time. So the professor is so desperate because of this woman, Anderson said, judging from the current situation. That's likely, Lanan said. Anderson, you take care of he for a while. I'll see if there's anything useful around here. Then Lanan looked around. There were countless strange things, and traces of medical experiments he had done on monsters' living bodies. Clearly one could tell a glance that this was no ordinary experiment. Suddenly he discovered a notebook on the table, then glanced at Jordan. What exactly does Professor Jordan want to do? Lanan slowly opened the notebook. Almost done, just wait a little longer. Sonia, fortunately, I preserved her body before it decayed further. As long as it's preserved, I firmly believe I can bring my wife Sonia back to life. Although everyone says there's no precedent for successful resurrection magic, I will never give up. These are records of my fight to save her. 54th resurrection attempt. Even the heart of an ogre, bought from a northern black market, didn't work. I'm adjusting the Wizard Tower's work schedule to conduct my experiments, but my absences have reached the limit. 76th resurrection attempt. Due to my absences, the Wizard Tower fired me. Without pay, I cannot continue my experiments. With Principal's help, he gave me a professor position. I moved Sonia to the basement of Tower 41. From today, I'm a professor here. I have no choice, the only way to make money. 81st resurrection attempt. 96th resurrection attempt. 134th resurrection. My experiments still show no progress. At this point, Lanan understood why he wanted money. The materials in the basement were definitely not easily obtained by normal methods, so everything he did was for love. I have seen people who put everything into love. They go crazy for it at this moment. Lanan thought of Shulafin. It seems I have such a person around me. At this point, there was a red square attached to the notebook. The notebook recorded. The problem is that most such people don't end well, especially if someone exploits your weakness to get close to you. I think I have to accept a deal with the devil. Lanan picked up the red square and pondered. Was this suspicious letter also sent by those devils? But I can't let it this moment. Jordan called out to Lanan from behind. What are you doing now? You didn't touch my things. Did you? Lanan looked at him, remained silent for a long while, and said, of course not. I was looking to see if there was anything that could help you recover. As someone who can't use magic yet, I wouldn't understand even if I saw it. At this moment, Lanan slipped the red square into his pocket. After coming out despite his injuries, Jordan took the ring a moment later. Jordan returned the ring to Lanan. Lanan looked at the ring in confusion. It doesn't seem any different. Gordon said I would only extract a small part, especially since the magic power in the ring is already quite substantial. I know you must be a bit shocked. After seeing my experiment, this is my desperate measure. Please keep it confidential. Lanin touched his head nervously and said, Of course I don't want to get involved in other people's business. Either seeing that both agreed, Jordan thanked them softly. Then he told Anderson, We'll solve your problem another day. There's unusual magic power inside you. After everything was done, the two headed back, each busy with their own affairs. On the way back, Lanin looked at the square letter he had managed to take out. Could Professor Jordan be connected to the Nebula organization? Thinking about this, Lanin slowly opened the letter. He saw only a pool of blood on the paper. Just as Lanin hesitated, the blood stain actually turned into a mass of fresh blood that flowed out. Lanin watched in disbelief as the blood floated in the air. The next second, this mass of blood suddenly burst open, forming a pattern with regularity. This is a letter written by a vampire. A voice responded from behind. It was Ophelia, she said, because I sensed the power of blood. I came here, but I didn't expect it would be you. To return to the club building, to avoid drawing attention. Lanin said a few days ago, You took Zeta for research. I thought you were busy. Is your research going well? Ophelia said, Thanks to Sheeta, I made quite a bit of progress. I taught Zeta some blood magic as payment. It really has more talent than I expected. When you see it later, you'll be shocked. But how did you get a blood letter? Lanin said, Blood letter. You mean this paper? Ophelia patiently explained. The so-called blood letter is one of the basics of blood magic. Can compress information into a drop of blood, so vampires use it for communication. If you inject magic power into it like this, then you can see the hidden information. The message revealed by the blood letter was, If you want to obtain blood essence, then come to me. Blood hook. Blood essence seems to be an ingredient needed for the experiment mentioned in the professor's diary. This means those devils aren't the Nebula bastards. Ophelia said, So it's Blood Hook. So they're the organization behind this. Lanin said, Do you know them? Ophelia said, Blood Hook is a new organization made up of young vampires, less than 200 years old. They're a bunch of immature children. They want vampires to return to their golden age and do all sorts of dirty things to get what they want. But it's strange that they possess something that's rare, even among vampires' blood essence. Can you tell me who received the letter? Lanin hesitated and was reluctant to answer. If that person happened to agree to that request, he might suffer a fate worse than death, eventually becoming a puppet. After a long silence, Lanin slowly said, It's something from Professor Jordan's laboratory. After hearing this, Ophelia felt uneasy. She said, You mean that top mage who left the wizard tower? Lanin said, Top mage. Is he that famous? Ophelia said. He's famous even among vampires. Is one of the elites on the entire continent. Who has reached that level? Lanin said, So impressive. Then he should be able to easily defeat Bloodhook and take the blood essence, right? Ophelia said, Indeed he could. But if what he wants is the blood essence, then the situation is different. This is something formed from the inherent magic fusion within vampires. They have been using blood magic for a long time. Can concentrate the energy of people's blood, so it has incredible effects. But if the owner of the essence is not a vampire, without blood magic to activate it, it's just a useless redstone. In other words, it's impossible to obtain blood essence without their cooperation. Lanin said so. The professor has no choice but to accept their demands. Ophelia said yes. I can probably guess what conditions they proposed. Lanin didn't want Jordan to be in danger, and at this moment he had an idea. A moment later, Ophelia handed a bottle of green solution to Lanin. She said, I made the transformation potion you asked for. With this, you can maintain Professor Jordan's appearance. For at least 30 minutes, it doesn't last long, but its effect is reliable and can fool Bloodhook's eyes. Lanin said, although the time is short. Thank you, Ophelia said, although they may still be young. They're at least 100-year-old vampires. I still feel it would be safer to go with you. Lanin immediately refused her, saying no need. If you get into conflict with your own kind over this matter, it might put you in a difficult position. Don't worry, I won't get hurt. As for whether they'll get hurt, That's another story at midnight. 4 men guarded the entrance to a cave. At the same time, a figure walked forward. The blood slave candidate the leader mentioned has arrived. His name is Jordan. Top mage, but I can't feel his powerful magic. Don't let your guard down. He's someone who once faced Sword Saint neighbors head on. Hello, are you Jordan? Yes, but I don't see your master. He's waiting inside. Can you take off your hood? First, we need to verify your identity. The disguised Lanin stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly removed his hat and said, "Is this okay?" "Yes. Thank you for your cooperation, Sir Jordan. I'll lead the way now at this moment." The black-haired man stared at Lanin's sword. Isn't he a mage? Why does he carry a long sword? But before he could think more, Lanin approached him and said, "Do you want to die?" "I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Lanin's sword had left its sheath, and the black-haired man was instantly cut in half before the other vampires could react. Their bodies already had several sword wounds. By the time Lanin stopped, the vampires in front were dismembered. The short-haired man said in terror, "Why? You're not Jordan." Before he could react, Lanin grabbed him and said, "From now on, you only need to answer the questions I ask, unless you want to become a kebab." The scene changes. Lanin walks deeper into the cave. There are no traps on this road. It seems this vampire is quite honest. If I had known he was this sincere, I would have spared his life. But they are all extremely evil. This place looks a bit strange, because the patterns on the wall and the atmosphere feel somewhat familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Suddenly a scent of blood wafted over. There are more important matters now. A terrible smell of blood is penetrating through the door. What have they done to make me feel it? Through this thick door, Lanin slowly opened the door. The scene before his eyes shocked him immensely. The vampires were enjoying their feast. The blond man sitting in the middle said, "You've arrived. This must have been a long and tiring journey. Welcome, Jordan. I am the leader of Bloodhook and Ice Taffa. I'm sorry for the mess. You came later than expected. So you caught us eating if you haven't eaten yet. You can join us for dinner." Although Lanin was shocked, he quickly calmed down. It's too late to save them now. I should focus on my goal here. He said, "Thanks, but I'll pass. I find it a bit nauseating." The other vampires looked at him provocatively. "I came here only for the blood essence. So what are the conditions for this deal?" The other person said, "I think you might have already guessed. You need to sign a blood pact. With your life as the contract condition, you must become one of us. That is my entire requirement." Lanin said, "Your request is absurd. You want me to become your slave." The other person said, "Dear, it's really a shame you think that way. This is already a lower price. This opportunity allows you to escape your humble flesh and gain honor beyond your wildest dreams. We are bringing new life to our family. And to do this, we need to overthrow the older generation. Immersed in pacifism, I'm giving you a chance to stand at the forefront of a historic moment as a glorious warrior, fighting for the revival of our race. What do you think? Isn't that an honor unimaginable for humans?" Lanin said, "Honor? I don't know, but I think you're all insane beyond imagination." The other person said, "Haha, I understand as a human. It's certainly difficult for you to understand. Our deeper intentions, it's okay. You just need to know that this is your only chance to get blood essence. If this deal fails you, you won't have any other way to obtain the essence." Lanin said, "From the current situation, if I refuse, it seems you don't intend to let me leave either." The other person said, "Haha, that's right." After Anais snapped his fingers, the other vampires all stood up, quickly preparing for battle. And I said this should help you make a choice. Don't think about resisting. You must have noticed the abnormal magic flow. This is the trap I specially prepared for you. No matter how skilled you are with magic, as long as you're human, you can't use magic here, since things have developed to this point. Think slowly. You wouldn't want your beloved wife to become a delicious blood bag, would you? And you don't want to become like those corpses over there. Right, accept this contract now, and it will be over soon." But Lanin smiled slightly and said, "You bastards, you've prepared so thoroughly." I almost fell for it as soon as he said this. Anais was startled, because at this moment Lanin dropped his disguise, and I said in panic, "You're not Jordan. Who are you? How did a human get in?" Before the many vampires could react, Lanin had already struck first between flashes of sword. Light Lanin walked straight through. Lanin said how I got in doesn't matter. You bastards, today is the day you die. Anais shouted at the top of his lungs. Who the hell are you, you arrogant human? How dare you come here with a loud bang? The door slammed shut. Lanin raised his sword and charged straight at Anais. Anais was so scared he nearly wet himself. He couldn't even see Lanin's movements. Just as Anais tried to launch an attack to stop him, his arm was pierced through. Anais's arm was severed clean off by Lanin. He let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Lanin's sword danced through the air, unleashing a terrifying attack. All of Anais's limbs were cut off, blood spraying into the air. He coughed twice, spitting out blood. You damned human, since you've done this to me. Don't think you'll leave here alive. Lanin couldn't be bothered to respond. He swung the sword hilt straight at Anais's face. With a bang, Nace's body flew through the air, like a kite with a broken string. Go roll over there for now. I'll save you for last. All the surviving vampires couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their leader was completely helpless against this human. He's definitely no ordinary person. The vampires were shocked. The vampire minions surrounded Lanin. Taking fighting stances, Lanin looked around and realized these vampires could actually use blood as a weapon. The vampires transformed their blood into attacks. They charged at Lanin with reckless abandon. The vampires showed fierce expressions. Blood-eating insects go. Lanin wondered what those blood masses around him were. The blood masses bound his feet. Seeing this, the vampires launched a concentrated, fierce attack. Lanin immediately raised his sword to block. In front of him, a piercing sound echoed through the space. Lanin dodged the attack and thrust his sword forward. With a squelch, the blade pierced through a vampire's chest. Lanin increased the force behind his sword. Turning his head, he saw several vampires rushing at him. With a casual swing, he sliced the vampires into pieces. The remaining vampires kept charging one after another. After dodging an attack, Lanin remarked, "Worthy of being vampires, they really are quick. What's even more disgusting is their regeneration ability." Blood-cursed Lanin quickly dodged this attack, formed from blood. The terrifying force created an explosive sound. Lanin said in surprise, "These attacks even have mid-level mage power." The combined fighting strength of all Bloodhook members realizing this, Lanin had no choice but to use his full strength. Just then a vampire shouted, "Die." Lanin quickly passed through the vampires with his sword. His sword technique slaughtered the vampires. In one spot, the vampires exploded into pieces of limbs. The only remaining vampire stared at the scene. In horror, how is this possible? Human magic should be restricted here. Both feet are bound by magic. How can he still move so fast? Is that guy really human? Lanin looked at the vampire with some confusion. Was he scared stupid? Now you're the only one left. I saw you trying so hard earlier, so I pretended to cooperate a bit. Sorry about that, my sword is a bit special. The remaining vampire's legs were shaking in fear. No, I have to run. I can't stay here with that thought. He quickly turned around, but before he got far, Alonin leaped high and brought his sword down on the vampire's center. The vampire's head split in two. Then his body was cut in half. What a disloyal guy. Trying to leave all your friends behind. All right, these troublemakers have been dealt with. Then Lanin looked toward the unconscious Anais with a cold smile. Let's continue our earlier conversation. Anais slowly opened his eyes, light stabbing into his sockets. Why did it feel like being pricked by needles? It turned out, Lanin had stabbed his sword into Anais's severed leg. Lanin looked at Anais face to face. I was so worried about you. Thought I might have killed you by accident. Then Lanin increased the pressure with his sword. And Ice let out a heart-wrenching howl. He was shocked that in such a short time, all the Bloodhook members had been killed by this human brat. Lanin smiled. Your friends died pretty ugly. If you don't want to end up like them, then hand over the blood essence before I make my move. Hearing this, Anais shuddered. Suddenly Anais roared. What are you even doing if it were you? You could save everyone, couldn't you? Lanin thought Anais had gone crazy. These nonsensical words weren't directed at him either. Suddenly a figure appeared behind Lanin. Lonan broke out in a cold sweat. The man said, slowly human. Move aside, I won't say it twice. Lonan quickly dodged away. He stared intently at the man who appeared before him. If that guy wanted to kill me, I'd already be dead. The man stood in front of Anais. How disappointing when you proposed that deal to me. Didn't you guarantee you'd make Jordan one of us? Things turn out like this. And you dare to yell at me. Such thick skin, no ability. Yet so ungrateful, looks like the plan failed. Anais trembled all over as he finished speaking. The man extended a hand. I'll be taking the blood essence. Lonan froze hearing this. Blood flowed toward the man like a burst dam. Anais's face instantly aged, begging the man to give him another chance. Moments later, a mass of vivid red blood gathered in the man's hand. Lonan held his sword toward the man and asked, You just interfered out of nowhere. What do you want? If you're the real owner of the blood essence, then I need your cooperation. Don't help and die. Seeing the sword pointed at him, the man showed no fear. Though what you're saying is interesting, I refuse hearing this. Lonan wasted no words. Get ready for a beating. Then, the sword unleashed a terrifying attack toward the man. A cut appeared on the man's palm, blood flowing out. My body has been strengthened by blood magic, yet I'm still injured. Looks like you really do have the skill to impersonate Jordan's name. I just don't know if you have any other talents. I'll make an exception and take action to let you show me. Magic gathered in the man's hand. Blood/blade. A massive blade attack slashed toward Lonan. Lonan blocked with all his might with his sword. With a thunderous boom, Lonan directly cut the man's attack in half. Blood-cursed Lonan was greatly alarmed. This man's attack is the same as that vampire's technique earlier. It's the same magic. Lonan raised his sword. He swung forward with a terrifying sword technique. Instantly, the entire space exploded. The man's lips curled. This was the first time in his life he'd seen such talent. This kid doesn't just weaken magic. He can even cut through magical power directly. The man sneered, You're as interesting as Jordan. Lonan gripped his sword tightly. Shut up, I advise you to keep quiet. Hand over the blood essence to me obediently, or I'll give you a taste of my sword. The man laughed. Your spirit is quite impressive, since you've made me so happy. I'll return the favor with equal respect. Just as the two were about to engage in full combat, a voice came from the sky. Both of you stop right now. Then a terrifying attack fell from the sky, blasting the ground and sending debris flying. Lonan quickly dodged to avoid the aftershock. The man was surprised by this voice. Then a figure appeared before Lonan. Looking at her face, it was none other than Ophelia. The man was surprised by Ophelia's appearance. Ophelia said slowly, Long time no see, though I'm not happy to see you. Lonan was confused by Ophelia's arrival. He had told his senior not to come here. Then Lonan asked Senior, Do you know this vampire boss? The man is called Balzac. He the bloodline of the Shadow Grand Duke, the vampire ruler, and also his capable assistant. Balzac looked at Ophelia. I've really missed you. Have you been well? 83 years without seeing you. Truly moving, Balzac said as he walked toward Ophelia. Ophelia extended a hand. Don't come any closer to me. What happened that day? It's still a nightmare I can't forget. Balzac lowered his head. Looks like getting your forgiveness. We'll take some more time. Ophelia closed her eyes. I know you had your reasons after all. My sister really had gone mad at that time, like she was possessed, when she tried to hurt the Grand Duke. Lonan couldn't understand what they were talking about. He could only sheath his sword and wait quietly. Ophelia asked, Why would you cooperate with Bloodhook and even lend them the blood essence? That's not your style. Don't tell me you also have business with Jordan. Balzac's lips curled into a smile. There's only one reason. He and I still have an unsettled score. That day we met on the western side of the continent. I fought him head-on with my warrior's pride. Unfortunately, the sun rose then. Otherwise, it would have been an unforgettable battle. Later I tried to find Jordan, but he completely disappeared. No trace of him anywhere for years. I've suppressed the regret of not settling our score until this Bloodhook group came to my castle. They said they had information on Jordan's whereabouts. Just provide some blood essence, and they'd bring Jordan before me. They could even make Jordan my subordinate to enjoy endless battles. though I knew what they were planning. It didn't matter, just small tricks. In the end, they failed. The culprit is this human beside you. Though his power was restricted from our brief exchange. In 5 years, this guy will definitely pose a huge threat to my life. But the aura on him is too strange. I've never encountered anything like it. Balzac originally wanted to properly save Lonin, but considering Ophelia's presence, he ultimately gave up. He couldn't hurt Ophelia again. So Balzac extended his left hand. The blood essence flew toward Lonin. Before long, the complete blood essence gathered in Lonin's hand. Lonin couldn't believe it. Blood essence was very precious to vampires. Under normal circumstances, ordinary vampires could hardly obtain it in their entire lifetime. Balzac turned around, though. It's precious. You're my predetermined future opponent, and a friend of the one I love. You deserve such a precious gift. Hearing this, Ophelia didn't know how to respond. Then magic gathered in Balzac's hand. He released an attack toward the distance. Instantly, an explosion thundered in the distance. Balzac said, on the other side of that wall, there's an aura similar to yours. Perhaps you'll find something. Lonin was stunned. Balzac's figure dissolved into purple. Starlight fragments and disappeared. Only his voice remained. I hope next time we meet, you'll be stronger. That way I can enjoy myself too. Lonin and Ophelia quietly watched the gradually dissipating starlight. After a while, Lonin turned his gaze toward the wall that had been blown down in the distance. His eyes showed surprise. The scene shifted to the Royal Academy. Jordan looked at the shimmering blood essence in shock. Where on earth did you get blood essence? And you're really going to give this to me, Lonin? Lonin handed the blood essence to Jordan. Of course, to get it. I went through hell. Jordan knelt down on one knee, expressing gratitude to Lonin. I truly, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Lonin slowly helped Jordan up. Meanwhile, Balzac stood on the rooftop of a distant building. He said to Ophelia behind him, I just wanted to see how my former opponent was doing. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Ophelia knew. Balzac wasn't someone who'd lose face. I just want to say something to you. Thank you for helping my friend. That's from my heart. Balzac smiled. 83 years to achieve such progress. I really have to thank this human named Lonin. Then Balzac said goodbye, though he wanted to stay in this moment forever. It was impossible because recently in the vampire world, a group of evildoers have been causing trouble. They were definitely the ones who stimulated and lured Bloodhook into action. If you need help, contact me anytime. I'm always by your side. Ophelia watched as Balzac dissolved into blood mist, finally condensing into a blood rose, symbolizing that Ophelia was Balzac's eternal rose. After that, Professor Jordan immediately used Sonia's magic power and the blood essence for the 144th experiment. Given the nature of the experiment, it would take a long time for results. But Jordan said such waiting was his hope for survival. Then Jordan looked at Lonin. You've been a bit different lately. That mysterious power in you that we curses has become even stronger. Did you gain some kind of opportunity during the battle with Bloodhook? It turned out that, after Lonin entered through the collapsed wall, there was a stone cave. The familiar aura emanating from inside made Lonin overjoyed. Inside the cave was actually a statue of Senile, continuously glowing and emitting green energy, and so secretly that even the Bloodhook vampires didn't know about it. Just as Lonin wondered if the cave was an abandoned temple ruin, the statue began to shake. Slowly the statue blazed with light, forcing Lonin to shield himself with his arm. Something shocking happened. The statue's energy continuously poured into Lonin's body. Lonin cupped this energy in his hands. Examining it, he couldn't calm his mind for a long time. Jordan clasped his hands. Though I don't know what opportunity it was. You're extremely fortunate. Because the apertures that contain magical power have been expanded, Lonin was momentarily shocked. Lonin raised his hand to examine it carefully. Indeed, it's different from last time. I can capture that feeling much better now. Then Lonin drew his sword. Now I don't need to rely on imitation. I can accurately execute sword energy. For days passed after that. At the entrance of the Ramallah Mountains, the city of Malbus, many residents were busy constructing evacuation shelters. even fully armed. Imperial military forces had been deployed. Lanin and his companions rode horses back to their hometown. Shulafin was right after all. Flying dragons really did appear. It all started. For days before Sister Eli was supposed to move, Shulafin sent unexpected news. The content said that monsters around the Ramallah Mountains were in a frenzied state for unknown reasons and began rampaging everywhere. Fortunately, it hadn't affected Nibidin yet. Shulafin had urgently dispatched part of the Grand Zia family night order, but this still wasn't completely reassuring, because flying dragon tracks had been observed in the sky above the mountains. Flying dragons had excellent flight capabilities, plus their teeth and claws carried deadly poison. Even top-tier mercenary groups fear these monsters if they gathered in groups. They couldn't guarantee 100% safety for Miss Eli, so we moved the plan up. Let's come prepare for Sister's move in advance. Shulafin gritted his teeth. He had perfectly designed Eli's moving plan, all ruined by this monster news. Furious, he decided that after getting Missy Light to her destination, he'd send people to completely exterminate the monsters. In these mountains, Lanin turned to Shulafin. Stop grumbling, you go command the night order. That was urgently dispatched. I'll catch up with the Sam later. I'm going to look around this area. Something doesn't feel right. Then Lanin warned Shulafin that when he wasn't around, Shulafin better not have any bad intentions, or he'd teach him a lesson. Shulafin emphasized he was a Grand Zionite. How could he have such intentions? He told Lanin to quickly check the surroundings. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it became. As soon as he finished speaking, Shulafin rode off. Lanin shook his head speechlessly. Then Assam asked Lanin, did you notice something unusual? Lanin said the monsters were behaving normally before, but suddenly went berserk. Plus large beasts keep appearing. Doesn't this pattern seem familiar to you? Cappadocia and the White Dean Mountains. They suffered the same kind of destruction before. Hearing this, Assam froze. Could this be those guys is doing again? Is the mastermind crazier again? Lanin rode forward. It's just speculation. Let's investigate where it happened first, now that the prohibition has expired, to find those guys using special magic. There's only one person who can do it. In the forest mountains. Bang after bang echoed continuously. A large group of monsters gathered in one place. A pink-haired man sat on a monster's shoulder. The monsters here had submitted to him. This person was crazier, thought it was a shame, because of Baron's orders. He couldn't severely punish the nearby non-believers. Just then, a monster suddenly opened its fierce jaws wide. Razor was confused. Why were these guys suddenly acting this way? Like they'd been frightened. These monsters were controlled, and in a brainwashed state. How could they still have such feelings? Deep in the forest, a figure with a broad, muscular build and evil eyes appeared, held a large cleaver, and slowly advanced. The monsters let out shrill roars. Crazier's face twisted in fear. Getting closer, he realized the large cleaver was a crescent blade. This creature was like a black tiger, shrouded in dark shadows. This is too ridiculous. How is this possible? When the hand reached for his face, Crazier finally realized this wasn't some ordinary black tiger. It's the Sword Saint. How could he be here? Fear filled Crazier's pupils. The Sword Saint's large hand erupted with terrifying force. With a snap, Crazier's head was forcibly torn off. His eyes still held the terror from before death. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The monsters were shocked. The Sword Saint's attack passed to the monster group. A monster died on the spot, split in half by the claws. In just moments, the sounds of all the monsters falling echoed through the space. These cowards. The hunt has only just begun. Sword Saint Tarukin emerged from the darkness. On the other side at Malbus, the entrance gate was tightly closed. When Lanin and Assam arrived, they were stunned. The entrance was under control. Guarding here wasn't an ordinary force. It was a Beastman unit. One Beastman guard raised his hand. Everyone freeze. The gate is closed to entry and exit. Please detour or wait in place for opening notification. Currently, the Empire's elite forces are subjugating monsters. This is an order from Commander Tarukin. Hearing this, both Lanin and Assam were shocked. Could it be the commander of the Empire's strongest elite force, the one who defeated Instructor Nabris, and claimed the Empire's top swordsman position, Sword Saint Tarakan? If the Sword Saint personally deployed, the situation must be extremely urgent. After all, a mere monster disturbance wouldn't mobilize the Empire's most elite forces. Lanin's eyes sharpened. This incident must be related to Crazier. Those bastards must be involved too. Lanin said to Assam, prepare to use telekinesis. We're going over the wall to investigate the nearby forest. Then he turned his horse around, looking toward the distance. There must be traces of them there, high above the mountains. Several flying dragons flapped their wings in the air. On one flying dragon was a blue-haired woman. She wondered why contact with the brothers on the ground had been lost. Could some variable have appeared? The woman shook her head. The core of this plan is the flying dragons can't act rashly. If we lose combat power, that would be terrible. If the plan goes wrong, Baron won't spare us. Better proceed according the arranged route. After all, my task is to ensure the dragons remain in a brainwashed state wherever they go. As the flying dragons flew overhead, Lanin was delighted, finally found them. So Lanin urged Assam to begin immediately. The dragons let out roars. Suddenly they noticed something wrong. Many small stones struck their bodies. The flying dragons roared fiercely. The woman saw a large boulder flying toward the dragons, wondering how this thing appeared on the ground. Assam made a lifting gesture with both hands. Magic power released. Assam clenched his fists and shouted, "Explode, crack." The huge boulder was affected by the magic pull. Instantly, it shattered into pieces. The exploding stone fragments struck the dragons' massive bodies hard, even hitting their heads. The explosive force made the dragons' bodies unstable. The woman thought this was ridiculous. Controlling such a large stone in the sky and making it explode was unbelievable. Unless they were the chief mage of the magic tower, how could anyone do such a thing? Just then the blue woman's eyes widened. Lanin was flying through the air with his sword. Lanin looked at the dragon's massive size, his sword glowing as a test subject for sword energy. These dragons are perfect. Lanin swung his sword forcefully, terrifying power gathering around him. The dragon's eyes flickered. That power is so strong. The sword energy slashed at the dragon's body, easily cutting it in half. Lanin's lips curled. The power of sword energy is much stronger than I imagined. The range and power compared to no magic enhancement. It's like night and day. The woman was shocked, unable to believe what she was seeing. Yet, the scene of the dragon being dismembered was indeed right before her eyes. How could this happen? Lanin stood on the dragon. The woman was riding in this area. There are only a few places where these massive creatures can go while avoiding public attention, and smiled. I grew up here. You stupid fool. Hearing this, the woman trembled with rage. Attack. Magic gathered in the woman's hand. Who do you think you're interfering with me? Before she could finish speaking, Lanin had already cut off one of the woman's arms. With his sword, Lanin apologized sheepishly. I only meant to cut off your hand. Didn't expect to take the whole arm. Blood gushed from the woman's severed arm. Pain always comes a bit later. Until she began rolling on the ground in agony. You psycho. Lanin understood. The woman was probably just a low-level member. After all, she fell for such an attack so easily. So he questioned whether she had accomplices. The woman just clutched her severed arm, screaming, "It really hurts my arm. I need treatment." Lanin raised his sword. Shut up then. He stabbed the sword into the woman's right shoulder. Lanin said, "Several villages were destroyed because of you people. You've only suffered this small injury. What are you making such a fuss about? Stop your melodrama and properly answer my questions. What the hell are you people plotting?" Lanin increased the force. The woman trembled all over, tears streaming down. I'm a torch chosen by starlight. Would I let this great mission be ruined by a despicable heretic like you? Magic gathered in the woman's hand again. Her face instantly became distorted. Lanin was shocked. What's happening now? What trick is she trying to pull? Suddenly, another flying dragon appeared in the sky. It dove down toward Lanin. The dragon's roar echoed through the air. Lanin was startled and turned back. A dragon even more massive than before bore down with jaws wide open. Lanin trembled. Has this dragon been hiding in the high sky all along to avoid its presence being detected? The woman laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. It's too late for you to notice now. Among the dragons we captured, this one is the finest a guy like you. It could swallow you in one bite with room to spare. Just then, a massive slash struck the dragon's open mouth. Both Lanin and the woman were stunned. By this sudden turn, the dragon was easily cut in half. Then behind the dragon appeared the figure of Sword Saint Tarukin, holding a crescent blade. The Sword Saint's gaze was extremely fierce. Seeing the dragon killed so quickly, the woman thought this was too absurd. She shouted, Tarukin, how did you show up here? Lanin turned to look back. So he saw it, Saint Tarukin. Tarukin confirmed Lanin's words. Suddenly, he noticed another flying dragon and extended a hand. He released a terrifying attack. Lanin watched helplessly as the dragon beneath his feet was torn to pieces. This is ridiculous. Tarukin just waved his arm without even using his sword and created such massive power. It's too outrageous. Tarukin's large hand reached for Lanin. The sky instantly flickered with meteor-like light. The ground was hit by a massive shockwave, sending debris flying. Then Lanin and Tarukin's figures were revealed, and the woman being trampled under Tarukin's foot. Tarukin gripped Lanin's neck. Better answer seriously. Tarukin's overwhelming pressure bore down. What you? I can't sense that absurd fanatic believer aura from you. Lanin gritted his teeth, you damn cat. How dare you lump me in with those despicable rats? Looking for death? Shut up and get your hand off me. Lanin gripped his sword and slashed toward Tarukin's body. Tarukin's eyes showed surprise, but he made no move. Watching the sword energy slash approach, Lanin rubbed his neck. I didn't realize the gap between our strength was this huge. Though I expected he'd block that strike, I didn't think he'd take it head on without flinching. So we didn't just luck out beating Professor Neighbors, even without fighting. I know I absolutely can't beat him, but even so I can't just sit and wait for death. I'll strike him with a fatal blow when Sword Saint Tarukin lets his guard down. Then Tarukin spoke, seems you're a warrior. Lanin was puzzled, not understanding what this meant. Tarukin raised his crescent blade. He said, let's have a match. Raise your sword. Tarukin gripped the handle firmly. I'll come straight down, right through your center if you've got what it takes. Try blocking it with that. A blade slash came toward Lanin's face. Lanin used his sword to block. The terrifying attack made the ground explode. Tarukin praised, truly impressive. Though your strength is still lacking. This defense is perfectly flawless. But your earlier attack and movement style feel very familiar. Are you Neighbors' student? Lanin's eyes were fierce. I'm Lanin from Phillips Academy. You want to be a student too. But sorry you can't. Someone like you, who'd swing a blade at a defenseless student. In my book, you're already disqualified. Got it, Lord Sword Saint. Tarukin snorted coldly. What a reckless fellow. Whatever kind of teacher, that's what kind of student they'll produce. Continued, let's have a real battle. That speaks louder than 1,000 words. Lanin was furious. His body suddenly leaped from the spot. Raising his sword, he charged at Tarukin. You damn smelly cat! Suddenly, two monsters with glowing eyes and fierce claws lunged at Lanin. Lanin's pupils widened in shock. His neck was seized. These two are Beastman warriors. One is Bell, the hyena Beastman, captain of the 3rd Squad under Tarukin's command. The other is Betty the Bear Beastman, captain of the 2nd Squad under Tarukin's command. If this kid isn't a believer, leave him to us to handle. Betty directly hurled Lanin's body into the distance. Lanin spun continuously in the air, finally supporting himself with one hand. Quickly landed, then Betty's fierce claws came for Lanin, carrying a violent, unstoppable attack. Suddenly Betty was shocked. Lanin came at him from behind with his sword. Lanin swung his sword, determined to teach him a lesson. Betty turned, trying to counterattack. At that moment, both Lanin's and Betty's necks had a sword pressed against them, the tips no more than 5 centimeters away. A figure held a sword in each hand to stop the two from fighting. Lanin was shocked by this person's sudden appearance. Betty, seeing who it was, didn't dare make any other moves. It's Nemia the Lion, Beastman Vice Captain under Tarukin's command. Tarukin spoke up, that's enough. This little guy isn't an enemy. I was just sparring with him as a greeting. Hearing this, Betty was shocked. Crescent Blade isn't something just anyone can block. Even in our unit, only a few members can do it. Tarukin closed his eyes. This little brat being able to block, it is natural. After all, he's Nibiru's student. Betty was startled. Nibiru's, the former Sword Saint, who defeated our entire unit with her own power. That monster-like being, I think she must be a dragon in human skin. Then, Betty stepped forward and warmly grasped Lonan's hand, apologizing and emphasizing he was just hot-tempered, asking Lonan not to tell her about today's events. Lonan was somewhat embarrassed. Just how badly was this bear beaten before? On the other side, Tarukin asked Nemia if he'd finished handling what he'd been assigned. Nemia confirmed. We've already dealt with all the rampaging monsters nearby according to your instructions. And the suspicious individual, suspected of being fanatic believers. We've captured them all alive, too. Tarukin turned his gaze to Lonan. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the commander of the Empire's most elite Beastmen unit, and also operating under the Emperor's supreme command, infiltrating the Empire, and responsible for purging Crazier's cult, the vanguard of the search force. Jaifa Tarukin at that same moment. On the other side of the Ramallah Mountains, in Nabutan, a night order arrived here, causing villagers to talk among themselves. Eli was confused by this situation. Shulafin, stepped forward if I frightened you. I apologize, Lady Eli. To respond quickly to emergencies, I urgently assembled the night order. I couldn't notify you in time. Please forgive my rudeness. The Knight Shulkin knelt on one knee. I swear on the Grand Zia family's honor, I've come to assist Miss Eli with her move. May I ask if we can start packing your belongings now? On the other side, I was stunned to hear Tarukin's words. The Church Investigation Unit. There was no such unit before. Lonan couldn't help but wonder if it was because he captured those guys from Nibra that the palace got involved and created this unit. Still, he never expected they'd order the Sword Saint, Tarukin, to serve as the unit's vanguard. Lonan voiced the question on his mind. Those people, hiding in various places with concealed identities. How do you find them? I heard the forbidden word. Interrogation method doesn't work anymore. Just then a voice called out. Both Lonan and Tarukin looked toward the source of the sound. They saw Belle dragging a Sam by the hand. Stumbling over a Sam's eyes were brimming with tears as she cried out to Lonan for help. Belle said this little one was skulking around nearby, so I grabbed her first, Captain. Want me to kill her? She won't stop crying. It's driving me crazy watching the scene unfold. Lonan rubbed his forehead and sighed, telling Tarukin this is a bit embarrassing, but she's actually my friend. Time flew by, and before long night fell. Nemia said, I've already rounded up all the suspicious people in this area. Now let me report what we've learned so far. They brainwashed the beasts in this area, though it only caused scattered minor chaos. That was just a smokescreen. Their real goal is to seize the mountain center. Hearing this, Tarukin realized these guys' true objective was to occupy the Ramallah Mountain Pass. Lonan's brow furrowed. The Ramallah Mountain Pass, one of the Empire's main transportation routes, with a third of the Empire's goods flowing through this road. In other words, if this place is destroyed, the Empire would instantly lose one of its economic pillars. If that's the case, it's no surprise these guys use beasts as a diversion. But suddenly Owen noticed something. He drew his long sword and pointed it at one of the women's necks. This mountain pass is crucial, so the troops stationed here are heavily guarded. Causing a disturbance with just a few dozen beasts couldn't possibly destroy this place so easily. There's no way you wouldn't know that. So unless you want your neck sliced, answer me honestly, where are you hiding? Lonan's long sword slowly pressed closer, casting a cold glint in the dark space. The woman broke out in cold sweat. Her eyes squeezed shut, but the next moment she smiled and said, Do we look like people who fear death? You filthy heretic. Then light burst from the woman's eyes and mouth. Lonan couldn't believe what he was seeing. These people were all channeling their magic power, gathering it in one place. They prayed devoutly to the stars, pulling their last fragments of soul together, then burning to ashes all these impure followers who defy the coming of the stars. Light blazed throughout the entire space, condensing into a massive sphere of light. Its radiance pierced through the entire forest. On the other side, Baron looked up at the sky, lamenting the precious sacrifice of the believers, understanding that the enemy was Turukin's unit. He knew ordinary believers wouldn't be enough. To buy time, someone asked Baron if they should try another day, since they couldn't stop Turukin. Baron rejected this idea. Everything was for the sake of executing the plan and fulfilling their noble mission. After speaking, he pulled out a device and planted it on the ground. We can't delay any longer, even if it's not the mountain center. It doesn't matter. We'll use Ramala's mountainside as the starting point to deal those heretics a devastating blow. The device activated with a continuous buzzing sound. In just moments, a massive magical array pattern appeared on the ground. This explosive device was a masterpiece, created by the great inventor, Eli Bridge himself. After inscribing 30 layers of magic, after absorbing the magic power from the branch vein, these 30 layers of enhancement magic would detonate, leveling everything around. Baron slowly rose and said, "We only need to protect this device until it fully absorbs the magic power and prevent the enemy from noticing the abnormality." In the branch vein, behind him were two men. One was the former captain of the Siren Knight Order. Eben, the other, was the former chief mage of the Green Magic Tower Blua. Eben said to Baron, "I heard that after this mission ends, you'll take over the position of the fallen. Branch leader Bridgetia, did you receive the blessing?" Baron stroked his beard, confirming Eben's words. For this mission, one must possess the power to protect oneself from the blast, which is why the merciful cult leader granted me this honor beforehand. Although my power is far inferior to Brigidius, with this blessing, I can easily handle any variables that might arise. Just then, a thunderous sound of footsteps hitting the ground echoed. Baron immediately became alert. Magic power condensed in his hand. A sphere of light formed a shield before him. A terrifying attack struck the light sphere, with the aftershock sending debris flying. After the attack dissipated, a long trench appeared in the ground. Baron said, "How surprising, though. Once the branch veins magic power gathers here, others can track the location. You arrived just as absorption began. Should be impossible. How exactly did you find us?" The figure of Sword Saint Turukin appeared before everyone. Turukin's eyes fixed on them. "Did you really think you could escape my notice? From the moment I set foot in the Ramala Mountains, I've had your locations pinpointed." Then he extended a finger toward Baron and the others. "I was simply waiting for you to play your final hand. A group of prey blinded by illusion and arrogance. Let me see how you will struggle before death." Just 10 minutes ago, these believers had gathered their magic power. In one place, Turukin recognized this as self-detonation, magic that uses magic power as explosive. He then gripped his crescent blade and ordered Nimia to evacuate with the team. He'd handle this, however. Lana moved first, charging toward the concentrated magic with his long sword. Everyone present was shocked by Lanan's action. Lanan leapt high, his long sword slashed out. A devastating sword strike was unleashed. The believers' pupils quaked. Their final magic was dispelled so easily. It was utterly absurd. The long sword cut through iron like mud. The next second, the woman's head separated from her body. Blood sprayed out. All the believers were dead. Lanan turned back and said, "Still trying tricks at the very end. If you want to pull stunts like that, then die." Turukin witnessed all this, thinking to himself, how astonishing. That attack wasn't simply blocking the magic through brute force. That little guy is incredibly powerful. He directly severed the magic power with his long sword. "Nia," said Lord Sword Saint, "you fought them too. You must understand. These people would rather flee and regroup than give up like this. They definitely have other schemes." Lanan picked up the thread. "Since they've made such a big production of this, there must be an executive from the church. or at least an enemy of equivalent rank here. Then Lanin stood before Tarukin, asking if he had a way to find them. Since Tarukin was the vanguard of the investigation unit, so the two cooperated with Lanin, promising to earn Tarukin the Emperor's favor. Back to the present. Baron realized that in the instant the attack struck, he felt no magic power at all. This means Tarukin didn't use magic power at all. It was purely wind pressure from brute force, though he'd heard the title of Sword Saint Tarukin many times before. He never imagined he was a monster. At this moment, Eben and Blua stepped in front of Baron. They both cried out, "If it's for the mission of the stars, we'd gladly give our lives." And Blua condensed magic power in his hands, channeling it into Eben's body. Eben held his long sword with Blua, providing endless magic power. Seeing this, Tarukin understood. These guys were a group of capable knights and mages, suitable as training targets for the team members. While unleashing attacks, Eben marveled that the star's guidance allowed him to duel the Empire's greatest sword. What tremendous fortune for a warrior. Eben had only one goal: to defeat Tarukin's sword, to enjoy the glory of matching him. However, an astonishing scene occurred. Tarukin used his bare fist to shatter Eben's sword. Eben stared in disbelief at the broken sword. In his hand, the sword fragments reflected Eben's face. Tarukin clenched his fist. "You who rely on evil powers, did you just call this an honorable duel?" A fierce attack easily severed Eben's head. Eben's headless corpse crashed to the ground. "Don't defile a warrior's pride." Blua and Baron froze. Then Blua's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Tarukin's palm unleashed another attack, splitting Blua's body in two. Tarukin charged toward Baron. A shield formed before Baron, blocking the attack. The spherical shield enveloped and protected Baron. Tarukin pointed at Baron. "I've always found you familiar. Have you been hiding in the fanatical church? Over 10 years ago, in a western village called Yadin, you slaughtered over 1,000 villagers to experiment with black magic, then disappeared, becoming a wanted criminal of unknown status. That was you, wasn't it? The bloody storm of Yadin Baron." Baron smiled broadly. "I'm surprised the Sword Saint knows my name, but I've already cast off that tainted past. Now, I am merely a servant of the stars." Nothing more, Tarukin stated bluntly. He wasn't interested. He'd successfully eliminated the light sphere. He looked at Baron. "No matter who you are now, you'll die by my hand that won't change." The corner of Baron's mouth curved into a smile, showing no fear of Tarukin's approach. Star's protection. Suddenly starlight blazed brilliantly, surprising Tarukin greatly. Seeing this, Baron said, "I never expected. Even those carefully selected believers couldn't stop you at all. Only now do I realize how high the wall called Sword Saint truly stands. However, the great power the stars granted me, you absolutely cannot break through." Baron laughed maniacally. "You're just another insignificant creature, crawling under starlight, destined to die after being repelled by the starlight." Tarukin's hand went numb. Baron raised both hands. The power of the starry sky above. How magnificent, he questioned Tarukin on his thoughts about witnessing the star's greatness. Tarukin held his crescent blade, finding Baron's words laughable. He said disdainfully, "You pray, blinded by illusion. Even in the moment of burning each other's lives, you can sink into illusory delusions. This is exactly why you'll throw away your own life." Tarukin raised his crescent blade. A fierce attack slashed out Baron's starlight. Attack was unleashed. The blade strike and starlight collided, erupting with tremendous destructive power. Baron's pupils dilated. Is this the might of the Empire's greatest sword? The aftershock sent debris flying all around. The smoke gradually cleared from the space, revealing what lay within. Tarukin knelt on one knee, gripping his crescent blade with both hands. Baron was enclosed in a protective sphere of condensed starlight. He was utterly shocked. Though Tarukin is a sword saint, relying purely on sword energy, to wield such tremendous power is truly astonishing, and a smile appeared on Baron's lips. Even the remarkable sword energy, wielded by a sword saint, remains insignificant before the star's protection. Baron tossed out a spherical explosive device. This magic bomb continues to absorb magic power. Baron said if you were alone, you might escape the blast radius. But as for those rookies besides you, they'll be annihilated along with this mountain range, dead without a grave. Ha. Seeing this, Turrican confirmed what Lonin said earlier about the enemy being able to weaken attacks. His eyes narrowed slightly. If he doesn't prepare thoroughly, greater crises will emerge later. So he must get to the bottom of this. So Turrican asked, this star's protection you speak of, just how much can it withstand? Turrican walked toward him. Step by step, his entire body radiated light, magic power swirling around him. Baron felt this power. The pressure was clearly stronger than the previous attack. This is Aurora, but Baron believed Turrican's efforts were merely a beast's futile struggle against heaven. Starlight flowed in his hands. He wanted to see what the strongest person on the surface was capable of. Turrican unleashed Aurora. Suddenly a voice rang out. Lonin shouted at Turrican, have you lost your mind? Stop right now at this rate. You'll destroy the entire mountain range before the bomb even explodes. Turrican turned his head. This kid arrived too late. Lonin stood beside Turrican panting. Now he figured out what the star's protection is. You fall back no matter how powerful you are. You can't handle him anymore. During this, Turrican thought. The current phase was perfect to hand to Lonin. He stopped being stubborn and retreated behind Lonin. Baron watched the scene before him in shock. What's that little guy's background? To dare treat the sword saint with such arrogance. Lonin slowly walked forward. He drew his long sword and said to Baron, thanks to your loud voice, we've got the whole situation figured out anyway. Once I deal with you and dismantle that magic bomb back there, this damn chaos will be over, right? Lonin stared intently at Baron. You, an executive, don't even have half the strength of Bridget, who I killed. Hearing this, Baron's whole body trembled. How does this guy know Bridget's name? After a moment, Baron gritted his teeth. He understood that Bridgetia wasn't killed by Serani, but by this green behind the ears brat. Rage filled Baron's heart. He would tear this person, who humiliated Bridgetia, into pieces. Virgidia was one of the church's foremost believers, promoted to branch leader through truly formidable strength. One of the glorious faithful. Her status is so noble. How could someone with such insignificant magic power have killed her? Tell me the truth now. Countless vicious snake heads lunged at Lonin. Lonin's long sword slashed out multiple strikes, easily crushing the snake heads. Seeing this, Baron taunted, seems your mouth isn't your only asset. Perhaps you could serve as my lieutenant. But with just this level of ability, even if you ambushed her when she wasn't paying attention, there's no way she could have died by your hand. Baron extended his palm, believing that under the protection, no one could oppose him. However, something shocking happened. Baron was directly cut into pieces by Lonin's long sword. Lonin said, this old man's just as long-winded as that crazy woman. Serves him right to die by my hand. Then he drove his long sword into the bomb. That was absorbing magic power. The explosive device made buzzing sounds. Before long, Lonin stood with his sword. The bomb was dismantled. Baron was killed. Lonin wiped his chin, looking at Baron's head. So does that clear up your confusion? Baron was still fixated on how Lonin used a blade to break through the star's protection. That was a power transcending natural laws. You'd only seen it in the church's leader. Just who is this guy? Lonin raised his long sword and split Baron's head in half too. Turrican asked, did you kill him? Lonin sheathed his long sword. I figured this was more practical. Ordinary believers are already hard enough to deal with. Executive level ones would definitely cause even more trouble. They've already started using extreme methods. We need to be more careful during this period. Turrican replied, your judgment is correct. We can't let ourselves be blinded by our goals. The surrounding trees were broken and charred, but the earth crisscrossed with ravines. The devastation was extreme. Turrican sheathed his crescent blade, thanked Lonin, and asked what he needed. Lonin was utterly surprised. It turned out the emperor ordered that those who made outstanding contributions against the church would be rewarded. Anything within the Empire's treasury and capabilities could be granted. Lonen's face lit up with joy. I happen to need people with great strength, like you guys, because the most important person in the world to me is about to move to the Imperial Island. On the other side, Shulafin led an elite force on the journey to help Miss Eli move. The elite soldiers whispered among themselves. Some thought they were going to subjugate a beast army. I never expected it, was just to safely escort the young lady in the carriage. As Knights of Grand Zia personally providing escort, the soldiers were intensely curious about her identity, but they all believed this young lady must be extremely important to young Master Shulafin. Shulafin cleared his throat, asking Ili if there was anywhere uncomfortable on the journey. Eli was stunned, quickly waving her hands. This is even more comfortable than my own home. Then she clapped her hands, remembering something, and asked Shulafin if he wasn't tired from riding all day. Then Shulafin leaned out the carriage window, inviting Shulafin to ride in the carriage with her. Shulafin beamed with joy, but embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head. He firmly refused. That won't do. I'm currently executing a very important mission. With that, he prepared to ride off on his horse. Suddenly something changed. Both Shulafin's and the other soldiers' horses became frightened. Shulafin's brow furrowed. He understood something was approaching. It had a powerful aura. Shulafin stood on his stirrups, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. No matter what happens, protecting Miss Eli is the top priority. Stake Grandia's honor on it. For Grandia's honor, Shulafin clenched his jaw. This threat couldn't even compare to a wyvern. Just the approach alone made him feel overwhelming pressure. What could be emanating this? Shulafin gripped his long sword and advanced quickly. The scene before him left him deeply shocked. A beast wielding a great blade charged toward him. Shulafin hastily raised his long sword to defend, with terrifying force spreading outward. The opponent said, "Though I'd heard much about you, I still underestimated your strength." That defense just now was impressive. Rising star of the Empire. If we're talking about candidates for the next sword, saying it must be one of you two. Shulafin struggled to block the attack when he suddenly heard the question, "Why do you point your blade at Granzia's banner?" Only after seeing the beast's features clearly did he realize it was actually Sword Saint Tarukin. Tarukin raised his crescent blade. "I'm just giving you a simple greeting. No need to be tense for a warrior like you." One battle speaks louder than 1,000 words, and a loud shout rang out. "Bullshit, that kind of greeting. You can get it however you want. Up in your northern territory. We don't do that here." Shulafin was curious about the source of the voice. Lonen suddenly appeared on Tarukin's back. Lonen jumped down to the ground with a crisp sound. He raised his hand. "Thanks for your hard work, Shulafin. I'm here to help you." Then his thumb pointed backward. "Don't take what just happened to heart. There's a bunch of great movers waiting right behind me." A group of beastmen advanced quickly. The Night Order soldiers whispered among themselves. "What movers? That's clearly Trukin's beastmen unit." The scene shifted. It was already the next day. Imperial Island Velen before gleaming. Magnificent house. Eli covered her mouth, hardly able to believe it. Could such a beautiful, luxurious house really be where she and Lonen would live? And smiled sister. "You can live here with peace of mind from now on. Philip's Royal Academy is right ahead. We can meet often. The security here is excellent too. You won't have any problems in daily life." Shulfang placed his hand on his chest. The interior decoration and equipment were all made by craftsmen who work with our family, though I've instructed them to spare no expense. I'm still worried you might not be satisfied. Eli grasped Shulfan's hand. "Of course I'm satisfied. Being here feels like being in a fairy tale." Then she made a fist. "This is a day worth commemorating. If you have time, stay for dinner." Shulafin's heart pounded. He couldn't believe he'd be dining with Miss Eli. Just then a woman's footsteps in high heels approached. Her teeth were clenched. She roared, "Explain yourself. Why are you wandering around here?" Lonen and Shulafin turned around. It was Teacher Nabairos at this moment. She stood alongside Tarukin. Tarukin greeted Nabairos. "Long time no see. Your temper is still as fiery as ever. Is this really necessary to properly educate students?" Nabairos' brow furrowed. How dare you criticize my teaching methods? You two-legged beast, this isn't your place. Get lost. Tarukin slowly approached Nibiru's sharp tongue. Wonder if you have enough skill to back up those words. That past defeat, have you savored it thoroughly? The day I took your sword saint title from you. The Beastman unit. Watch the standoff between Tarukin and Nibiru's. Nibiru's drew her sword, she said. If you're curious, find out for yourself. The tense atmosphere between them looked like a fight was about to break out. The Beastman unit members were all shocked because their bodies couldn't move. It was caused by Neighboress transforming into her serpent body and unleashing her technique. Tarukin's body trembled. He wondered if Neighboress had grown stronger, because without even using her full power, she paralyzed his body. So Tarukin gripped his crescent blade tightly. Snake woman, as you wish. Tarukin's entire body burst with power. Massive battle fluctuations surged. Between them then, a foot stepped onto the railing. Have you lost your minds? What the hell are you doing in front of someone's house? At these words, both Nibiru's and Tarukin's movement stopped. Lanin said through gritted teeth, as Eli struggled to pull him down. That was way too dangerous just now. Seeing it was Neighboress and Tarukin, Lanin raised his voice even louder. If you hurt a single hair on my sister's head, you're all dead today. His voice was so loud it startled birds into flight. After a while, Lanin stood before Nabros and Tarukin. Lanin crossed his arms, lecturing them both. You're both sword saints acting like children, throwing tantrums, almost causing disaster. Aren't you ashamed? Tarukin nodded, agreeing with Lanin's words indeed. I was a bit impulsive then. Tarukin apologized for his disgraceful display and rudeness. He then turned and bid Lanin farewell. Next time we meet, I hope you become an even stronger warrior. Farewell. Watching the rapidly departing figure, Lanin let out a long breath. Then he turned to Nibiru's teacher. What brings you here so early? Nibiru's clenched her fists, furious. Tell me everything down to the last detail. Lanin was drenched in sweat. The scene shifted to the living room. Lanin and Nibiru's sat facing each other on stools. Water reflected Nibiru's face. She'd already understood the situation from her conversation. It was Lanin's performance in the Ramallah Mountains that made Tarukin help move his sister. As compensation, Aburos fixed Lanin with a cold gaze. That old beast is dangerous. You'd better not get involved with him anymore. Lanin was quite surprised, not understanding what she meant. Neighboress explained 10 years ago. Beastmen launched a massive invasion, plunging the northern regions into chaos. People call it the Night of Fangs. The leader of the Beastmen was that guy Torrigan. Hearing this, Lona froze. Now, after barely managing to bring the Beastmen into the Imperial Army through ceasefire negotiations, and that guy became the Empire's sword. But I still can't trust him. Back then, Heifa didn't resist the Empire to the bitter end, but instead wagered himself and took the path of negotiation. He proposed incorporating Beastmen warriors as the Empire's military strength. But the northern territories must belong to them. The Emperor, respecting his strength, accepted his proposal on the condition of a blood oath. Most people in the Empire rejoiced at gaining the continent's strongest sword. But in my eyes, that guy merely retracted his claws temporarily to protect his people. One day, when the blood oath breaks, his existence could become a more terrifying threat. In the church, that's Jaifa Tarukin. Lanin fell into thought in his past life. When the war with the giants broke out, Tarukin never appeared. Could he have been eliminated by the church, like other powerful figures? But other possibilities can't be ruled out. The two remained silent for a long time, until Neighbors spoke up. Can you really control sword energy freely? Now the corner of Lanin's mouth curved into a smile, confirming her words. That's right. But compared to your domineering sword energy teacher, mine is still crude. Neighbors was satisfied. Then she stood up. She brought Lanin to the training area, which contained a large number of armored straw dummies. Lanin raised his long sword, ready to show Neighbors how much he'd grown. Meanwhile, Shulafin was enjoying the delicious food Eli prepared, the atmosphere between them harmonious and joyful. Nibiru said, demonstrating magic-based sword energy, would show his progress. Lana nodded. He raised his long sword in his right hand, channeling magic power into it. A sword strike slashed out. This was sword energy formed. The strike was fast as lightning, heading toward the straw dummy. As it traveled through the air, it made crackling sounds. The dummy's armor became covered in cracks, but the strike disappeared. Lanin was shocked. He didn't understand why his attack suddenly vanished. He'd been able to execute it effortlessly just days ago, so he raised his long sword. Wanting to try again, Nibiru stopped Lanin's action. He said, being able to channel magic power into your sword is already great progress for you, but it hasn't reached the stage where it can be called sword energy. You're just infusing a bit of magic power into an attack that was already unnatural. Of course, that alone should give you tremendous power. After all, you're still just a first-year student. Just hearing about your feat of killing a wyvern with one strike proves that hearing this, Lanin couldn't help but doubt, because he felt there wasn't much difference. Nibiru's nodded. Your thinking isn't unreasonable, because you view sword energy as a projectile of compressed magic power that deals massive damage to enemies. However, if you only see magic power as a tool for enhancing power, that's an extremely narrow perspective. The true power contained in magic can become a pathway, guiding us to the next stage. That's why I first confirmed what you consider sword energy to be. Right now, you must grasp your understanding of magic power before we can clearly know how to strengthen and improve yourself. You probably don't feel much about what I'm saying now, but you can't rely on luck forever. This difference will inevitably determine your life or death in the future. Lanin trembled after hearing these words. It was such a powerful impact. Seeing Lanin's expression, Neighborus patted his shoulder. This is just the beginning. We just need to make up for what's lacking. Don't worry, I'll help you. Neighborus took Lanin's sword. Then she turned around and closed her eyes. Lanin didn't understand why his teacher was taking his Lamenchong's sword. Neighborus channeled magic power into the La Mancha's long sword. A powerful fluctuation formed around Neighborus. Lanin struggled to open his eyes. Against the bright light, Neighborus said, "Watch carefully. This is your La Mancha's long sword's true form." Lanin asked. The bright red appearance is La Mancha's true form. Neighborus held the hilt with one hand and supported the blade with the other. That's right. After resonating with my magic power, it revealed its hidden strength, just like my USA longsword and Duke Ranzia's P-Rod longsword, weapons born from craftsmen's hands that rise to the ranks of legendary blades. All conceal their true power, and the value of manifesting a weapon's true power lies in the ability to wield several times more might than usual. The blacksmith, Doran, said he completed a masterwork for the ages. Seems those words weren't false at all. Lanin was dumbfounded. The reinforced magic floor was destroyed by that single strike, full of deep craters and cracks. When he channeled magic power into the sword, nothing changed at all. Nabarro handed over the long sword, because your magic power is far from enough to make La Manchu resonate. The sword knows its master's deficiencies best. Lanin glanced down. He saw the La Mancha longsword blade, radiating brilliant light. Lanin asked teacher, "Where should I start? I'll show this sword what kind of master it has." Just as he finished speaking, Lanin gripped the long sword, standing firmly before Neighborus. Neighborus smiled, she said. "Then let's start with your weakest area. Practicing how to maintain magic power. First day of training. Magic power maintenance time 48 seconds. Third day of training. Magic power maintenance time 1 minute. 32 seconds. Fifth day of training. Magic power maintenance time 2 minutes. 12 seconds. Lanin continued improving while Nibiru stood behind him, supervising 2 minutes. 50 seconds, 3 minutes. 41 seconds, 5 minutes. 12 seconds, training day 14. Nibiru looked at the clock in her hand, showing 13 minutes, far exceeding the target maintenance time. It would take ordinary people enormous amounts of time to practice to this level. She commanded, Now maintain this state and show me your sword energy. Lanin gripped his long sword after hearing this, holding it vertically downward. Magic power channeled into it with a snap. Tremendous energy erupted. Then he sheathed the long sword. For the moment the blade entered the scabbard, the straw dummies standing in the distance were all struck heads instantly separated from bodies. Breaking into two parts, Lanin showed a happy smile. A dummy's head fell before Neighborus. Neighborus smiled too, not bad at all. Lanin raised both hands, understanding why he had to undergo this training. Just concentrating to maintain magic power allowed him to better master all his body's senses. Realizing the magic power hidden within his body had such tremendous potential, Nibiros was very satisfied. Lanin finally had a basic understanding of magic power. Just then a man's voice called out. The person was none other than Teacher Jordan. Jordan said, "Sorry to disturb you when you're so busy, but could I have a moment? I have urgent matters to discuss. About that precious student of yours." Lanin was incredibly curious when Jordan arrived, wondering what business he had with Nibiros. Nibiros asked, "Does what you're calling my student's issue have something to do with magic power?" Jordan said, "You already know Lanin's constitution is quite special, so he needs regular checkups." Nibiros stared hard at Jordan, suspecting he was using this as an excuse to extort them. Then she reached for her sword. Jordan broke into a cold sweat and said, "This isn't the mercenary guild." "Put the blade down," he said, thanks to Lanin Suinya, who hadn't shown any improvement all this time. Blinked her eyes yesterday. Neighbors froze when she heard this. Jordan said, though it might still take a long time, "I hope one day you'll come visit her too, 'cause Sunia really loves your adventure stories. And the most important thing I need to tell you isn't about Lanin, but about your teaching assistant. Anderson Lanin asked me before. So I've been investigating Anderson for a while now. I'm not entirely certain yet. If I'm right, she might be in danger. Anderson possesses a power so strong that even she herself can't bear it. You must have already noticed how dangerous that power is, right? That's why you keep her by your side, to protect her one wrong move. And everyone could be endangered because of her." As Neighboress listened, her fist began to clench, finally unable to hold back any longer. She spoke out, "That's enough, Jordan. My teaching assistant isn't as weak as you think." Neighboress looked at Jordan with cold eyes. "Don't go making conclusions about her future." Jordan was instantly speechless. He could only say, let her make that choice herself. After long, while Lanin scratched his cheek, looking at Neighboress, who was only showing her back. That and Lanin turned and asked Jordan, "You just mentioned a mercenary guild. Were you two mercenaries before?" Jordan rubbed the back of his head and smiled, "Yes. We were quite well known in the southern region. Over 10 years ago. That was when Nibiros and I first met. But it wasn't pleasant. We both received contracts to eliminate each other, so we were enemies for a time. The events of that day are still vivid in my memory, and Neighbor's back then was the very embodiment of death. The fear she brought was truly beyond words. The result was that I completely lost to her that day, even stood at death's door. If Sunia, who lived there, hadn't saved me, I probably would have died there. Sunia devoted herself to caring for me when I was near death during that time. We fell for each other and naturally became husband and wife. After that, because we'd fought and made peace, Sunia and Neighboress became friends. The reason was Sunia's pure and cheerful personality. Because I failed to protect Sunia, Neighboress began to hate me. She was also furious at my determination not to give up on Sunia. Even so, Neighboress has always kept my secret. Thanks to her support, I've been able to continue treating Sunia so. I believe that once Sunia recovers, Neighboress will eventually let go too. Though Neighboress acts like she doesn't care. On the surface, she's actually someone who values relationships deeply. The next day at the Hall of Truth, the main building of the magic department, Black Magic Research Lab, Lanin, Jordan, and Anderson slowly stepped inside and looked around and sighed. I never thought there'd be a place even more gloomy than Teacher Jordan's lab. Jordan said, "No matter how gloomy it is, bear with it, because only here can we use the ultra-expensive equipment." Then, He turned to look at the human magic extraction device. Behind him, this is the highest grade magical tool that can extract the original magic power from within a living being. Many people who can't understand their own magic power and face countless difficulties would try this tool even if it meant bankruptcy. Jordan pointed at the pattern on the ground, telling Anderson to stand on it. Finally, they could discover what power was hidden inside her body. Jordan confirmed that Anderson was mentally prepared, then reached out and pressed his hand on the human magic extraction device. Before long, Anderson's body began emitting black energy. Anderson was shocked and quickly asked Teacher Jordan what this black energy coming from her body was. The black energy slowly drifted toward the monsters, trapped in jars around them. Bear Monster awakened, revealing its sharp teeth. Lonin glanced around, utterly shocked. He hadn't expected this ability to be so powerful. It was already exerting influence. Without even being truly used in the previous life, she was able to dominate battlefields and reign supreme across all lands, under the title of the Iron Lady General, all thanks to this power, the strongest and most evil force in the Empire's history. On the other side, Jordan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He no longer had any doubts. This black magic power with its special aura, with shadow magic, Anderson was utterly confused. He never even heard of shadow magic. Only heard Lonin mention it was a secret. Hearing this, Jordan turned to look at Lonin curiously, wondering how he knew about such things. However, Lonin just laughed and said, "Don't worry about those little details." Jordan turned his attention back and said, "There is no information about shadow magic, because it has a dormancy period of several years, or even hundreds of years within the human body. Even when the power manifests, most people lose their lives because they can't bear this power." Anderson was startled hearing this. Jordan paid no attention and continued. "Shadow magic is different from what we use. It's something of a completely different nature. Even for someone who can't control magic power, it can give them strength comparable to a sword master and turn the impossible into reality. This power that defies reason and natural laws is shadow magic, but the problem is, this power suddenly manifests at moments even the owner can't predict. If even the possessor can't control this powerful force, and it goes berserk, it will bring terrible disaster to the surrounding area, and those people ultimately exhaust all their strength and burn themselves out completely." Jordan asked Anderson, even knowing this, "Do you still want to possess this power?" If not, he could find a way to impose restrictions, so the magic power wouldn't manifest, or exhaust every means to find a method to completely eliminate the shadow magic. Then he told Anderson to think carefully, because everyone in the past who manifested shadow magic, whether they could control this power or not, all came to bad ends after all. Shadow magic is a double-edged sword. Jordan asked, "Are you willing to bear this power?" Anderson fell into memories. Many scenes kept surfacing. Anderson turned away after a long while. "She spoke if I said I wasn't afraid. I'd be lying, but someone once told me not to worry, so I'm willing to give it a try. I can't let myself become weak." Anderson showed a smiling expression. "Please, Teacher Jordan." Jordan smiled too, as expected of that guy's teaching assistant. "Your eyes are truly full of fighting spirit." With that, he placed his hand on the magic extraction device. "Then let's begin right away." Instantly, Anderson was enveloped by the light, radiating from the magic power. Magic power continuously flowed from her body, gathering in one place, forming a sphere. Jordan looked at Anderson's confused expression and said, "I'm now going to extract the magic power from your body. You must have always felt you had no talent in magic, right? No matter how hard you tried. You were far behind other students in the same grade." Anderson was shocked. How did the teacher know about this? Anderson continued, "Shadow magic is a power that defies natural laws. This kind of power can't just lie quietly dormant inside the body. The shadow magic and the magic power you've been gathering have been constantly colliding and continuously affecting your growth. The solution is simple. If these two energies keep interfering with each other, then we'll completely eliminate the unnecessary one. leaving only shadow magic in your body. However, eliminating magic power from the body isn't that simple. Right now, we're just using the extraction device's power to make the magic appear separated. Once it stops operating, it will return to the body. At this point, Lanin asked, if we use a method that eliminates magic power, all at once will there be any side effects that cause massive damage to the body? Jordan looked back at Lanin and said no. At most, it'll just return the body to a state. Without magic power hearing this, Lanin swung his long sword. Both Anderson and Jordan were shocked, because Andershan's magic power had been successfully eliminated. Lanin sheathed the sword. How could we wait that long? We have many things to do. Suddenly, even more powerful shadow magic burst forth from around Anderson. Her hair flew up, enveloped in black energy. The scene shifted. Anderson slowly opened her eyes, and Lanin's face came into view. Lanin was overjoyed to see Anderson awake. Anderson was shocked. She didn't understand why she was lying on Lanin's lap. Had she fainted just then? The bear monster squirmed, its snarling appearance catching her attention. The bear monster roared ferociously. Anderson asked, how do these sleeping test subjects suddenly go berserk? Lanin told Andershan, this is your handiwork. Jordan explained from the side. After the magic power in your body disappeared, the suppressed shadow magic temporarily went berserk. That's why this happened, but congratulations. Regardless of the process, you succeeded in the end. That ball of strange energy that originally occupied the position of your heart is the pure core of shadow magic. It's also the power you'll need to cultivate. From now on, Anderson said, this power is different from magic power. It has a cold and frightening feeling. Jordan replied, right now. Because of the backlash from removing the magic power, it's in an overly active state. It will soon return to about the size of a handful of sand. As the shadow magic awakens, you can also slowly begin to understand what abilities you've gained. Just as Jordan was about to stabilize the surrounding test subject monsters, Lanin stopped him and suggested, letting Anderson try, telling these test subjects to be quiet herself. It might have the desired effect. Hearing this, Anderson began to try. As soon as she said quiet, the surrounding test subjects actually stopped their rampage. Seeing this scene, Anderson could hardly believe her eyes. So this is the ability of mental control. Jordan scratched the back of his head, unable to understand, because even the simplest brainwashing requires extremely powerful magic and magical tools. He never imagined such power could exist. With just one word, Lanin's expression turned serious. Anderson had awakened power, more dangerous than imagined. The new power is called domination of thought. It can target living beings and forcibly impose one's will upon them. If used only to alter cognition, it would be an efficient means of command. But if the power's range is reduced to the scale of a military unit, it can create puppets that don't fear death. And Anderson showed no hesitation. When using the ability in the previous life, Anderson could only live as the Iron Lady. And in this life, she'll one day face the same situation. Thinking of this, Lanin clenched his fists, unsure what he could do to change the outcome. This also depends on what choice Anderson ultimately makes. The blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Lanin walked forward with his hands behind his head, with Anderson slowly following behind. He said, Senior really hit the jackpot. Not only has a new power awakened in your body, but the teacher also promised to personally help you tame and train that power. Then he turned and asked Anderson, you're one step closer to becoming a future general. How does it feel? Are you especially happy? However, when Lanin saw Andershan's expression, he realized she looked troubled. Anderson gathered shadow magic in her palm. She told Lanin, if this power grows stronger, it will one day affect other people. I doubted I had the ability to use such dangerous power. At first, I was indeed excited about gaining new power, feeling I was one step closer to my dream. But when I truly witnessed the might of this power, the fear in my heart began to continuously expand. Anderson asked, what if one day, in the name of thinking about the majority, I choose to sacrifice innocent people as puppets and treat such actions as justified? I'm afraid I'll become a monster. We'll stop at nothing to win. Hearing this, Lonen's pupils went blank. It seemed Anderson had already understood that possessing this power was a double-edged sword. In a previous life as a general, Anderson's combat operations were always near perfect. With her exceptional judgment, she saved countless lives and became a guiding light, leading people toward tomorrow. But on the other hand, there were also many soldiers who sacrificed their lives under the domination of this power. Anderson asked cautiously Lonen, "If I become like that, could you stop me then? I feel like if you're by my side at that moment, I'll gain the strength to overcome everything." Just like now hearing this, Lona's lips curved into a smile. Remember what you just said. Don't regret it later, when you've made something of yourself. After that day, they spent a rare period of peaceful days at Philip's Royal Academy, and Senior Anderson and Teacher Jordan officially began training the shadow magic. First, Anderson had difficulty controlling even a single sparrow, but now she could already manipulate 5 sparrows simultaneously and was about to try restraining larger beasts. As for Senior Brian, same as always. He continued his self-training, feeling fulfilled every day. And Senior Ophelia, who was rarely seen during the day, also seemed to have become interested in teaching Sita blood magic every day. She would bring it to the training grounds to practice on straw dummies. Sita's attack directly severed a straw dummy's head. Ophelia held Sita in her hands, overjoyed, saying she never expected the first attempt at blood snipe to be so successful. Sita really is a genius. She kept spinning in place, thinking about what to teach Sita next. The blood wheel blade used in combat against humans, or the blood mist suitable for large-scale attacks. And Lonen was the same, spending peaceful days. Right now he was sparring with Shulafin. The two were evenly matched, their long swords clashing as they argued verbally. They looked at each other, both insisting they were better than the other. Maria looked at the two on the battlefield inside, because they'd been fighting for hours, and didn't seem tired at all. She felt they should be fighting on an actual battlefield, not in this place. Maria smiled as she looked at Lonen. Perhaps this was Lonen's charm, and she turned and asked Assam for his opinion. Assam confirmed her view after all. Back in Lonen's hometown, he'd witnessed Lonen's power and charisma. Assam fidgeted with his fingers, muttering that he should be more steady like Lonen. Maria laughed, thinking her words just made Assam jealous. Then she put her arm around Assam's shoulders, praising and comforting him. "You're really cute, don't worry. No matter what to me, you're still the best. Let's continue training our coordination. Next time we spar, we'll also show Lonen what we're made of." "That's a good idea, right?" Hearing this, Assam instantly blushed. A while later, at the top floor of the teaching building, the teacup Lonen was holding was steaming. The tea reflected his face. He looked at Marin across from him and said, "Seems my hunch was right. Smelling this tea's aroma seems to naturally awaken the senses. It's almost identical to the tea I drank at Sarani Temple before. But you said you wouldn't use a single leaf until the cultivation succeeded. But now you've actually made tea." Marin, the advisor teacher, in charge of the Special Adventure Club, laughed heartily. "It's all thanks to you that I was able to cultivate it successfully. If you hadn't given me the gift Sarani gave you after your adventure to the White Earth Mountains last time, forget knowing how to use it, I wouldn't have even known this herb existed. Though it took a lot of thought and time, I've successfully cultivated this herb, feeling like it can help many people in the future. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Hearing this, Lonen applauded the good news. Lonen said, as an advisor professor, "You've always been cleaning up after our club's messes. I've been wondering how to repay you. If that's the case, looks like we can cause a few more problems from now on." Saying this, Lonen showed a mischievous smile. Marin stammered this. "This is a bit much for me. I actually had another reason for calling you today. I just received a reply," he said, taking out the letter. "You once said that to understand the curse in your body, you absolutely must visit the Tower of Dawn. Now we've obtained permission to visit there. However, don't get too excited too soon. Be very careful when you go. Because of the scandal that happened before, situation there should be quite chaotic. Oh, also, you won't be going alone. the magic department honors students. Tower visit was postponed before, so they'll be going with you this time. This same grade student was none other than Eliza, who right now was frantically expressing her love for Anderson. On paper the next morning, the airship Western Wing heading to the Tower of Dawn flew slowly through the air. Eliza, sitting on the sofa drinking tea, was very surprised by the person who appeared before her. Seeing Eliza, Lonan waved and greeted her. Long time no see, Elizabeth. No, wait. I should call you Eliza. Hearing this form of address, Eliza shouted, I told you not to call me that. The nickname Eliza is exclusively for Senior Anderson, and you should first tell me why you're here. Lonan, answer. The airship only has one destination. Of course. I'm here because I have business at the Tower of Dawn. I originally wanted to bring Assam along, but he didn't have time. He said he wanted to focus on coordination. Training with Maria. Speaking of which, why didn't the other first years come? After hearing the question, Eliza chuckled softly. Of course. It's just me. The Tower of Dawn is famous for fire magic. Only the 10 excellent students participating in practical fire magic courses can get the chance to visit. Besides me, who got first place in the entire magic department, the other first years probably don't even have the qualifications to dream about it. That's why I can enjoy my afternoon tea time, thinking in solitude. Hearing this, Lohan was delighted and said, then we can chat this whole journey. It just so happens I'm alone too, so I'll graciously keep you company. How about that? Not bad, right? Eliza's face showed an angry expression. Who's keeping whom company? She doesn't need it. The magnificent airship flew through the air. The students inside were chattering away. Leisurely fooling around the scene made Lona sigh, because the famous Tower of Dawn was right before them, yet they weren't using their time to think more about magic-related matters. Eliza smoothed her hair, indicating she also couldn't stand these commoners. Then she smiled and said, well, that's only natural because in this academy, besides Sister Anderson, you're the only talent I recognize. You've also left quite an impression on me recently. You actually suppressed that arrogant Granzia madman. In front of everyone, it was so satisfying. I also heard you assisted Sword Saint Uriken in successfully stopping a terrorist operation by a cult organization. Your outstanding performance seems to have already reached the palace. So our Akulushia family is also paying attention. Suddenly, Eliza thought of something and her eyes widened. Speaking of which, when are you going to respond to the invitation I gave you? Do you know it's already been several months? You're not testing the Akulushia family's attitude. Are you? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you join our family, you'll immediately. Lonan couldn't get a word in. Eliza alone could talk nonstop now. After a while, Lonan clapped his hands and changed the subject by asking a question. Eliza, why do you like Senior Anderson so much anyway? Hearing this, Eliza was shocked, not understanding why. Lonan suddenly asked this and said, according to your standards, Senior Anderson, during her repeating years, wasn't just not talented. She couldn't even be called ordinary. But you still like her so much. Seems you must have discovered something different about. Senior Eliza confirmed these words. She slowly said, my Sister Anderson has been different from the start. The first time I met Sister Anderson was shortly after I entered Phillips Academy. I wanted to go to the library to look up materials, but got lost just when I didn't know what to do. The person who took the initiative to come over and kind of give me directions was Sister Anderson. I still remember what Sister Anderson praised me with. That day, she thought she was going to hear those same old lines again, like how the Akalucha bloodline is truly different, or something about being naturally gifted. They devalue all my achievements, as if everything was obtained through inborn good luck, yet they're just trying to rationalize my life. However, Sister Anderson said, for such a small body to achieve that much, you must have put in a lot of effort. It's probably incalculable. You must have had a hard time by yourself. But if you're still having a hard time later, whatever you want to say, you can come find me anytime. Even if I can't help much as a senior, I can still listen to your troubles. That moment of emotion is such a precious memory for Eliza that it simply can't be fully explained. Then Eliza covered her ears, her cheeks flushing, saying, but actually most importantly, Sister Anderson, is the most beautiful person in the world. Her silky, black hair and slender figure radiate such captivating, upright elegance. No one can compare to her beauty. Just thinking about it is so mesmerizing. I miss Sister Anderson so much. After listening, Lonin was sweating. Whether it's Shu Lefin or this guy, are all geniuses like this. After a long, while Lonin sighed, whatever, Eliza will eventually become an asset to Senior Anderson. Anyway, suddenly, the airship's speed increased. Lonin's whole body shook. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up, telling Eliza to stop talking and quickly take out her staff. Lonin said there's no time to explain. Something is approaching us. Soon after, Lonin was holding Eliza with her staff and arrived at the top of the airship. Eliza shouted, thinking Lonin's treatment of a lady was too rude. But Lonin asked Eliza, with your ability, can you use telekinesis to make a person float in the air? They're coming right now. We need to be ready immediately. Eliza didn't understand. What this thing Lonin kept talking about was, all she could see were clouds. Suddenly, a massive oval fireball came into both their views. Eliza froze. The entire airship looked like a little brother compared to this huge fireball. Eliza recognized this as magic, used for aerial interception during wartime, but didn't know why it suddenly appeared. Then Lonin drew his long sword, leaping from his position, soaring high into the air. Seeing Lonin act on his own, Eliza quickly pulled out her staff, casting the telekinesis spell to attach to Lonin. Lonin flew out from his position, directly facing the oncoming fireball. His long sword was infused with magic power, swinging it straight out. Countless, densely packed sword strikes enveloped the fireball like an inescapable net. The massive energy fluctuation acted upon the fireball. The huge fireball was easily cut apart, turning into countless fragments. Lonin was shocked. There were more fragments than imagined. The fireball fragments headed toward the airship. Suddenly, many flame arrows flew from behind Lonin, piercing through the fireball fragments. Lonin was quite curious. He saw Eliza with flames burning all around her body, continuously releasing flame arrows. She slowly said, did you really think I couldn't even handle these fragments properly? I am Elizabeth Akalugia. The flame fragments were completely eliminated, and the airship's crisis was successfully resolved. Lonin laughed heartily. Very good. Truly worthy of the Akalucha heiress. That was awesome, Eliza. Eliza shouted, hey, hey. Didn't I tell you not to call me that? After Lonin returned to the front of the airship, Eliza raised her fists, constantly complaining verbally. After a long while, the airship reached the airspace. Above the Tower of Dawn, a magic circle pattern appeared at its top. From within the Tower of Dawn, a booming voice came through. What happened? Is everyone all right? We've confirmed that. The tower fired intercept magic at the airship just now, but we must state that this was absolutely not the Tower of Dawn's doing, but an unexpected incident no one could have predicted. For safety's sake, we've made complete preparations. Please land without worry. We will personally apologize and explain to everyone. Soon after the airship successfully landed, all the students were noisy and clamoring, discussing what that fireball was. Who dealt with the fireball? Could the activities continue? Eliza said, this is one of the 5 great towers. Yet such an absurd thing happened. If there is no reasonable explanation, I'll file a formal protest through my family. Lonin replied, though I'm also angry. Let's first hear what they have to say. After all, it's not like we have no clues at all. Before coming, he'd asked Teacher Marin why the visit to the Tower of Dawn kept not getting approved. Was it because of the cult's presence? Marin nodded. After the incident where Grinzia was infiltrated and the academy was attacked, the Empire began searching nationwide for traces of the cult among them. The interior of the Tower of Dawn was also searched. As a result, not long after, they found 3 cult members. However, progress didn't go so smoothly because before being arrested, those cornered cultists finally used self-destruction magic. Fortunately, the mages on site were powerful, so there were no casualties. but about 1/5 of the land around the tower disappeared due to the force caused by the explosion. Marin reminded Lonin to be very careful. Though the cult infiltration purpose was unclear, since their plan failed, there were certain risks. Lonin gripped the long sword at his waist. He guessed. That huge fireball was most likely the cult's doing. After all, such things couldn't happen by chance. If he noticed anything wrong later, strike first. Just then, the door in front of Lonin and the others suddenly opened. A figure slowly stepped out. He bowed his head, apologizing for what just happened, then said the Tower Master wasn't here. He was the Tower Master's representative named Farah, the Vice Tower Master of the Tower of Dawn. Lonin was utterly shocked seeing who came. In the previous life, in the field of fire magic, he became famous as one of the Empire's foremost mages. This uncle actually came from the Tower of Dawn. Farah closed his eyes and said that we should explain the entire situation in detail to everyone. Unfortunately, many facts haven't been clarified yet. However, one thing we're certain of. In the room with the launch device, we've captured what appears to be magical fluctuations belonging to the culprit. We're now comparing it with all personnel in the tower. Catching the culprit is just a matter of time. Of course, we'll also compensate for the damage you suffered, and guarantee we'll strengthen internal security, so your upcoming apprenticeship won't have any mishaps. Farah apologized while bowing his head, begging for understanding. The students were all shocked that a mage like Farah would personally come to apologize. Eliza cleared her throat and said, "Seeing how sincere he is, we can trust him this time. Let's let this matter pass." Lonin very much agreed with this. Farah was trustworthy back then, when fighting the giants. Farah was a member of the Vanguard forces, responsible for standing at the very front, buying time for everyone in battle. To save his comrades, he burned his own body again and again, until his life turned to ash and disappeared. From beginning to end, he never hesitated. Lonin lowered his long sword. Farah couldn't possibly be connected to the cult. Farah placed his right hand on his chest, looking at Eliza and Lonin. "Our tower owes you both a great debt. As acting Tower Master, thank you for blocking the fireball, Mr. Lonin, Miss Elizabeth." Lonin pointed at himself and asked, "Eliza is from Akaluja, so it makes sense you know her. But how do you know me?" Farah smiled and said, "No need to be so cautious. I've already received word from Philip's Academy." Then, Farah turned and invited Lonin and Eliza to follow him, to express their gratitude, and because there's something else to tell them. Then the three entered the Tower of Dawn. Farah introduced that this was where magic was researched, also the central location of the Tower of Dawn, Magic Research Sample Hall. Right now, several mages in the tower rushed past frantically, their mouths full of worries about the state of magical tools. Liza understood why. The Tower of Dawn was one of the 5 great towers. Most of the members could immediately join Akchal Kumba, and they were all 4th ring mages or above. Lonin agreed with this assessment. It's just that listening to these members' words, it seemed they didn't welcome outsiders, as if they'd run into some troublesome matter. Lonin and Eliza slowly climbed the stairs. Following Farah, they happened to see a woman sitting on the distant staircase. Right now, the woman was using a magical communication device. Her expression was ice cold as she muttered quietly, "Ignite the flame with the death of Akalucha." The scene shifts to the top floor of the Tower of Dawn. Farah sits at the head, with Lonin and Eliza sitting across from her. Lonin believes it was an accident, but there are still some things he can't understand. Why couldn't you deal with that fireball attacking us? If it were the Deputy Tower Master, handling it before the fireball reached the airship should have been a piece of cake. Farah closes her eyes. "You're right. Forget about me. Even the mages of the Tower of Dawn could have dealt with it immediately upon detection, but only if they could detect it in the first place." Lonin freezes at this. "You don't mean to say?" Farah nods until the fireball reached the airship. The tower couldn't identify its existence at all. Eliza says in shock, "That's ridiculous. Such powerful magic, yet nobody could see it." Lonin, if this is true, the problem might be more serious than we thought. Someone might have avoided everyone's attention and hidden here then cast a large-scale perception interference spell. That's the only explanation. Besides, if it's at a level even a 7-circle mage, like Farah, can't detect, then perhaps only the Empire's soul. 9-circle Archmage Horn would be a suspect. At this, Lonin is utterly shocked. In his previous life, Horn was the old man who sealed one of the 3 giants. That guy stood with us until the very end. He shouldn't be the culprit behind this incident. But if the enemy has power equal to his, the consequences are unthinkable. Feeling the heavy and oppressive atmosphere, Farah breaks into a sweat. He raises both hands and says, "Please calm down, you two. There aren't many leads we can confirm yet, and it's also possible other methods were used. Instead of Magic Plus, as soon as I discover any element that could threaten the tower, I will personally burn it to ashes immediately." Rest assured, Farah claps his hands. "Besides that, I need to compensate you both." Both Lonin and Eliza look puzzled. Farah nods first, as a special reward. "For Miss Elizabeth taking first place in this course, I plan to personally teach you flame magic. These spells are rarely seen at the Phillips Academy. Should be very helpful to you." After hearing this, Eliza shows a happy smile. Farah continues, "As for Lonin, I heard you often go to dangerous places for club activities, so I prepared something more practical." With that, he produces a scroll from his hand. This is a scroll imbued with high-level flame magic. It'll definitely come in handy in critical moments. Also, I've heard about why you came here. I know you're looking for books about removing curses, but our library is the largest in the entire empire, so finding the books you need won't be easy. However, I've already given instructions to make it as convenient as possible for you to search. I've assigned a library administrator to help you. Soon after, inside the library, Monin looks around. He takes out a golden ring from his hand. While stroking it, he wonders what kind of person the administrator will be. Still, since Sarani specifically asked me to find them, they must trust each other. Will they look like an intellectual? But if they're Sarani's friend, they might also be an elf. Why isn't there anyone around? Just then a voice appears. Lonin turns to look. A woman holding books introduces herself. "My name is Ale. I'm the Dawn Library Administrator, assigned to guide you today. Please take care of me after speaking." Ale shows a smiling expression. Lonin looks up and thinks to himself, this really is an unexpected elf. After learning that Ail is the only elf in the Dawn Library, Lonin slowly extends his hand in a fist, revealing the ring inside, which is now emitting a green glow. Lonin says the owner of this ring is my friend. He said the administrator here would recognize it immediately upon seeing it. Ale's gaze is completely drawn to the ring. He quickly approaches Lonin. "Isn't this Sarandi's ring? It's been so long since I've seen anything of his." Seeing Ale so excited, Lonin can't help but sweat. Aleglayers Angredi, demanding how this thing ended up in Lonin's hands. Since this ring is something Sarani treasured deeply, he wouldn't give this to someone without good reason. "You'd better come clean." After speaking Ale flies into the air, releasing waves of intense, magical energy from her body. Lonin holds his long sword defensively. Suddenly, an enormous wolf appears before Lonin. The wolf looks at Lonin as if he were an ant. Ale floats in front of the giant wolf. He says, "If you hurt Sarani and took this ring, I will absolutely make you pay the price." Lonin stares intently ahead. He releases his grip on the sword. He thinks to himself, although I don't yet know what relationship Ale has with Sarani. One thing is certain, she cares deeply about Sarani. So Lonin extends his palm. He says, "Ale, I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding. I'll explain everything clearly. So can you hear me out first?" Lonin then explains the entire story of how he obtained the ring. Ale crosses her arms, understanding the full picture. It turns out, Lonin encountered Sarani during club activities. They became friends, and together defeated an enemy cult officer, who's also been causing trouble in the tower recently. Ale holds a ring, understanding why Sarani gave it to Lonin. After all, if Lonin had taken it by force, he wouldn't know about their relationship. Lonin extends his hand, affirming Ale's thinking. If that weren't the case, how could I possibly have managed to steal a ring? Sarani treasures, I don't need to tell you. You already know. That guy is very different from his appearance. He's actually a terrifying elf. Ale deeply agrees with this. Immediately after, Ale apologizes to Lonin for her rudeness. Lonin waves his hands repeatedly, saying it's fine. Then he says, "How do you know Saranti? You two seem to have more than an ordinary relationship, and you just used wolf form magic. You're an elf, aren't you?" Ale admits to being an elf and says, "My relationship with Saranti is more like a mentor, disciple one, because I learned so much from him. Saranti and I met hundreds of years ago. At the time, I was in my rebellious phase, extremely dissatisfied with everything in the world, and got into plenty of trouble, like running off to human settlements to bully them, or seizing their land for myself. Back then, I was very immature, and even thought it was okay to do these things, since there was nobody nearby who could stop me, until that day when I met Saranti. I arrogantly said to Saranti, 'What's this old elf? Get lost, this is my territory.' Saranti released magical power around her body. She said, 'You'd better come with me quietly, since I want to avoid hurting you, if possible.' Then she extended her hand, and just like that, I came with Saranti to this Tower of Dawn, and she was a top-tier mage in the tower at the time, being able to become a top-tier mage without using flame magic. Only she could do that. This shows how powerful Saranti is. But back then I didn't care how capable she was. All I thought about was how to escape from here. However, Saranti never gave up on guiding me. Instead, she taught me many things. She made me understand that people who prove themselves through power alone will eventually be crushed when they encounter greater power. That the correct way to live should be to coexist peacefully with your surroundings and know how to fill your life with love. Thanks to Saranti's teachings, I've become a better person now. After that, following her guidance, I started working here part-time as a library administrator while protecting this place. Speaking of which, Saranti still as busy as before. She even has to relay messages through you. At this, Lonin's whole body trembles, stuttering and unable to speak. Elle tilts her head, curious about why I'm reacting this way. And at this moment, Lonin's eyes show only sorrow. He thinks of a scene when Saranti died. Saranti wouldn't want those close to her to be sad, which she so Lonin fabricates a lie. You know, don't you, how devoted Saranti is to Senial. So she'll probably be out of contact for a long time, which is why she asked me to relay her message. Ale strokes the ring, emitting green light, and says she's still the same as always. But I'm not sad. Just knowing that Saranti hasn't forgotten me is enough to make me happy. The ring bursts with brilliant light. To Lonin's shock, the ring's appearance changes. 3 days later, the tower's personnel continue rushing about as usual. But fortunately, no abnormal situations have occurred again. Lonin can also investigate curse-related matters with peace of mind at this moment. He's holding a pen in his mouth, supporting his head while flipping through books. Ale suddenly appears, asking if Lonin has made any progress. Lonin turns to look at Ale and says, "Although I haven't found details about the curse yet, I've got a general idea about it. Thanks to you, I've had a crash course on curses. For 3 days straight, it's just that the deeper I dig, the more frustrating it gets, making me want to give up," Ale says. "I happen to have time right now. Ask me anything you want." Lonin flips through a book. He just noticed a particular issue. Ale's pupils dilate with shock upon seeing. It's a forbidden book. After learning the question is about the term Vajra, Ale pauses for a moment, then places both hands on Lonin's shoulders. She says, "How do you know this term? Don't tell me you snuck into the forbidden section when I wasn't looking," Lonin says in surprise. "This is the first time I'm learning about that place. It's just that this word appears frequently in the books you brought me. So I'm asking you." Ale reaches for a nearby book. "That's impossible. None of the books she brought mention this term at all." Lonin stands up in disbelief, frantically flipping through his book. He says this page alone is filled with related content. A jaw-dropping thing happens. Text in the book disappears. Ale's face darkens as she crosses her arms. She says, "Saranti didn't have you come here just because I'm a library administrator. Did she? The Tower of Dawn has many curse-related books and has accumulated vast knowledge. However, Even the Tower of Dawn cannot casually mention the word. Vajra, they say Vajra, is the most terrifying, forbidden book in history, written by demons themselves. This book can grant infinite power to those who touch it, while also driving them with a terrible, destructive instinct. This once led a prosperous kingdom to its downfall, long ago, which is why it's also called the Vajra of Destruction. Meanwhile, Farah slowly approaches an old man bound by chains. This old man is none other than the Tower. Master of Dawn Tower Roldan Phelan turns and says, I believe you can understand that all of this is a choice made for tomorrow's dawn continues. The forbidden section of the Dawn Library exists to seal away forbidden books, like Vajra and others of its kind. The reason Sarani asked me, an elf, to be the administrator here is because humans are easily seduced by the power of forbidden books. So someone needs to guard this place. But you just blurted out Vajra, the most evil of all forbidden books. After the self-destruction incident, there were disappearance cases, and all these strange occurrences. Lana interrupts Ale at this point. He asks, are you saying the disappearances happened after those guys carried out the terrorist attack? Ale replies, yes, I remember it very clearly. And the people who disappeared were all those who usually help me manage the books. So the moment they went missing, I searched every corner of the tower, but couldn't find any trace of them. It's as if they all evaporated. Lonan is utterly shocked at this. Vanishing into thin air, how is that possible? And it's as if they were waiting for the explosion to happen. Perhaps the explosion was just a trap to divert attention. Night falls. Eliza is currently practicing flame magic, seeing the massive power of flames summoned by the array pattern. Eliza beams with joy. This is something ordinary people could never do. Farah's flame magic is truly exceptional. Just applying his theory has drastically reduced magical consumption while creating such beautiful array patterns. Eliza wants to recruit him into her family, but Farah probably wouldn't agree. She stretches lazily. During the remaining apprenticeship period, she'll just learn as much as she can. Suddenly, Eliza senses someone hiding in the shadows and furrows her brow. She raises her staff and launches a magical attack. The attack wraps directly around the person's neck. Eliza grabs his collar with one hand, while demanding who he is. Did you think using invisibility, magic, and holding your breath would let you spy on me? You're seriously underestimating me. Eliza's hand gripping the collar freezes. She's seen this person on the bulletin board. He's one of the missing persons. Just as Eliza wonders why this person would appear here, a violent tornado strikes from behind, scattering debris everywhere. The attackers are a group of mages. Suddenly, a massive wave of flame surges toward them. Seeing this, protective shield spheres are hastily activated. The flame wave crashes against the shields. With a tremendous sound, the wave carries the missing person from earlier, who is now completely charred and smoking. Eliza slowly advances step by step, gripping her staff tightly, as flames blaze around her body. She says, you can only blame yourselves for attacking first. But before that, I want to ask you one question. You tower veterans disappeared without a trace not long ago. Why have you suddenly appeared to attack me now then? Eliza turns her gaze to one particular person, demanding, why did you get involved in this? This person is none other than the third child of the Granzia family. Miss Shuoen Granzia. Shuoen doesn't answer. Eliza isn't bothered. She's been wanting to apply the magic Farah taught her. In actual combat, there are many array patterns she wants to experiment with. So everyone, please don't turn to ash too quickly. With that, Eliza activates her staff, releasing a terrifying attack. The unstoppable assault devours the group of mages. The ground collapses, eroded by flames. Feeling the powerful flame force, the mages rapidly retreat. One of them says, truly the genius of the Akalusha family. This is far beyond what a four-circle mage should be capable of. Then glances at Su One and orders burn her to ashes. A flame-wreathed spear appears in Su Wen's hands. Blazing spear. Su Wen releases the blazing spear forward. The spear shoots straight out, piercing through the flame attack. heading straight for Eliza's face. Just as the blazing spear is about to pierce Eliza's skull, Eliza casually waves her hand. This level of power is weaker than even a match, and this was magic you loudly chanted for. Seeing the blazing spear so easily neutralized, Zywin freezes in place here. Have it back, Eliza flicks her finger. Countless light arrows attack towards Zywin, and the others dare to become an enemy of Akalugia, and death is your only fate. The light arrows streak through the air, with piercing sounds blazing. Silver arrows seeing the incoming attack. The mages show grave expressions. They hastily erect a firewall in front of them. The blazing silver arrows continuously strike the firewall. Blood begins trickling from the mages' mouths. One of them says, "We need to close the distance for a decisive battle. I'll go. You stay here and protect Shuin Granzia for our master." The core of this plan is Shuin Granzia. The Akalugia family member must die at Granzia's hands. Just as he finishes speaking, a light arrow strikes his head. Shuin is shocked. A firewall, cast with all the strength of a four-circle mage, was broken through so easily. The remaining mage thinks this is absurd. The Akalugia family member's talent is too strong, but this is actually an opportunity. She's focused on attacking right now, so her defense must be neglected. After dodging the attack, the mage rushes forward like flames. In this life or death situation, she's so arrogant she never thought I'd dodge. Still just a child after all. He grips a flame-wreathed long sword in his hand. Akalucha, you will pay a terrible price for this. Just as the mage rushes close, countless light arrows sprout from the ground, piercing through the mage's limbs and body. He grits his teeth, eyes wide, unable to believe what's happening. Eliza says with a laugh, "Haha. How spectacular. That was just a deliberate opening I showed you. And you took it as an opportunity, trying so hard to rush over. How laughable, this is textbook. Like a moth to a flame, how could this be? You didn't have time to cast a new spell." Magical power swirls in Eliza's hand. Why go to all that trouble and use a new move? I just made the spell I already cast. Change trajectory and circle back. This technique is my telekinesis. The light arrows pierce into the mage's body. He lets out agonizing screams. He says, "You can actually cast two different attribute magic simultaneously. This is too absurd." Eliza brushes her hair and says with a smile, "To be precise, I can use up to 3 types. But you probably won't get to witness that. Because for catching moths, it's far too wasteful after killing the mage." Eliza turns around. She says with a smile, "Now that there's nobody left to interfere with us, shall we continue our earlier conversation?" Shuin Granzia stares intently at the person before her. Eliza walks slowly forward. He won't die that easily, since fire mages have extremely strong fire resistance. So while I still have some compassion, you'd better confess honestly. No matter how young and naive you are, you should understand that if the two great families of Akalugia and Granzia clash, the entire empire will be plunged into bloodshed, regardless of who wins. Both sides will end up severely damaged. This crude plan shouldn't be something a little girl like you could devise, but if it were your leader's orders, that wouldn't make sense either. After all, in this war, the benefits you'd gain don't match the losses, and the assassination attempt is full of holes. Besides, the Granzia family doesn't seem weak and incompetent enough to need underhanded tricks. Otherwise, how could they qualify as Akalugia's only rival? All things considered, there's only one reasonable explanation. You're being controlled. The one controlling you is an evil entity, hoping to start a war between our two great families. Who could be hiding behind you? With that, Eliza has approached Shuin. Gazing into her eyes, Shuin's lips curl into a smile. This girl is truly extraordinary, immediately terrifying. Evil energy emanates from Shuin's body, making crackling sounds as it attacks Eliza. Eliza's face fills with shock. She hastily retreats backward, her expression pain, old sweat dripping, thinking, what is this evil aura? One trembling hand supports her against the ground. Right now, she's filled with terror. Unable to move an inch, the evil power slowly approaches, looking at Sue enshrouded in darkness. Eliza wonders what kind of existence stands before her. The evil power envelopes Eliza. Suddenly, a withered and grotesque hand reaches for Eliza. Then a low voice emanates from the darkness, Akalucia. You're nothing but a lamb intoxicated by trivial power. Raise your head and engrave what I'm about to say deep in your mind. The one who will become the master of the world is called Vajra. The scene shifts. Lonin and Ale have come to the tower's top floor to see. Deputy Tower Master for A. For Lonin, is what Ail said true? Did you really see the dangerous name Vajra in an ordinary book at this? Lonin confirms it's true after receiving this answer. Fur clasps his hands together. This matter is simply unbelievable. Ail says from the side, perhaps Vajra's seal has weakened. We need to verify this immediately. Sarah shakes his head, disagreeing with this view. He says, I personally confirmed just yesterday that Vajra is still in its sealed state. This statement instantly shocks Ail. She says loudly, did you go to the forbidden section yesterday? Without telling me, then she slams the table, demanding you should be well aware of the danger of forbidden books, which is why the rule is they can only be accessed with me, or the Tower Master present. Even you could be seduced by forbidden books. I absolutely cannot overlook this. When the Tower Master returns, I'll report it immediately. Farah clenches his fists. I'm sorry, Ale. I kept this from you too. He clutches his forehead in pain. Tower Master Eldane is already in the forbidden section, sealed together with Vajra. Both Lonin and Ale are thunderstruck by this news. Sarah slowly recounts a year ago. On the day, everyone thought the Tower Master was leaving for training. He actually never left the tower. Instead, he entered the deepest darkness within the tower. He unsealed Vajra, the most evil, forbidden book only, to comprehend the ancient knowledge contained within it. I can't understand why the Tower Master would covet knowledge from a forbidden book. Tower Master Roldan's flame and illusion magic already reached the pinnacle. Why would he do this, Farah says? He believed that doing so would allow him to control Vajra, since he cherished the potential contained in the forbidden books, knowledge, and believed that knowledge only caused misfortune because it met the wrong masters. Once said that with the right person, who uses it properly, even dangerous power can bring great benefit to this world. Among them the knowledge contained in Vajra, which can maximize the caster's potential, would undoubtedly become a great blessing for this land. Lonin crosses his arms. I can already guess what happened next. The Tower Master must have failed. Farah doesn't deny it. We underestimated that power from the very beginning. For humans, it's an absolutely unbearable evil force. Even Tower Master Roldan could only resist briefly, because it's the crystallization of extreme evil. The moment the Tower Master realized he was about to become Vajra's host, he immediately used an emergency force summoning scroll to call me into the forbidden section. Evil power spread throughout the Tower Master's body. He told me to seal him while he still had self-awareness. If we missed this moment, the entire world would fall into danger. I said, trembling, this can't save you. How can I do such a thing? The Tower Master struggled to control the evil power from eroding his consciousness. He said, now is not the time to worry about my safety, rather than let Dawn be occupied by evil. Because of my arrogance, it would be 1,000 times better if I died. So please, for the sake of our tower. I couldn't speak through gritted teeth. All of this is for tomorrow is dawn. And so I sealed the Tower Master together with Vajra, even using the most powerful magic. This is the hidden truth that should have been made public immediately. But the Tower Master acted with the world in mind. And I'm also someone who thirsts for knowledge. I can understand the Tower Master's thinking. So I couldn't bear to personally destroy his reputation. Learning the truth, Ale is completely incredulous and says, although what happened to the Tower Master is regrettable, now isn't the time to wallow in grief. All the circumstances indicate that Vajra's seal has been broken. Although Farah says he personally confirmed the seal status, that may not be the truth. If this is a power strong enough, to shatter everyone's understanding in the tower, then to deceive just Farah's perception. Tower Master Roldan's illusion alone, as the host, would be sufficient. But there's one question. The fact that Vajra was unsealed has been hidden all this time. Why reveal its existence to everyone now? While Lanan is thinking, starlight suddenly begins drifting through the air. Lanan is shocked. Why would Crazier's magical power appear here? This isn't emanating from AIL or Farah, and the source isn't nearby either. This aura is so strong it fills the entire space. Even Brigia couldn't accomplish this. What on earth is happening right now on the other side? Eliza kneels on the ground, looking up at the sky. Even in the Akalucha family, Vajra is considered an extremely dangerous existence, a rare forbidden book that can't be investigated without the family head's permission. How could something like this appear here? Eliza trembles upon looking more carefully. She discovers Vadra's appearance has changed. Its form is clearly that of Tower Master Roldan. Vadra descends to the ground. He says, as you can see, this body belongs to the Master of the Tower of Dawn, the Elder of the magical world, closest to humanity's peak power. Master Raldane, however, now he couldn't grasp the situation and dare to covet my power, which instead caused him to lose everything. He's been reduced to a puppet at anyone's mercy. That's right, Akalugia. Just like your current situation. Eliza clenches her fists, her mind racing with thoughts. This Vajra is indeed rude, speaking so carelessly, but she needs to stay calm. If this really is the forbidden book, Vajra, forget about her. Even if everyone in the tower resisted, together they wouldn't stand a chance. But something still doesn't add up. If he's this powerful, why play these tricks behind the scenes? He could just appear and attack directly. At this thought, Eliza's lips curl into a smile. I see now you mastermind aren't so impressive after all, yet you only dare hide behind a 10-year-old girl. How utterly laughable. Eliza is grabbed by the face by a grotesque hand, but she shows no fear. She says if you truly recovered your power, all of this would be unnecessary. So there's only one truth. Right now you're nothing but a paper tiger. Vadra laughs maniacally. You guessed half of it correctly. I do indeed. Still need some time to fully recover my strength. This old man's will is still resisting. To fully merge with this body will take considerable effort. If I show even the slightest opening, he desperately tries to burn himself and me together. It's laughable, but indeed troublesome. However, it will end soon. Because a vessel far superior to Roldan has delivered itself to me. With that, he uses his finger to lift Eliza's chin. Instantly, the image of a person flashes in Eliza's mind. None other than Lanan Vajra says with a laugh, that child is my true beginning, worthy of being called my complete form. Eliza is trapped by spikes, unable to move, only able to let Vajra manipulate her. Vajra releases Eliza's chin and continues. Roldan possesses a strong will, requiring effort to fight against his consciousness, which has caused me considerable trouble. But this problem just needs time to solve. However, after all this effort, I only obtained an aged and worthless body, which greatly displeases me. But while eliminating Roldan's consciousness, I never expected that the fireball I launched out of boredom would lead me to discover him on that airship. This is truly fate. This old man can't compare to him at all. He's young, strong, excellent, and possesses potential that surpasses everyone. At first, I doubted my own eyes, since in hundreds of years, I've never seen such a treasure. After spending several days carefully observing him, I decided to bestow upon Lanan the honor of becoming my host. So I'm no longer interested in a war between your two families, but I still think this process was meaningful, because this way, I was able to discover talented individuals with great potential like you. With that, Vajra clenches his fists and activates evil power. Dark thorns instantly grow from the ground, piercing through Eliza's body. Vajra snaps his fingers. It would indeed be too wasteful to kill you on a whim. So today, I'll be magnanimous and give you an opportunity. Are you willing to become my slave and swear to be loyal to me? Then countless dark hands reach out, Surrounding Eliza, Eliza is tightly bound, completely unable to move. Of course, you still have another choice, which is to die at the hands of that girl from Grantia, becoming the catalyst for war, and leading the Empire down the path of destruction. Vajra sneered coldly, the choice is yours. Eliza gritted her teeth tightly. She said, after living so long, you still have no insight at all, actually thinking I'm the kind of person who would waver over such a choice. Enough with the nonsense, just kill me already. If someone from the Akalucha family fears death, they're not worthy of bearing that name. Kill me however you want, I'll accept whatever comes. Badra stared at the restrained Eliza. What a boring girl, he snapped his fingers. I've lost interest in you. Now, die then. He controlled Shuan to strike at Eliza with a long sword at this critical moment. Lanin arrived with his long sword. He shattered the sword in Shuan's hand, then recklessly grabbed Shuan's hand, holding the broken blade. Eliza's pupils dilated in shock, seeing Lanin's figure. Lanin said, Eliza and this familiar little one, you both owe me a favor. Vajra was stunned in shock, seeing the scene before him. Lanin raised his long sword high, leaping into the air, charging toward Vajra. Ralden's head was severed. Vajra couldn't believe this scene. He had clearly strengthened Ralden's phantom with power, yet the opponent not only saw through it, but could so easily decapitate this body. Lanin landed, smoothly carrying Shuan. Vajra firmly believed such an excellent person should become his host on the other side. Farah looked around, then said to Ale, Lanin was right, the training grounds have been isolated by consciousness-blocking magic. He reached out and discovered that this magical fluctuation is identical to Tower Master Roldan's. Ale similarly reached out to sense the magic. She said, Vice Tower Master, seems Vajra's seal really has been broken. Farah broke into a cold sweat. He said, we must now gather all the mages in the magic tower to discuss countermeasures together. At the same time, Eliza was smiling bitterly. Her current state was truly pathetic. She had clearly felt the intense, stabbing pain in her body, but it turned out to be just a phantom. She reached one hand toward the sky. Even all her body senses had been deceived. At this point, Lanin asked Eliza, is what you said true? That little one is really Shulfan's sister. Eliza confirmed this, that's right. She's the third child of the Granzia family. Shu and Granzia, her magical power is quite good. She came to study abroad at a young age. I just didn't expect we'd meet this way. But it doesn't matter. Anyone can tell she's just being used by Vajra. Lanin gave a thumbs up worthy of an Akalucha. Such extraordinary bearing is truly well-deserved. Hearing Eliza still arguing that only Andre Sean could use that nickname. Lanin smiled. It seems Eliza wasn't injured then. Lanin turned his gaze toward the corpse, burned to charcoal by flames not far away. These missing persons, who vanished after the cult's attack, had been emitting the cult's unique starlight magic all along. So they really were the cult spies. We heard that. Only those who helped El manage books had gone missing. Lanin found it suspicious and couldn't help thinking, was their target the forbidden book section? From the very beginning, if so. Then, the attack that day wasn't simply a suicide bombing, but a diversion. Its purpose was to shift everyone in the magic tower's attention. Just then, Eliza suddenly thought of something and said, Lanin, you need to hide. Right now, Vajra's target is you. Lanin didn't understand what this meant. Eliza said, I don't have time to explain. What you just cut was only Vajra's phantom, not his true form. Just the phantom alone could suppress me. You can imagine. Vajra's true power must not be underestimated. If he really obtains your body and becomes a true, complete form, the Tower of Dawn will surely face destruction. So you must leave here quickly while there's still time. Just then a voice rang out. That won't do. Hearing this, Lanin shuddered. Endless evil power surged forth. What is this? Eliza fell into a daze. Not far away. Farah and Isla also couldn't move. Lanin shouted loudly, what's happening? Vajra spoke slowly, not just them. Aside from you, all the humans in this magic tower, their consciousness and bodies are now under my control. At this point, all the waiting ends. Lanin, you will enjoy the honor of merging with me. Come to my side. The entire Tower of Dawn was on the verge of falling to dark forces. Lanin gritted his teeth. This damn bastard. He roared, what have you done? You bastard, get out here now. Stop playing these useless tricks. Get out here. Vajra, sitting in his chair, supporting his face, showed a smile. He slowly extended one hand, saying our meeting will be an important milestone. This place is too crude. Meeting here would be such a waste. So let's change to a more suitable location. Then he dispatched a mage to go forth. Lanin heard footsteps and his attention was drawn. A woman slowly walked out. Lanin recognized her as the last missing person. The woman said, let me take you to meet my master. Please come with me, Lanin. Lanin smiled. His gaze swept around, seeing Eliza and the others, with their bodies and consciousness controlled. Like walking corpses, he had no choice. Lanin sheathed his long sword and agreed. Lead the way, take me to Vajra. After a long while, Lanin looked ahead and said, this is the place, right? The two were now standing before a door. Emanating evil power, the door slowly opened. Lanin followed the woman inside. The scene that met his eyes shocked Lanin. He saw Tower Master Raldane bound by chains, still constantly begging Vajra for mercy. Spare my life, I was too arrogant. A mere human like me dared to covet your power. Please, I beg your mercy. Hearing these words, Lanin clenched his teeth. He drew the long sword from his waist. A terrifying sword strike was released directly, cutting the bound and kneeling Roldan's body in half. Lanin said angrily, stop with these sick jokes. Come out, Vajra. Vajra laughed coldly. Hey, how boring. This was my special way of greeting. Then I'll do as you wish afterward. Evil power continuously gathered, forcing Lanin to hastily retreat. Lanin could only use his fists to block the approaching evil power. Soon after, Vajra's form appeared, still using Roldan's body. Vajra sat on his throne. He said, welcome, Lanin, my supremely excellent host. Facing each other directly like this feels quite different. I want to use a warmer way to share my current feelings. So let's first deal with the eyesore. As he finished speaking, Vajra extended one finger. Hurry and end yourself. The woman received the command directly, placed both hands on her own head, and twisted it off before dying. The woman was still saying Vajra, eternal and everlasting. Then the woman fell to the ground, blood splattering in all directions. Seeing this, Lanin asked, what game are you playing now? Wasn't she your ally? Vajra beckoned with a finger, saying how ridiculous that small fry is. Just like the former owner of this aging flesh. Both just trash who couldn't grasp the situation, yet coveted my power. Those arrogant words they spoke when first entering here, I still remember them today. They said they would work harder for the greater cause, thereby obtaining salvation, and said that was the only way to survive. To me, these people are no different from ants. Yet they dared to be so arrogant, though I could instantly turn them into a pile of rotting flesh. I still showed great mercy, letting them have the honor of temporarily obeying my command. How's that answer? Lanin gripped his long sword tightly. Couldn't help thinking, based on Vadra's words and actions, he could confirm he has no connection with the cult. But why does Crazier's aura keep emanating from his body? Lanin held his long sword, sighing, all right, I've heard enough of your arrogant nonsense. Take this opportunity. Let me show you what someone like you needs. As he finished speaking, the long sword pointed at Vajra. Seeing the blade pointed at him, Vajra crossed his legs, saying, truly imposing, but since you're to become my host, you should have that kind of spirit. However, aren't you afraid at all? With just a move of my finger, I can end your life. The gap in our power is like heaven and earth. Lanin was too lazy to listen to this garbage. Gripping his long sword with both hands, he struck at Vajra on the throne, determined to cut him to pieces. If that were really the case, you would have acted already. Just as the sword was about to strike his face, Vajra smiled. How interesting. Lanin's long sword cut Vajra, along with his throne, directly in half. Then Lanin's whole body shook. Behind Lanin appeared another Vajra. Sitting on a throne, Vajra extended his hand, evil power gathering upon it. He said, your arrogance needs adjustment. Lanin was extremely surprised. He hurriedly flew backward, trying to dodge the attack about to consume him. Vajra said, "You need to recognize the gap between yourself and me." Just when Lanin was at his wit's end, the pocket on his shirt emitted a green light. It was the ring Saranti gave him glowing. The green light slowly attached to the long sword in Lanin's hand. Lanin's pupils fixed on it. What is this aura at this moment? Evil power transformed into a giant maw with fangs. Approaching. Just as the giant maw was about to swallow Lanin whole, a strong fluctuation emerged. The teeth of the giant maw were blocked by Lanin's long sword. "You dare point your stinking mouth at me? You're asking for death." Lanin swung his long sword. Endless sword strikes attacked, slashing at the evil power. Lanin successfully escaped the giant maw's mouth. He saw Vajra sitting on his throne. Roger's fingers tapped on the armrest. Completely unconcerned, Lanin froze. Seeing this, an even more terrifying evil power opened its maw wide, approaching Lanin under the contrast of the giant maw. Lanin was as small as an ant. He raised his long sword, unleashing what could be called his strongest strike. Toward the evil maw, a rumbling, terrifying explosion sound spread in all directions. Lanin directly cut the giant maw in half. Audra supported his cheek, saying, "Truly excellent, though somewhat disheveled. You handled it quite well. If that's the case, how will you deal with this move?" Evil hands kept emerging from the ground. Evil undead one by one crawled out. The undead's hands covered Lanin's mouth. More and more evil undead came toward Lanin. The undead strangled Lanin's neck. More and more undead swarmed over. The undead sealed and surrounded Lanin. Vajra extended his hand. A terrifying attack was released. Then he charged up again. Lanin, sealed by undead with only one eye showing, struggled to breathe, looking at the scene before him. Quite shocked, Vajra closed his palm into a fist, gripping tightly. The sphere formed by the surrounding undead glowed, faintly showing signs of explosion. Just then several sword strikes, infused with the ring's aura, scattered from the center of the undead. The tremendously powerful sword strikes directly broke through the sphere. All the undead were sent flying. Vajra showed a ferocious smile, quite satisfied with Lona's performance. Then his hand gathered another attack. Devastating sword strikes came forth. Vajra's evil power condensed into a bow. The arrow ready to fire the evil arrow was released. The ground cracked wherever it passed. The evil arrow and sword strikes collided. Two different forces kept fighting, producing destructive, explosive power. Lohan extended his hand, holding the long sword in front to block. Vajra showed a smile. He spread his arms wide, welcoming the aftershock, shouting, "Excellent. Very good, more. Let me see more, Lanin. Show me every bit of your potential." Without holding back, just then, roaring flames rose all around. A massive firebird emerged from the flames. Vajra's pupils contracted. This firebird is Vice Tower Master Farah's special magic, Eat Bird magic. How can this kid use such advanced magic? Vajra was first surprised. Then his lips curled into a cold smile. He said, "This old man, Roldan I'm using as a host, is the top expert in fire magic. So this petty trick is meaningless." Then Vajra gathered evil power and cast a flame attack. The heat bird magic was easily blocked. Vajra extended his hand, releasing a flame attack. Praising Lanin's combat ability is quite good. Let me see your next attack. However, Lanin at that spot suddenly disappeared. Vajra understood that the heat bird magic just now wasn't meant to attack, but to hide his aura. A decoy set using powerful magic. Lanin appeared behind Vajra, holding his long sword. "Go to hell." Vajra turned his head in shock. Lanin completed his attack. A striking sword mark appeared on Vajra's neck. Blood couldn't stop gushing out. Vajra's head tilted, blood flowed down. Blood at the wound kept spurting out. Vajra hadn't expected Lanin could injure him. Sizzling sounds came from around. Lanin's attention was drawn. Vajra said, "Truly remarkable. Show me all your remaining talents." Suddenly, countless wormholes appeared. Monsters with gaping, fang mouths crawled out from within. Lanin held his long sword, standing ready. The monsters moved with lightning speed. Charging at Lanin was extremely shocked. He clearly felt he had seen Vadra's physical form, yet it was still useless. Does he have to find the forbidden book? Controlling Tower Master Raldane to make it work. This is truly troublesome. Speaking while raising his long sword. Releasing sword strikes. Attacking the gaping, mouthed monsters. Using the scroll Farah gave him. To launch a surprise attack is useless now. The Tower Master himself is a powerful figure. His strength on par with Teacher Nabris. Up to now, it's only because Vajra covets my body that this offensive and defensive battle is possible. If not for that, this battle would have ended long ago. There's no chance in a direct confrontation. Lanin's long sword swung repeatedly. The gaping mouth monsters were cut in half. One after another, Vajra's left hand gathered evil power. Again, he swept his large hand. A terrifyingly fierce attack charged at Lanin. Lanin looked at the attack. Rushing toward him, he lowered his long sword with both hands. Unexpectedly, Lanin gave up resisting, just as the attack was about to pierce. Through Lanin's neck, the evil power dissipated. This was the only way Lanin thought of to counter. Vajra raised his hand, seeing the opponent not resist. He hastily withdrew his attack. He gritted his teeth, saying angrily, "What are you doing, you stupid fool?" Then roared, "Do you know what this will result in? How dare you be so careless? With the sacred body I'm about to possess." Lanin pulled a sharp stone from the ground. He said, "Now I can confirm one thing. You don't want to kill me at all." Hearing this, Vadra's whole body shook. Lanin pointed the sharp stone tip at his own palm. He stabbed down, hard blood spurted out. "My body will ultimately just be taken by you, rather than that I'd rather choose death." Roger watched Lohan's actions. He said, "You want to die? You bastard dare to bluff in front of me. You think I'd be fooled by such a trick? I'm just preparing for a perfect resurrection. Seems you've mistaken my mercy for an opportunity. A bit of self-harm damage can be healed with my power." Lanin said, "You forbidden book sure talk a lot. Earlier, you went through great trouble to dissolve the magic, like something extremely serious had happened. And now you say this, does it still have any credibility?" Lanin smiled. "Your limitation is that you can't use a defective body as a host." Uzra spread his hand, saying, "Seems you've forgotten. All the humans in this magic tower are now under my magical control. So, don't think you can threaten me with such petty tricks. Unless you want your companions to all become corpses." Lanin, holding the sharp stone, heard this. He burst into laughter. "This is truly ridiculous." Lanin looked at Vadra, saying, "You think. This is my first time encountering someone like you. Just from your annoying face and tone, I can guess the outcome. Whether I obediently offer up my body or not, you never intended to spare them. So go ahead and try that way. I'll have even less to worry about, and can do whatever I want. Even if I really die in the end, I'll teach you a lesson first." Then Lanin stabbed the sharp stone into his own arm. "Just watch closely whether I'm really bluffing. I'll definitely give you an unforgettable memory." Vajra, seeing the scene, sighed. Truly unbelievable originally. He only saw Lanin as a lucky, exceptionally talented brat. But this wet behind-the-ears human actually has those eyes. Simply incredible. Lanin raised the sharp stone in his hand again. "You still have doubts? Then let me show you more clearly." He finished speaking and directly stabbed the stone into his right chest. Blood immediately splattered, just as Lanin was about to stab his neck. To commit suicide, Vajra quickly stopped his next move, "Threatening me with your life. What exactly do you want?" Blood slowly flowed from his neck. Vajra stared at him. "Speak up." Lanin quickly. Lanin showed a smile. He said, "Make a bet with me. The stakes are our necks. Make it quick." Both their eyes stared intensely at each other. Vadra's hand, gripping Lanin, froze. He asked, puzzled. "A bet," Lanin said. "That's right. I've recently read many books about curses. One of them has this content. The oath curse, applying a curse during a ritual, and engaging in a duel during which all actions violating the oath are forbidden. The terrifying thing about this curse is that the oath's content will definitely be fulfilled, even at the cost of life. So let's decide the outcome with an oath curse. With your power, casting the kind of curse should be quite simple, right?" Hearing this, Vajra fell into thought. Subduing this guy isn't really difficult, but there's no guarantee of obtaining his complete body. He might really end his own life. Moreover, I've been sensing an aura from him. That doesn't belong to him. That aura has granted him special power, though not enough to threaten me. But now I can't allow any variables. After all, this kid is a once-in-a-lifetime treasure I finally found in my long years. Seeing Vajra so hesitant, Lanin sneered coldly. Just making a bet with a kid and you're already scared. Could it be you're not confident? Vajra released Lanin's hand. Very well, I'll play along with you. However, I'll decide the method of the duel. Remember, my mercy ends here. Lanin, seeing Vajra's expression, shuddered. Seems he's really angry. Continuing to mess around might really be dangerous. Then he clenched his fist, thinking, being able to drag him into this is already quite good. After all, no matter what happens afterward, the result is the same after a long while. A glowing golden finger appeared in the air. Its 2 fingers pinched a chain. Balance scale, are you ready? The oath curse begins now. Soon after, the oath's content started forming. The cursed subjects must swear that, before the outcome is decided, they absolutely cannot act against the oath. If Lanin loses, he must offer his body to Vajra. If Vajra is defeated, he must release the hostages and be sealed forever. Then Vajra said, besides the method of deciding victory, endure 1 instance of illusion magic, cast by me personally, Lanin. Do you agree? Lanin stared intently at Vajra, stating the obvious, I agree. So hurry up, and star time is precious. Hearing this, Vajra smiled from ear to ear. Now begin, the oath takes effect. Lanin, may you have sweet dreams. This will be the last memory of your life. How ridiculous. You're the one who should breathe more outside air. When the bet ends, you'll regret setting your eyes on this body of mine. Vajra cast the illusion magic. Lanin fell into a dream realm. Noisy sounds awakened Lanin. He opened his eyes at this moment. Lanin's identity is Captain Lanin of the Penal Squad. Penal Soldier asked Lanin what good dream he had. Lanin rubbed his eyes. What good dream? I just had a brief, messy dream. Enough nonsense. Check the equipment. Bayless, seeing Lanin wake up, complained loudly about the miserable life of penal soldiers, how easily they die. He suggested that next battle they escape together. As long as Lanin leads the way, there's definitely a chance to succeed. Afterward, the money problem can be solved. By his poaching, hearing this, Lanin angrily glared at Bailey, saying, if you dare mention poaching one more time, I'll cut off your wrists. Ellis quickly withdrew his hands, indicating he wouldn't dare. Lanin, supporting his head, said, we just need to serve 2 more months. The general will pardon us. Everyone is persisting until now, holding on to this belief. Then we can escape this criminal's wretched life and start anew. So before that, stop talking nonsense. Protect your own life first. Penal Soldier Martin hooked Lanin's shoulder, 1 finger pointing at Lanin. He said, anyway, as long as we stay close to this lord, there's no way we'll die, right? Captain Lanin smiled. Martin, you brat, you need to protect your own head. Yet you want to rely on others for protection. Then Lanin spread his arms, laughing heartily. Everyone, my life is the top priority. If you get in the way, I'll immediately abandon you. After a while, Lanin sat down. Actually, the general already told him that if this mission succeeds, they'll be pardoned early. Although this mission is extremely dangerous, everything is truly almost over. Just need to hold on a bit longer. Then he can return to Anai Boton, where his sister is. No matter what, must desperately survive. The scene changed. A massive starlight magic circle appeared in the sky. Brilliant light descended from heaven, generating a terrifying attack, destroying many buildings. The penal soldiers discussed nervously. Terrified, some thought it was enemy magic. Lanin, seeing the situation, was also stunned. A few seconds later, he looked at that light and understood that was danger. A giant with 4 wings appeared from the starlight magic circle. It said, behold, foolish beings under starlight, I come here by that one's decree to open the path. Accept your fate. The giant had 4 horns on its head, eyes emitting golden light. Its name was a Hayut. Penal soldiers looked up at the sky. They trembled, pointing at the sky, stuttering, "Captain, there's something in the sky." A Hute activated the starlight magic circle. Instantly, countless starlights fell like rain. The penal soldiers froze on the spot, watching helplessly as the starlight drew closer. The destructive starlight attack sent many penal soldiers flying. Ground was torn up, debris filled the sky. The penal soldiers had no power to resist. Killed upon contact, they cried out in agony and grief, calling for help. Lonin, watching the scenes before him, still couldn't believe what is happening. At this time, horn sounds blue. For people ahead were blowing horns. Ballas didn't understand. Isn't that the horn sound for attack? Does this mean we're supposed to go die fighting that monster? He shouted loudly, "Everyone's gone mad." Lonin released an attack, colliding with the starlight. The penal soldiers, seeing Lonin's actions, were shocked. Lonin roared, "You idiots, get yourselves together at a time like this." Still standing there stupidly. "If you don't want to die, too pathetically, either fight or flee. Either way, you need to move first." Just then, explosions from starlight attacks spread from where Ballas and others stood. Smoke rose instantly. Blood splattered on Lonin's face. He froze. He held his long sword. Hadn't recovered his senses completely. Didn't notice the starlight attack overhead. A figure rushed over quickly. He embraced Lona and dodging the attack. Where Lonin had been standing was now a gruesome sight. Martin crouched up shaking. Lonin lying on the ground. "Wake up quickly, let's leave here first. That's not an opponent we can handle. Wait for reinforcements." However, Lonin opened his eyes wide, staring blankly without speaking. He saw the tragic state of Ballas and others' deaths. Lonin slowly sat up, his veins bulging. Eyes filled with tears, he cried out in anguish, "No." At the same time, in reality, Vajra and Lonin stood facing each other. His hands still held remnants of evil power. He said, "The illusion magic just cast will penetrate into your memories, manifesting painful and terrifying moments, and it will repeat endlessly, mixing together, evolving into inescapable bonds. Your mind will be trampled until it shatters, and torn to shreds until you'd rather beg for death. It will repeat endlessly, and this eternity is the one instance of illusion magic you must endure. Lonin, all mortals in the world cannot bear eternity. I don't know what thoughts led you to propose this deal, but the moment you handed the decision of victory to me, your defeat was already determined." Vajra let out a chuckling laugh. "So I'm just curious, in what kind of quagmire will you struggle? In the dream realm?" Lonin and Martin now stood before a corpse. Lying on stones, Lonin was heartbroken, while dodging Ahayut's attacks on horseback. The penal soldiers beside him also turned to ash, dead. Dead again, all dead. How many people have died to protect him alone? Can't count anymore. Is it really all over now? Lonin knelt in a pool of blood. He didn't know if Hell's End truly exists. Right now, Lonin just wants to rest in reality. Lonin knelt down. He said, "Enough. Stop it, whether you want my body or anything else. Please, I'm begging you." Hearing this, Vajra's mouth split wide. Finally, you finally belong to me, Lonin." Vajra separated from Tower Master Roldan's body, transforming into the Forbidden Book's original form. Vajra stood above Lonin's head. Endless evil magic power began flowing toward Lonin. Lonin lowered his head silent, allowing the evil power to occupy his body. In the end, he showed a smile. The Forbidden Book. Vajra successfully occupied Lonin's body. He supported his head, gripping his hair, smiling and saying, "Truly spectacular. This body is now filled with infinite potential. Lonin, before your consciousness completely disappears, I'll give you one final gift." Vajra drew the long sword. "Watch closely, this is your true power, manifested through the grace I've bestowed upon you." The long sword released an attack, creating destructive impact force. Vajra continued, "You must be looking forward to it. The despair created with this extraordinary power. Before that, let's fire a celebratory salute for this memorable day, celebrating with the death of that insignificant insect. Wasted my time with laughable struggling." The insect naturally refers to the defeated Roldan. Lying on the ground, Vajra slowly walked toward Roldan. He said, "You still want to keep struggling, though. With this willpower alone, you're indeed worthy of being called strong. Why are you so anxious? Is it because of the sense of responsibility as Tower Master, or because of the guilt of being the culprit who brought disaster to this land? Whatever the reason, fall into despair together forever. Vajra held the sword hilt. The blade tip pointed directly at Roldan's head. Just as the sword was about to strike down, Vajra's sword suddenly trembled. What's happening soon after? Vajra powerlessly collapsed to the ground. He clutched his head, crying out to the sky, What is happening? Countless tentacles coiled around. Vajra was fiercely bound. Vajra was utterly shocked, his entire body trembling. How could a mere human body harbor a demonic aura, even stronger than mine? Lanan let out a cold laugh and praised Well. You really live up to your reputation. I know a professor with a frail constitution who nearly lost his life just from infusing magic power and barely touching it. To think you could fully absorb it and even wield a sword, I have to admit. I'm impressed. Vajra was astonished. Why was Lanan's will still completely intact? As Lanan reached his hand into his clothes, he explained, You really made that guy's phantom unbearably annoying. That day all the memories felt so vivid and real. Honestly, if I'd been careless, even though everything was going according to my plan, I nearly suffered a mental breakdown. But fortunately I had this. Lanan revealed Saranti's ring between his fingers. Lanan recalled his previous time with Ail. Ail said that by infusing it with specific magic power, the ring would reveal its true form. This is an arrangement Saranti made especially for you. Tormented by your curse within it lies a sacred and powerful demon suppressing aura. When you're trapped in an inescapable trial, this will bring you great strength. Please cherish his intentions. In the dream, as Lanan knelt in the pool of blood, on the verge of giving up, the ring in his pocket began emitting a green glow. As the ring transformed into Saranti's form, he reached out and successfully pulled Lanan out of the dream, breaking the illusion magic. Lanan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Saranti. Thank you, Saranti. I owe you another favor. The ring lay quietly in Lanan's palm. He clenched his fist, still shaking as he said, I can't believe the curse in my body could work in this way. I just remembered what happened back then. So I improvised and proposed this wager. Looks like you were completely devoured. Vajra couldn't believe this was really happening. He roared to the heavens, This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such an incomprehensibly powerful being exist in this world? Lanan put the ring away, a smile appearing on his face. Then he picked up the sword from the ground. I told you before you'd regret coveting my body. The curse's power intensified further. Vajra was gradually consumed. He roared, Impossible. I'm the forbidden book representing destruction, the being that rules this land. For someone like me to meet such a miserable end, in a place like this, absolutely impossible. Lanan stepped forward and severed one of Vajra's arms. He said, Your pointless struggling is downright disgusting. Your annoying behavior ends here. The wager is over now. Get lost. The evil force surrounding the Tower of Dawn emitted a sizzling sound. Before long, the evil force shattered, and the tower welcomed the dawn once more. Eliza regained consciousness and control of her body. Ale and Vice Tower Master Farah did the same on the other side. Lanan collapsed to the ground. He let out a long sigh. The forbidden book beside him had closed its eyes. Almost died to get this beaten up over this damn book. The disgusting evil aura could no longer be felt around the forbidden book. Lanan stared intently. He noticed something worth paying attention to. The star. Magic power on the forbidden book hadn't disappeared. As expected, it's connected to those people from the Order. Just then a voice came drawing Lanan's attention. He saw Rodden trembling as he asked, Did you really defeat Vajra? Lanan asked, Are you awake? Tower Master Roldan weakly held his forehead. I'm truly sorry for putting you through this. I can't face you, though this is technically our first meeting. Even as my consciousness was fading, I could still sense the astonishing power you displayed against Vajra, and your unbelievably strong willpower. Covered in blood, Lanan smiled optimistically. It was quite rough. I've never been through anything like this in my life. Then Lanan asked cautiously, "Are you alright, your magic power?" Ralden held out his hand. "This price is small. I nearly destroyed Dawn. Almost harmed innocent people for this old bag of bones. Losing all my magic power doesn't matter. But I didn't expect I'd still be alive. To have a chance at redemption." Hearing this, Lanin said with a smile, "Those who can become tower masters are truly extraordinary." Just then, footsteps sounded from the doorway. Farah and Ail came running, asking if anyone was hurt. Lanin's eyes blinked sleepily, his body beginning to sway. Finally, he collapsed to the ground. "Finally, I can rest easy. Today has been so long." One day later, Lanin opened his eyes as sunlight streamed in. Standing by his bedside were Tower Master Ralden and Vice Tower Master Farah. Lanin held his head as he slowly sat up, feeling like he'd slept for ages. Seeing the two, Lanin smiled and said, "Everything should be taken care of now, right?" Farah replied, "Thanks to you defeating Vajra, the magic binding everyone was lifted. Miss Elizabeth has also been treated and is fine. She's currently helping restore the damaged parts of the tower. We wanted her to rest properly, but she strongly refused, saying that leading everyone through chaos is Akalushia's duty. Also, Miss Xian has successfully regained consciousness. However, there's one peculiar thing. For some reason, ever since she woke up, she's been staying by Miss Elizabeth's side." The whole time hearing this, Lanin put his hand to his chin. He'd been worried this incident would create a rift between the two families, but it resolved so smoothly. With this, he could finally go back. Then Lanin reminded them, "Please don't throw a banquet. It's really embarrassing." Farah and Roldan trembled. Farah had already prepared a farewell banquet proposal, the absolute final version, but fortunately didn't bring it out to ensure their benefactor didn't leave empty-handed. Ralden gestured for Farah to show the box in his hands. He said, "Though it doesn't fully express our gratitude, we still want to thank you." Farah slowly opened the box. Inside lay 2 gleaming medals, symbols of Dawn's highest, very important person status, the first-class tower medals. With them, you can enjoy all the tower's facilities anytime and access Hermione, the special exchange. Only magic users can attend, with various privileges also, like the scrolls we gave you before. These contain several practical spells that should help you in emergencies. This represents that Lanin will forever be an ally of the Tower of Dawn, a symbol of that oath. The two then bowed in thanks. "Thank you for restoring the dawn to our tower." The sudden gesture put Lanin under pressure, and he quickly raised a hand to indicate it was fine. Flames of magic power burned in Farah's hand, and a vortex appeared above the room. He said, "There's one more matter to clarify the arrangement regarding the forbidden book." The scene shifted to Ale, watching the beautiful scenery by the tower seaside. Then Lanin slowly appeared behind her. Seeing Lanin, Ale was delighted. "Lanin, are you feeling better? Why did you come out so soon?" "You should rest more," Lanin said. "I've rested enough. Vajra took good care of my body, so I'm not injured." Then Lanin touched his cheek, hesitating before speaking. "I'm heading back to Philip soon. Before that, there's something I think I have to tell you. It's about Serani." The waves lapped at the beach, and silence fell around them. "Don't have to say it." Ailes words surprised Lanin. Lanin looked at Ailes' forced smile. Her eyes revealed deep sorrow. Back in the library, Serani had appeared to Ailes as a projection. She gently stroked Ailes' hair. He said, "I'm sorry, Ale. Please forgive me for saying goodbye this way. Thank you for leaving so many warm memories in my insignificant life. I hope you'll be safe in everything ahead." My dear friend, recalling this, Ailes' whole body trembled. Tears streamed down her face. Then Lon and Eliza and the students boarded the airship back to the academy, Philip's Royal Academy. At this moment in the training grounds, Lonan stood holding a sword. The blade was infused with his magic power, and the sword energy it released still packed tremendous power. Lonan stared at the sword raised in his hand. Nothing seemed different from usual. Neither the flowing magic aura nor the color of the sword energy had changed at all. But one issue kept troubling him. Tiny points of starlight were emanating from the sword. Lonan examined it closely many times. No matter how he looked at it, This damn thing was identical to the star magic power used by those people from the Order. Thinking of this, Lanin clutched his head and fell into a crazed posture. Then he ground his teeth. That damn Vajra. What the hell did he do to my body? Inside Lanin's body was a sphere, continuously releasing star magic power outward. At the Tower of Dawn, Roldan placed the forbidden book in Lanin's hands. Lanin looked at the forbidden book. Falling into thought, though, he wanted to understand. This book, is it really okay to give me something like this? He asked, what if something goes wrong after I take it? Fair smiled, don't worry. We've confirmed the magic power in the book has been completely destroyed. Only ancient knowledge remains inside. Of course, if outsiders knew about this, the tower's position might be somewhat difficult, but based on our judgment, we should entrust this book to you at this stage. Because inside your body, you already have Vajra's aura. Roldan explained Lona's confusion. We theorized that Vajra was absorbed by your body. This was the result of his failed attempt to seize control of your body, which is why he was absorbed by your body afterward. If that weren't the case, the book should still contain an evil we'll write now. Don't think too negatively. This might just be the only method we've been unable to find for controlling Vajra. Recalling these words, Lanin shouldered his sword and scratched his head in complaint. Kind of bullshit only method. I can already see my future. If I encounter Tarukin in this state, I'll definitely be torn apart. Fortunately, others can't see the star magic power. If I'm misunderstood and accidentally implicated in what, who are you talking about? Before Lanin could finish, a voice interrupted him. Neighbors pressed close to his back. Lanin jumped in, fright damn it. What the hell? The words barely left his lips when Lanin swung his sword, releasing an attack. Neighbors drew her sword and blocked the attack. While asking, the depth of your sword has changed. Did you have another adventure during this time? Lanin's pupils dilated. It was teacher Neighbors. He quickly hid the sword behind his back, putting distance between them, and laughed awkwardly. Teacher, that was your fault just now. You released killing intent first. Neighbors slowly approached, staring at Lanin. Brat, something happened to you at the Tower of Dawn, didn't it? How did you form a core? Hearing this, Lanin was puzzled. He pointed at his chest. You're saying this fear in my body is a core? Isn't it just a lump? Anger crept onto Neighbors' brow. Her hair flew up. How dare you compare a lump to the sacred core? I explained it in detail during theory class. Were you napping then? Lanin quickly bent over to apologize. Nibiru sighed helplessly. Then she began explaining. The so-called core is a blessing only true swordsmen can obtain after countless magic training sessions and real battles. Simply put, it's when the heart, after countless magic circulation cycles, ultimately becomes a vessel capable of accumulating magic power. This achievement is often considered an important watershed moment in a warrior's life, because magic power stored in the core not only differs in essence from natural magic power, possessing different density, but also serves as the only stepping stone to achieving aurora. In other words, forming a core means a swordsman has entered an entirely new realm. Neighbors crossed her arms, looking at Lanin. A core that normally takes over a decade to form has appeared in you. Someone who just learned to control magic power, and it's not using the heart as a medium, but through something else. In theory, this means you could potentially possess two cores. Hearing this, Lanin carefully examined the star magic power on his sword. So this thing is actually this special. Neighbors drew her sword. We'll talk about other matters later. Let's spar first. Lanin raised his hand and shouted. Why are we suddenly talking about fighting? Nibiru smiled. As a swordsman, when you gain new power, of course you need to test its might. Lanin was forced to raise his sword and attack Nibiru's. Their swords clashed. Explosive energy waves erupted. Dust rose in an instant. Lanin was blown back by the shockwave. He used one hand on the ground to barely stabilize himself. Looking at Nibiru's emerging from the dust, he saw her charging forward with her sword, raised her momentum, suggesting she meant to kill him. Lanin struggled to raise his sword and block Nibiru's descending strike. The ground was instantly shattered into pieces. By the tremendous force, Lanin thought to himself, my strength is completely inferior. If I keep clashing head-on like this, I'm going to lose my limbs. He gritted his teeth. If I can just restrain her and create an opening, I can land a hit on her just like that time. Having power like that traitor from Granzia. Just then the core inside Lanin suddenly pulsed, emitting light. Star magic power began emanating throughout his body, converging into an attack directed at Neighborus. Neighborus's legs were bound and restrained by the star magic power. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lanin's face, and he became extremely cautious, because no matter how he looked at it, it resembled Dunin's Aurora. The attack released by the star magic power spread across the ground around them. How is this happening? Nabairo said. Is this movement restricting magic? Looks like you learned some amazing things. At the Tower of Dawn Good. In battle, variables like this always determine life and death. If you have any other tricks, go ahead and use them. I'll take them more seriously. With those words, Nabairos charged again with her sword. Lanin raised his sword, shouting tensely, Wait a minute, calm down, teacher. I need time to figure out what's happening here too. Suddenly the core's glow faded. Lanin immediately stumbled. Unable to steady himself, shock filled Neighborus's eyes. Only after Lanin collapsed to the ground did she anxiously call out his name. The scene shifted to inside the academy's teaching building. Jordan sat on a bench with his arms crossed. You're truly clueless. This isn't a battlefield. How did you give a student magic? Dehydration syndrome. Lanin sat on a bench, looking utterly dejected and lifeless, while Nabairo stood beside him, shrinking back after a long while. Neighborus asked, should be taken care of now, right? Jordan watched Lona drink the yellow potion. He said, this is just a side effect on the body from suddenly overusing magic power. With magic potions and prescriptions, recovery will come quickly. Stop hanging around here and go to the infirmary to get some medicine. Before long, Nabairos returned from the infirmary. Lanin held his head. Thanks for your help, Teacher Jordan. When I suddenly got dizzy and weak all over, you don't know how panicked I was. Jordan rested his chin on his hand. Every time you come here, you show me things I've rarely seen in my lifetime. Concentration of aura I'd never seen before appeared on your body. Is that Vajra's power? Lanin froze at these words. Jordan explained, I often exchange ideas with Farah at conferences. He's been telling me to watch over you carefully and not let Vajra's power harm you. Lanin touched his chest, speechless. Then Jordan continued, hand under his chin. If you're asking whether it's dangerous, you probably don't need to worry too much. The Forbidden Book's aura is surprisingly stable. If I weren't someone who's heard of Vajra, I'd only think your course location is a bit unusual, though more tests are needed. If there are no problems, this core could enable you to use Aurora. Hearing this, Lanin slammed the table and stood up. Did you say Aurora? Aurora. This is the unique world belonging to each individual, and the key to this world is connected to the most intense emotions in life, like the desire for unreachable goals, fleeting moments of inspiration, deep-seated regrets, and so on. When it resonates with the magic power accumulated in the core, the powerful force that opens is Aurora. Lanin raised his hand. Being able to use Aurora is indeed a huge gain. But thinking about the technique I used in the training grounds, it's clearly the Aurora that Gaidun used. He looked at his own hand. An Aurora that imitates existing power shouldn't be possible. Does Vajra's core have this ability? Hearing this, Jordan said, in every way, you seem to have the favor of the goddess of fortune. Regarding the current state of the curse in your body, of the remaining 8 curses, 2 have disappeared. Lanin was astonished. Jordan said, based on the information I currently have, to be more specific, Vajra and 2 curses have merged into one, though this sounds unreal. After all, I've never heard of curses merging. But if this could actually happen, the premise should be that they originated from the same place. Crazier. Lanin lowered his head and smiled. There are too many incomprehensible things inside my body, but I think I'll understand eventually. The scene shifted to Lanin walking home. He had a magic potion stick in his mouth and held the Forbidden Book in his hand. looking at the eyeball on the forbidden book. Even dead, it's still disgusting. He tossed the forbidden book into the air, thinking forget it. Not thinking about it, though. It's a bit unsettling. 2 annoying curses disappeared. Overall, it's a game. Catch 1 or 2 more of those. Order people, there's no need to be petty now. Better to understand it slowly. Lanin caught the forbidden book and continued forward. Just then a voice calling him rang out. Looking back, he saw a figure running quickly, kicking up dust along the road. It was a Sam, tears in her eyes, running over quickly and waved his hand smiling. Long time no see, Assam. How did you know I was here? Are you doing well? An astonishing wave of energy came from behind Assam. She cried out loudly, "Allo, Lanin. Please save me." Lanin's waving hand froze in midair. His words unfinished, he let out a shout. Assam, what the hell did you bring here? A massive monster was chasing her from behind, roaring ferociously alone, and stared dumbfounded at this monster. He'd only gone to the tower once. What the hell happened in such a short time? How could something like this appear at the academy? And no matter how I look at it, it's a manticore, a highly dangerous monster, dwelling in the northwestern wastelands, bloodthirsty by nature. Their muscular bodies are as hard as steel. Moreover, their scorpion-like tails contain deadly, paralytic toxins. They're even rated as monsters, more dangerous than wyverns. And a smile crept on Alanin's lips. Perfect timing to confirm. Whether Vajra's power can really let me use others. Aurora. So Lanin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He changed his approach, drawing out the magic power from Vajra's core instead of using the magic power gathered in his heart during the battle with Neighborus. Because he couldn't control the amount of magic power used, he ended up dehydrated and passed out. So after solving this problem, Lanin used that Aurora again. The Aurora attack passed by Assam and headed toward the Manticore. Manticore was bound by the Aurora. Seeing his success, Lanin was thrilled. However, the Manticore only struggled slightly, and the Aurora attack dissipated. Lanin and Assam both saw this, and broke out in cold sweat. That attack was way too weak. The Manticore raised its paw to strike at Lanin, just as Lanin was about to draw his sword. Light flashed through the entire space, accompanied by a beam attack, hitting the Manticore's back. The ground collapsed and cracked. The Manticore let out a cry of pain. Both Lanin and Assam were surprised by this scene. Just then a person stood atop the Manticore. Lanin looked up carefully. It was Teacher Marin a while later. The Manticore was locked in a large iron cage. Marin stroked the Manticore's fur. "I'm sorry to make you suffer, but if you caused more extensive damage, the Empire wouldn't forgive you. This is the best arrangement for now. Please understand." Seeing the Aurora Marin used, Lanin was stunned. An Aurora that enhances physical abilities. To put a Manticore to sleep in an instant is incredible. I thought Marin was an honest guy, but he's actually this terrifying. Watching the Manticore being taken away, Marin said, "I'm so ashamed do I see you. I didn't expect it would break through the magically reinforced cage and escape." Then Marin bowed to Lanin. "As the person in charge of this beast festival, I apologize to you again." Lanin quickly waved his hand, indicating it was fine. Then he asked, "What's the beast festival?" A son beside him said he just got back, so you wouldn't know. All of Phillips is preparing for this event. The Beast Festival introduces various rare beasts and fantasy species from the Empire's lands. Held by Phillips, everyone's really looking forward to it. Hearing this, Lanin remembered reading about it in books before, became excited about the event. The next day, inside a luxurious house, Lanin, Assam and Maria sat in the living room talking. Lanin said, "There's something I don't quite understand. Why is everyone talking about the Beast Festival? It's worth seeing, but not to that extent, right?" Maria smiled. She held up a finger. "This Beast Festival is a very special event. The twin forms Alpha and Omega will both appear. Twin forms are fantasy species that can read the thoughts of those they gaze upon and transform accordingly. Alpha usually transforms into the existence loved by the one being observed, while Omega transforms into an existence associated with negative emotions. To witness this miraculous sight, everyone's willing to queue up. After all, it's rare to see. And this time it's free hearing this. Lanin fell into thought. Fantasy species that read others' emotions and transform. If it were me, Alpha would be Sister Eli. As for Omega, it should be the giant Ayut. Thinking of this, Lanin felt particularly disgusted. Then he looked down. They're indeed miraculous creatures. This way all kinds of people will gather at our academy. During this time, Teacher Marin will have it tough. After all, the more times like this, the more likely unwelcome guests will appear. Meanwhile, on the street, unwelcome guests had already arrived, holding scrolls in their hands, carrying out their plan thoroughly, according to orders from above. All for Caravolo's honor, ensuring no mistakes. On the other side, Lanin moved past the Beast Festival topic, ready to get to the main point. As he pushed out the forbidden book, he said, "The reason I called you two here privately today is because I have gifts for you first. This is for Assam. Assam opened the forbidden book. Lanin introduced beside her. This is a rare item I worked hard to get from the tower. That said, you might find it hard to read right now. The people there said every page has some inscription. Magic. Just understanding one page's content takes a whole day. So just take your time slowly." But Assam, holding the forbidden book, kept trembling. She excitedly flipped through it, then slammed the table and stood up. "Oh my God, this is insane. Something like this actually exists in the world." His words interrupted Lone and asked in surprise. "You can read?" Assam smiled. "Though each page looks very complex. With enough time, I should be able to read it all. Full comprehension will take more time. But every bit of content in this book represents innovative advanced wisdom." Assam held the forbidden book in both hands, asking excitedly Lanin, "How did you get such an amazing magic book?" Lanin recalled his dangerous encounter with Vajra. "You're better off not knowing." Then Lanin said to Maria, "When you have time, go see Teacher Morin. He has an amazing money-making opportunity." Maria was puzzled. Lanin explained. "Not long ago, the teacher successfully cultivated Sarandi's medicinal herbs. I heard they'll soon be processed into potions and distributed throughout the empire. I strongly recommend your Caravel Trading Company. As the sales agent, that's the money-making opportunity, the herb's effects, and your company's skills. Making big money is just a matter of time." Hearing this, Maria's eyes lit up, already imagining herself lying in an ocean of money. Then Lanin said he wanted to spar with Maria, since it had been so long. Maria smiled. "I'd be delighted." The two walked toward the door together. Lanin turned back to tell Assam to study the magic book. Well, at this stage, reading that book will be much more effective for increasing your strength. Only Assam remained in the living room. She watched Lanin and Maria walking, and laughing together. Assam could only watch this scene. Time passed. 15 days later at Garland Hall, Lanin and Brian stood facing each other. Adeshan held up a whistle. The 514th test. "Are you both ready?" Brian picked up his great sword. "Eager try," Adeshan said. "Then I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Brian infused magic power, launched his attack all in one smooth motion. Just as he came within 5 centimeters of Lanin, Lanin's eyes widened, core gradually ignited. Star magic power was activated. A sizzling sound rang out, as both Brian and his great sword were restricted. Brian said with a smile, "Haha, I really can't move at all now. This technique is amazing." Lanin let out a long breath, wiped away his sweat, and smiled. "Thanks for your hard work." Senior Brian Adeshan congratulated from his side. "Congratulations, Lanin. This execution, both the speed and the balance of magic power, we're just right to achieve this level in just 15 days, is truly impressive," Lanin said. "I have to thank you both for your help. Sister Addison analyzed my technique, pointed out shortcomings, and even proposed perfect reinforcement methods." And Senior Brian swung his sword without hesitation, allowing me to maintain keen perception. "Thanks to you both, this technique's power has greatly improved." Brian extended his fist. "Lanin, I should be thanking you. You gave me a new goal. You're truly the best club president." Then Brian waved goodbye. "I'll go do some personal training now. If you still need me, just call anytime." Lanin raised his hand, watching Brian's back and thinking, so successfully executing the Guy Dunnan's Aurora is already a major achievement. Unfortunately, with Teacher Marin's golden aurora, I saw, no matter how much I try, it only drains the core's magic power completely. I can't even imitate it. Could it be that as the aurora's level increases, the difficulty of replication also increases? Thinking this, Lanin scratched the back of his head and sighed. If I could see it 2 more times, maybe I could get the hang of it. But Teacher Marin is too busy. Just then a figure came running and stopped in front of Lanin and Adeshan. It was Marin's teaching assistant Barry, who was gasping for breath from running too urgently.